Wait. Hold on here. Is this the barbershop?
What's going on, everybody? Can everybody hear me okay? Want to make sure that everybody can hear me just fine. Perfect. Guys, welcome. Welcome to the Black Man Unfiltered Network, Barbershop Talk. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. Hopefully everybody has been having a fantastic Friday. Should be a good topic tonight. We're gonna introduce the topic of making marriage great again. I want to first say thank you to Black Man Unfiltered, brother. Thank you so much for opening up your home, your network, um, to host this show tonight. I definitely appreciate you, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, CBN. Doing your work in the background. Thank you, brother, for all the hard work that you do. The panelists that will be on tonight, thank you for taking the time to be here. Everybody in the chat, definitely appreciate you guys being here and supporting the platform. Um, so yeah, make marriage great again, right? I think I think all of us can say that we've been hearing a lot of talk about marriage in these recent days or even months, or even probably even years in these YouTube spaces. And for the most part, I know we've been hearing a lot of the negative parts of marriage, a lot of the liability parts of marriage, which is fine. There's experts on that. I myself have partaken in the liability part of it, but I've also partaken in being the successful side of marriage. So I want to take time today and tonight to just go over the glorious parts of marriage, to go over the successful parts of marriage, to go over the beautiful parts of marriage, the parts that people are most likely afraid to talk about, right? Because they're afraid to be different, and that's totally fine. But with me and some other people that I know, we're not afraid to be different. That's why people that will step out of the comfort zone to be different, they're the actual winners. So let me start by saying this, right? What is an attractive marriage? Before I bring up the panelists, what is an attractive marriage? I want to start off by first defining, right, what attractive is. And according to the dictionary, you guys can Google this if you want. Attractive means pleasing or appealing to the senses, right? Uh, appealing to look at, sexually, alluring. It's having beneficial qualities or features that induces someone to accept what is being offered, right? How does that apply to marriage? How does that apply to marriage? I think everybody knows that marriage, matrimony holds a weight. It's sacred. It's a union between two people, between a man and a woman, right? It holds a weight. It holds a weight. Uh, Give me 1 second. Yeah, I think I just had some technical difficulties here. My monitor just came off. Give me 1 second. My monitor just went. Not today, devil. Not today. I'm gonna go ahead and give me 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna fix this right now. Okay, let me enter the studio through here. Uh, Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and enter the studio again. Give me 1 second. Okay. I apologize, guys. This it's been a crazy evening. All of a sudden, my tech for the whole entire day has been working fine, and all of a sudden, it's trying to act up. But we're here. We're here. So again, marriage and attractiveness. There's a weight to marriage. There's a weightiness to the sacred union of between a man and a woman. And those qualities, right? That dutiful and beautiful qualities that marriage brings. It has something of power that people can't explain that draws them in. That's why you see a lot of single people, right? Not all, but a lot of single people, they want a piece of marriage, a piece of successful marriages that they've seen. They want a piece of that because the human soul longs for companionship. It longs to be with somebody. It longs for friendship. It longs for to be with people closely, right? This is what I like in a marriage too. A successful, attractive marriage. I likened it to be it's like a river of life, in the presence of a desert of dysfunction. You think about it, you see every type of dysfunction in our society. Families, friendships, there's dysfunction everywhere. But when a successful marriage comes into society, comes into your life, you sense it, you feel it. You know that it's life-giving. It's a life-giving presence. That's what I like in an attractive marriage too. Is a river of life, is a life-giving presence. So with that little soliloquy there, actually, hey, come over here. Come over here. I want to do something different really quick. I want you guys. Hey, my son. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Ben con Jason. And my son's a little sick. So I want the missus to just come over here and just because this is the thing, y'all. There's the missus right here, right? There's the thing. We want to talk about marriage, right? But if we're not sincere, we're not transparent about what our marriage looks like, then there's no point, right? I want to be as transparent as possible with you all. I want you guys to see my beautiful spouse, my child. He's a little bit sick right now, but this is my family. This is who I live and die for. This is who I work hard for, right? This is the one that I chose to spend the rest of my life with, right? So I just wanted to just bring that to the table. Um, yeah, we can go ahead and get the panelists up and see who's in tonight. Mr. Bennett, sir. How
Hey, good to see you. Beautiful family.
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you. How's your Friday going?
Things are going well. Things are going well. My oldest daughter, she just got her master's degree today. She just got her diploma today. So we're planning for graduations there. And I have my middle daughter. She's graduating in May.
Wow.
And so everyone's doing well. It's so it's definitely a great time in my family. And my niece, she just got her doctorate. She's just OBGYN. She just got her assignment. She's moving to Orlando. So nice weather down
Wow,
there.
man.
So so it's just been a great time for my wife's side of the family as well as mine. And it's like I said, it's just the fruit of marriage. I guess is what we've been seeing. And it's now it's like it's harvest time. You know what I mean?
There we go, man. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
I know you feel proud. I know.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. It's an overwhelming feeling.
Honestly, I had trouble with it initially because I almost felt like right now you have March Madness with the basketball going on right now.
Okay.
And I almost feel like a coach in that, you just had some brackets got busted. Purdue just got upset by FDU in New Jersey, by the way. I'm from New Jersey. So FDU just busted the brackets of March Madness. But then you're like the coach, you're like, yeah, great win, but we got another game. And I remember, so when my daughters, even when they graduated from college, it was like, okay, yeah, that's good, but you got the next game. And the next game is hard. Now you got the Masters. Now you're going to start med school. So it's like, I'm like, yes, I'm excited, but I kind of hold some of it in because I know we got another game to prepare for. So it's kind of weird. Initially, I didn't know how to handle that. But now I'm starting to enjoy it more. But just try to support them as they matriculate through the different levels and whatnot. But it's a crazy time. It's great. God is good.
It's fruitful times though, exciting times. That's
Yes,
awesome,
sir.
man. That's
Yes, sir.
awesome. Look at these other gentlemen here, Mr. Scam Likely, JT. What's going on, you guys? What's up?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. Nothing much. Hear about family business, man. You know how it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sì, io sai che tu
What's going on, Mr. Benny?
chapeando aquela mulher.
What happened? What you said, Scam?
Eu sei que tu tá chapeando aquela mulher.
You get that
Tu tá
chapeando.
chapeando,
Oh,
sabe?
you're trying to break the Spanish in.
Yeah,
Chapeando. Ella me está chapeando a mí. She's a gold digger to me. She's gold digger me, all right. She's the one that's wisely spending my pockets. Okay,
That's it.
have no issues with that either, right?
sì.
Have no issues.
Chapealo,
Que me
ahora.
chapea, que me chapea. Oh man.
That's awesome.
So what's up with you guys, JT? How's your Friday going, man? How's your family? How's the fiance?
Oh man, we doing well, bro. She in there trying to stay up, but she finally the Z Monster got her. We both got off work. We came in and chilled out for a minute. I'm just got through them eating.
Nice.
She
Oh, you got the itis?
I don't. I just started eating, so she haven't even started yet. She didn't sit there as soon as I finished with my nap. She started with hers, so. But we doing well, man. Everything is well.
That's awesome, man. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, she's about to fall asleep too. She's tired. She was like, I'm gonna sacrifice a few minutes for you to be here, and then I'm gonna go to bed myself. Little man's already knocking out too.
Yes,
How about
sir.
you, Scam? How was your Friday, bro?
Todo bien.
Todo bien?
Sí, todo bien. Yo estoy comiendo, pero posiblemente en 30 o 1 hora me voy a la discoteca para bailar salsa. Pero yo estoy tomando las clases de salsa. Pero tú sabes quién soy ya. Yo soy grande de caña. Pero ahora las clases son muy cerca de aquí. Pero yo puedo bailar salsa solo en las 1. Yo estoy aprendiendo cómo bailar salsa en la 1 y en las 2. Pero 2 es diferente porque tú sabes, muy diferente. Necesito
My man's
cambiar.
auditioning.
Oh
He's
man, this
auditioning.
is Scam. All right,
He's
so
auditioning.
so everybody, what Scam was saying is that he's dancing salsa classes and everything like that. He's about to hit the club.
He's auditioning.
Yeah, I've been dancing on 1, and now I got to learn on 2. And it's killing me.
How many levels is it? How many
No,
levels?
I mean on 2. Like,
You're on
you
2.
dance
Okay,
salsa,
I see what you mean.
yeah, on 2 is killing me, man.
On 2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I'm trying to learn both.
No. Salsa, man. I stay away from salsa. I'll do bachata and merengue any day, but salsa, man. I'm okay with that.
I'm a child. I like salsa better. Merengue, because they don't teach it. I don't know.
Yeah, man, I think merengue is more natural. It's easier to handle. What's up? What's up, CBN? What's up, Tech Talk? How
I'm,
you doing, brother?
I was chilling until I hear scale showing off. I'm like, what's all that coming from? Next you know that you have a bunch of girls flocking like, oh, scale could pick another leg. Oh, can we find out what you got to pick next? All of a sudden,
Hey,
they
hey,
put me
gracias.
there.
Oh, go ahead. Hey,
Oh, go ahead. I
tu
give up.
esposa habla inglés bien? Tu esposa?
Yeah. Oh no, no. My wife, she speaks a little bit of English, but she understands it very well.
Oh, está bien. Yo soy diferente. Yo puedo hablar, pero yo no puedo comprender.
Ella habla
Diferente.
español. Ella dice que no sabe hablar, pero sí lo comprende.
Sí, exacto, sí. Yeah,
Ah,
oh
I'm
man,
sorry,
guys.
missionary Mike. I cannot speak my language here. It's too heavy, and there's no translator yet for that.
Hang on, CBN, are you Igbo or Yoruba?
Yoruba.
Yoruba. Okay.
Oh, somebody's music is in the background. There you go.
That's
No,
the black
but I
man
think
calling me. Hold on.
that's the beauty
Yeah.
of married, right? Because you especially from different cultures, right? You experience different cultures when if you're married, to into the black culture, the Latino culture, the Indian culture, the Asian culture. I think there's a lot of gems and jewels that you can like pick from each side and to incorporate that and can learn something from, right? So I think that's a beautiful thing, just having different cultures and backgrounds in marriage.
Mhm.
I think it's awesome.
I'm glad when mom with the been active with tribe I'm from because there are three major tribes in my country. There's the Yoruba, where I'm from. There's the Hausa, which is up in the north, and the Igbo is the west of us. That's the
Okay.
three major tribes in our country. But if you talk about language, I know when I tell people this, it's about 500 dialects, they look at me like I'm crazy. But like, I cannot control that. Even when I heard about it my first time, I was like, why is it? Now we're like, when it comes to tribe, language, and dialect, sometimes it's almost the same, but it's not the same.
Right.
Like one word can mean one thing to you, but another some tribe it means another thing entirely.
Oh,
Just like
absolutely.
Spanish. I heard from some people sometimes one word is not always the same meaning in Spanish. It depends on what part of
that is
the
true.
group they're coming
Mhm.
from.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, now I understand when people talk about dialect. I get the picture now.
So,
It
Ruckus,
just
what's your background? What's your ethnicity? What country?
my Yoruba, but when I try to dig in deep, they go into much deeper on clan within the Yoruba tribe
Right, right, right.
because they're
Hey,
like
Ruckus,
prominent.
where's your family originally from?
Dominican Republic.
Dominican. Okay.
Yeah, but I was born in New York though. I was
Right.
born in New York, raised in Miami, but my family is from Dominican Republic. My wife,
Gotcha.
she was born and raised in Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Where
Gotcha.
in New York is that?
Oh, I was born down Manhattan, Delancey,
See?
where all the
That ain't getting
Dominicans are.
Eat Street,
That's mini Dominican Republic over there in Manhattan.
facts.
Delancey
Facts.
Street.
Yeah,
What?
Oh man, but I do not want to go back there. No, no, thank
When I
you.
want to say they're born in New York, you got to describe where in New York because there's like a territory.
Oh yeah, there's territories. Oh yeah, for sure, there's territories, man. So guys, let me ask you guys this. I want to get to the nitty gritty here. You know what I mean? I know Scam's looking for marriage, right? Are you still looking for marriage, Scam?
Yeah, I'm not in that red pill garbage.
Oh, okay, okay, dope, dope, dope. All right, JT's about to get married. CBN's married. Mr. Bennett's married. Now I want to start off with Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what was it about marriage that attracted you to say, you know what, I want to spend the rest of my life with this person?
All right. Well, we talk about transparency here tonight, right? So,
Yeah, yeah, most
well,
definitely. I want
okay.
we need
All
to
right.
give full
So,
transparency to the audience because people are afraid of marriage, man. They're afraid they haven't seen a successful marriage. They barely see it, especially on YouTube. YouTube is just talking about some crazy, which I understand.
Okay. I've shared some of my story in the past. I won't give you the long stroke version of it. But bottom line with me was I became a Christian in January of 1994. And when I made that decision, I took it pretty seriously on the outset. So I knew that I wouldn't have sex outside of marriage. But I also found out very quickly that I did not have the gift of singleness. And like out of First Corinthians, it basically said, well, look, if one has difficulty controlling those urges, you should take a wife. So that's what kind of started the process for me looking for a wife. And so the question then became about, well, who can fit the role? So I went on a search for a wife. Now this is before, internet. This is before, the dating apps and the dating services and whatnot. So I just kind of came up with my own, really hunkering down on what I was looking for in a wife. And I started, I was used to explain it to people, and then I got tired of explaining it to people. So then I wrote a document. Well, first it started like an outline. It was like bullet points. But then I thought the bullet points were a little bit too, too rigid. So I expounded on a lot of the bullet points, and it became a 4-page document. And I took that document and I just started circling. Again, this is before even email. Like David remembers when email used to be like 100 characters long. You had the bangs and all that. So this is before I think Hotmail, might have just came on board around that time. And so I would.
It was Hotmail, US.mail, and what other? I forgot.
Yeah. And you had the bangs, everything with the bangs and so
and
that's very long. So I started distributing it. I would just say, look, I'm looking for marriage. I'm looking for a wife. Here's a document. If you know anybody who fits this subscription, I have my name, my phone number on it. And call me up and whatnot. And I just use it as a basis for interviewing a wife. And a lot of that inspiration also came from the fact that I'm in the IT field like Black David, and I work with a lot of Asian Indians. And it was actually the Asian Indians who also were very influential in that they showed me a different portrait of marriage. I come from my family. We didn't have a good marriage history. Not my siblings' marriages or my parents' marriages or my grandparents' marriages for that matter. So I didn't see it. But with the Indians, I saw something a lot different. And I saw, the arranged marriage concept. And people were like, it wasn't about love and romance and, the right one. It was about finding the right candidate. So I kind of bought a lot from them as well. And so I started circulating around. And so enough, I met my wife at work, actually. But obviously she received the document and it became a basis of our initial conversations, and she basically got with the program. And from that point on, when she was like, yep, I can get with this, we started talking, and the rest is history. So we dated for after 2 months. I knew I was going to marry her. We got married after 10 months. I proposed after 7. So from start to finish was 10 months. And come the 29th of this month, it's going to be 26 years for us. And
Wow.
And so really for me, it was a very practical decision. It wasn't like God didn't say that she was one or anything like that, but she fit the boxes in terms of, I was definitely looking for a Christian woman. I was definitely, certain things, the attributes I was looking for. She fit the bill. I'm not saying, is she my soulmate? I don't necessarily believe in that, but she fit the requirement, and we made it work. And it was that simple for us. So very pragmatic in terms of the approach.
Yeah, very pragmatic, very intentional on your part. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, what was her I guess when you guys first started talking, how was that?
It was pretty well. Getting there, I think, was because we knew each other, like I said, at work. And, so when I asked her out, actually, and it's interesting, her coworker at work insisted that I take her out. So I look at it, that's God working again. So I asked her out. We didn't date for a couple weeks, but we talked in that time period. And I was just very upfront just from the beginning that, look, I'm looking for marriage. I'm not looking to date. I'm not looking to, mess around. I'm looking for marriage. And she was already on that program. She was definitely very much marriage minded. And that just led to conversation. And it just became very organic after that. And we just really got down to, what we were looking for, what we wanted, the sort of lives that we want to build. And, like I said, she co-signed. She got on to my caboose, and we've been together ever since.
See, look at that, guys. And look, everybody in the chat as well. He has no scars, right? He has no bruises or anything. He has survived 26 years. He's glowing. This is what a successful marriage looks like. When you see people smiling, especially in their pictures with their wives, with their family, the whole nine, man, you see it's something that captures the attention of people, man. Like you just see there's a difference, right? There's a difference between like when you're actually enjoying the person that you're with. You're just not tolerating them. They're just not there to the side, and then they come to you from time to time. No, you don't tolerate. You actually enjoy being with that person. So that's dope, man. 26 years, dude. I commend you for that. And man, that's awesome. JT, wait, what's up, man, Joe?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, doing good, bro. How's your Friday?
Busy. I just ran through the door.
Well,
I just ran through the door, logged in. Yeah, I just ran through the door, logged in. And as we're talking, I just sat down in the chair. I'm getting things straight in front of me now. Probably hear like keys and stuff rattling and all that. Yeah.
The keys throwing keys everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. The cat's going crazy.
That's what's up, man. It's life. JT, how about you, man? What, like, meeting your fiance, right? Like, what made you say, you know what? Just marriage in general, to say this is the one I want to spend the rest of my life with.
Well, with me, it's a little bit different. I was first married. I was first married in '94. So, and I did that until we got a divorce in 2001, 2002, something like that. 2002. And from that point on, I didn't know if I wanted to get married again after that. You know, that was an ordeal for me. I went through. It wasn't the marriage itself; it was the divorce. You know, the marriage itself was a process. You know, so but the divorce itself, it did a number on me. So it took me a while, probably about from that time to even wanting to get to courting again. It probably took me about 10 years after that. You know, so about 10, 12 years, something like that. But once I got back, you know, involved into actually saying that marriage, it works, because just dating again, getting back out there and dating again, I had every YouTube talking point that you hear, I probably experienced it. I was just no nonsense with it, you know.
Oh man.
And you know, it got to the point where I don't know, I can't remember who I heard it from, but someone was saying that you have to date with intentions, you know, and once I started doing that, it wasn't wasting any time anymore. So the women that I was dating, they knew my intentions. They knew that my intentions was marriage. And I just learned that I had a system, pretty much. It's an 8-month system that I have when it came down to dating with intentions, because what I've learned was that a lot of women are professional time wasters. So, you know, to keep from having to keep dealing with that, I was more and more honest and intentional with, you know, my delivery to them. So a lot of them, I found out that it scared them. You know, guys, they thinking that I'm telling them something that they just want to hear, instead of they're like, no, he's for real, you know. But with myself, so I wouldn't waste their time, they wouldn't waste my time. I gave it 8 months to date, and very few of them even made it to 6. None of them made it to 8. When I met my woman I'm with now, that was 2 years ago. To show you how intentional I was, we met each other on eHarmony.
Interesting.
eHarmony. So one of the things I looked at by being on there, because it didn't take me long. It took me 2 weeks.
So the app works. The dating site works.
It does. Let me tell you one of the things that I looked at. Who was paying, who had the premium accounts, because that showed how much more serious they were.
Okay.
And then I looked at their profile. So I was very deliberate with my profile. I didn't want a woman with kids. I definitely was looking for a woman that wanted to be married and that's working towards being married. So, I heard a lot of them talking. Like I said, it only took me 2 weeks. A lot. It's a lot of time, professional time wasters on there.
Yeah.
But because of my intentions, it didn't take long. So when I met her, one of the things that I liked about her was because we talked to each other. I think the second video date we had, we didn't see each other probably for that week, but we just talked through video, text, and things like that. And then we set up a date, and then we went on a date. And it was so funny because she was everything that she was that I was thinking. She was checking them off. She was like, we could meet each other. You have your car, I have my car. We meet each other. We go on a date, and then it was just at a point where we agreed upon a lot of things. And then we started talking. And then once I seen what her intentions was, she seen what my intentions was. And we got along and liked each other. It's just been going ever since. So it's been 2 Christmases.
2 Christmas. Nice.
Yeah, it's time. It's time for it now because she has her place, I have my place. But just about 6 months ago, she ended up getting a new job. And lo and behold, it was where I was working. And so she stayed on one side of the town. I stayed on another side of the town. But where I work at is very close. So instead of her going home every day, we would say, you can come and you can stay here. It went from there to, it's about time you need to start thinking about what you're going to do with your place.
But she knew you worked there, and then she
knew I worked there, but when she applied for it, she didn't know where it was.
Okay, gotcha.
And she did not know that it was my place. She knew in a city that I worked, but once she asked me, she was like, what hospital was at this on this street here? I was like, that's my hospital. She was like, really? And when we found out, it was just like she applied. I told her, you're gonna get the job, so you need to start seeing what you want to do as far as staying here with me, because you're not gonna be going and you're a whole hour away from where work is, and I'm right here. I already gave you the key to the place, so I had to, like I said, my intentions was definitely to say, no, we talking about marriage, and we ain't gonna be wasting no time with it. But there is a process, so and we talk about that process, and we walk each other through that process. One of the reasons why I felt that I had to be that intentional is because how old I am. And that's just it. I don't want to waste her time, and I don't want to get my time wasted either. So that's the best thing in the world to be able to do is to be able to be honest enough to say, this is what I want. So I have grown kids. She doesn't have any kids. So we had to find purpose in our marriage. What are we getting married for? We ask each other these questions. What are we getting married for? What is our purpose in marriage? What is it that, you want to contribute or get out of this marriage? And what do you see, us being next 10 years or whatever? So when she talks about that, it shows me that she has aspirations and dreams that is not unattainable at all. And so we start working on it. The easiest thing in the world is to do it when you ain't got a bunch of kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. So man, you just sense like, look at this. So far, 2 gentlemen. They've been giving you guys the game. If you guys been paying attention, they're very methodical, very intentional about what they're doing. Right? They're giving you guys a lot of game. Mr. Bennett he made bullet points. This guy, he made a 4-page bullet point.
Well, like I said, it started as bullet points, and then it grew into an essay, essentially from there. So
it's insane. That's
wow.
Like, and then we have Mr. JT here. He didn't go for the basic subscription. This man paid for the premium subscription.
Yeah,
he was very into.
It only took 2 weeks.
Interesting. That's very interesting because I'm not familiar with dating sites like that. So I thought you just go on a dating site and that's it. But I didn't know that there was like tiers in the dating sites of like premium and stuff like that, which makes sense because the people that are actually gonna pay for it are like you said, they're more serious about it. They're more intentional about it. So that's interesting to know. Scam.
What's going on?
Hermano, que lo que? Brother, what is it about marriage that attracts you? That you're saying, you know what, I want to be with somebody for the rest of my life, and I just want to be with that person.
I never knew anything else. That's what growing up. That's what you're supposed to do.
Mhm.
So all the other junk is the opposite. And I say my parents are still married. My sister's married. Brother married, or brother's remarried. Most of aunts, uncles, and just people. That's what you did where we're growing up.
Okay.
It never made sense to grow and not be married. It still doesn't fully make sense. I'll explain it. I just don't see, because I hear all of the YouTube talking point mafia. They've been gunning for me for a while. I've been taking them down one by one. And some of them are married is the worst part. They're married and saying stuff to help keep people single. But,
say that again. Say that again.
The YouTube talking point mafia. Half of them are married and saying garbage to help keep people single.
Interesting.
But I hear the talking point mafia, and everything that they say is everything that I don't want, and pretty much don't want to hear, don't want to live like. The answer to that, just no. But I can't go back in time and go be 20 again and then retrain myself to know stuff that I know now. But throughout life, I met potential spouses that I dated. I just didn't know everything that I needed to know, or enough to know, or all of what to do. So yeah, they liked me, they loved me. Then it's okay, what do I do now? Is this the right fit? I didn't know enough. So most of them, yes, they were wives when I met them, because they're married now to somebody else, which I don't blame them. Still married, like smiling, showing teeth on Facebook with a couple of little monsters in the background. And salute to them. They earned it. They deserve it. But I didn't know what I needed to know. But I've met those people before. All I need to do is do this again and not mess it up this time, and I'll be good. And then, oh man, I want to say if and when, I'm gonna light the whole talking point mafia up one by one. I'm not gonna do that. But I'm not gonna do that. If I marry a troll, then yeah, we're coming for him. We're gonna take him down.
Oh man, dude, if you marry, oh my goodness, usually spouses start having mannerisms from like each other, especially the women towards like the women start getting mannerisms from their husbands. So and when you get your wife, if you get your wife, man, and she becomes a little bit of you, I'm afraid for you too. That real talk. I'm afraid for you too, man.
No, I probably wouldn't, because honestly, I've pulled away from a lot of stuff now. But I just don't personally do all the gloom and doom and whoa, divorce, oh, child support, oh, alimony, modern women. I'm just no. You hear it every day, and the answer to that is a lot of those women are over there where you're not supposed to be anyway, and they're going to show you, and they're gonna be exactly who they're not supposed to be.
Exactly.
But that's all I got.
No doubt. How about you, man, Joe? Well, what about marriages that attracted you to say, I want to be with this person for the rest of my life, with your wife?
Well, I'm not married.
Oh, okay.
But, no, I'm not married. But
okay.
much like scam likely. That's what I grew up seeing. 2-parent household, both parents in the house. You know what I'm saying? Both biological parents. You know, my sister and I grew up with our biological parents in the house, married, and they were married until death literally did them part. For over 30 years, they were married. You know, until my dad, unfortunately, he suddenly passed away, and out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So, but my uncles and aunts, married. Very few of my aunts are not married. Very few. You know what I'm saying? I can count on one hand on both sides of the family how many of my aunts are not married. I can count on one hand on both sides of the family. So marriage is what I knew. A husband taking care of his wife and his family. That's what I know. My father, all my uncles, all my great uncles, my grandfathers, they all took care of their women, even after they died. Even in death, they took care of their women. So that's all I know how to do. I've always wanted to be married, but throughout life, I just found myself meeting all the wrong women until recently, less than a year ago, last summer. I met someone who's actually worthy and worth putting effort into and worth marrying. I actually met a wife. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
There's so far all I got to do is not fuck it up, and I'm trying not to, man. I'm trying not to, man. I'm doing my level best to not mess that up. I think it's because I'm like this. Like I knew this about myself when I was young. Once I'm committed to something, that's it. I'm committed. This is what I'm doing, right? And so being committed to this woman, that's it. I'm committed. And the only way I don't even like other women. I'm like, I have no interest in I have no interest in any other women, like at all. Yeah. And, taking care of her is all I want to do with the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? In whatever form that takes. That's literally because I'm 44. The prospect of me having kids now.
44?
Yeah.
Dude, I thought you were way younger.
No. Good genetics. Good genetics, man. Yeah.
I thought you were in your early 30s, dude. Like, no lie.
Yeah, appreciate it. But yeah, it's just prospect of me having kids now at 44 years old. Probably not going to happen. So that's not a big deal. If it happens, fantastic. I would love to be a father. Love it. But if it doesn't, c'est la vie. And at least I'll have her to enjoy and experience the rest of life with.
Hey, listen, bro.
If I don't mess it up.
You want a man to be 90?
Hey, listen. If Abraham could have a child at 99 and 90 years old, bro, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, but
that child with a 30-year-old head.
Yeah,
talking full set of teeth.
Oh snap, man! Yeah, how about you, CVN? Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. What about marriage was it that attracted you to say I want to be with this person for the rest of my life?
I'll be honest with you guys. I was looking to get married in my 20s, but it wasn't really was successful because for one, the ideology that was out here in New York City was just ridiculous. And at one point, I thought we weren't going to find it because I was trying to avoid the arranged marriage route and have my reason why. If anybody know my people, my culture, they prefer arranged marriage, right? And imagine from the age of 18, my mom have been threatening me that she will find me a wife. I did not want my wife. I don't want my mom to help me find me a wife. Because you know what? No, I know this sounds funny for you guys, but I want you to hear me out, guys. understand this. I know in the back of my head, if my mom found me a wife, the wife will be a remote control. She will use that woman against me in many ways, form, and fashion. If my mom asks me for a favor or something, if I tell her no, all she has to do is go to the back door access, use my wife against me.
So she wanted to make a weapon against you. That's what it was. Okay.
No, I know how my mom is, but I wouldn't give her the satisfaction that she have. Because I am strong-headed, don't get me wrong, but I don't like the idea of my mom looking for a wife. It was kind of scary for me. So every year throughout from 18, she got a picture of a girl for me that she wanted to speak to. But the girl is not here in the U.S. It's over there. I was like, you know, a flight from here directly to Nigeria is about 22 hours at that time. And they're not over here. I want to see the person here and know who they are. I don't want to. And I used to crack joke. I don't got a powerboat to power through over there and come back for the next day. Not happening. And guys, you know what a 22-hour flight is like to sit on your butt for almost 22 hours? You know what you do to your lower back? I did that a lot when I was a kid. Did not like it. So I was like, In my mid-20s, it got worse. My mom was like, I'm not getting younger. I want a grandchild now. When you gonna give me a grandkid? I said, I don't know. I went to my sister. I showed the pressure on them. I'm like, leave me alone, because every time she go back to the country, she come back, she got 3 different pictures. I'm like, who is she talking to? What family these people come? I don't know. So I decided to look out of my own way of doing things. Now, here's the problem. My people don't like me marrying outside our culture.
Okay.
It's better know that way. Even a lot of people from my culture, people, they had to keep it within them, so they don't want nobody from outside. When you marry someone outside your culture, 2 things can happen. Either you're the black sheep of the family, or you get shooed away, or you get cut off. I didn't even care. I remember one time, me, my brother, and my cousin, we were forced into a meeting by my mom and then my cousin's mom. It was my mom told me, and I quote, I don't want no Americano with other American people. I don't want no Jamo with other Korean people. Either it's from our country, my tribe, or a white woman. I was like,
That's
interesting.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah. They'd rather
Interesting.
marry a white woman than an other black woman in some of these.
So
cases.
I look at my brother. When she told me that, I look at my brother. I look at him there in the film. My brother looked at me like he was scared. I'm looking at him like, we wasn't saying about. I was like, in my head, I thought, why are you scared? He was like, oh. I was like, oh, brother. My cousin mom. I don't care. You gotta be a Nigerian guy. I can take an American. I don't, maybe yeah, but no Jamo. No. Look at my cousin. He do the same squirrel. I look at both of them like, wow, I got some weak ass family members. My brother weak in me. My cousin, like, no backbone, no, I can do my own way. So I asked the question, whatever I'm women from Japan, my mom do her feel like, you want to kill me? Want them to my grave early? I don't want to hear no Japanese. No, I want no Japanese. I was like, okay, what's wrong with me marrying anyone outside the culture? Why can't I say she had to be a Christian woman? Mind you, she claimed to be a Christian. That wasn't the case. Oh, it gotta be from our people. I was like, okay. What about Spanish? I was like, wow. I was trying to test the water and see which one's okay for them. Any Asian one was never okay for my parents. My mom, especially. Spanish, God forbid. So I was trying to see what is acceptable. So I told her, guess what? I'm gonna marry who I want to marry as long as she make me happy. I don't care if she don't make you happy. As long as it make me happy. So that was when my mid-20s. We'll find out into my 30s. Now, thanks to Mr. Ben, I have to confess what I met my wife from. Craigslist.
Wait, Craig. Wait,
I know you're gonna do that. I know you're gonna do
Wait.
that. So go ahead.
I
Let it
thought he
out.
said
That's
Kroger.
that's the original right
wait,
there, bro.
wait. Hold on.
Say
Hold on.
Craigslist.
Craigslist.
Hold on. Is there a link in Craigslist for?
Oh yeah, it's been there for
Yeah.
personals. Yeah, it's been there for a minute. They might have been one of the originals before those other dating sites got on there. Now that's yes.
Before
Now
Backpage.
before that, I was into the personal before, but way back in the day, they used to have those personal ads in the
That's how I
newspaper.
met mine.
You know,
It's like a newspaper.
LTR, which meant long term. I was into those back in
Same here.
as well.
Same here.
Wow, I did not know they had that on
Craigslist. Wow.
Personal
Craigslist.
classifieds. Yep.
Oh snap!
I knew y'all got to do that to me. I was like, oh, I'm gonna hear
I
this.
thought he said Kroger's. I was about to be like,
Hey, you never know in the future.
I can't do go-to shopping looking like that. It don't ever work all right for me.
all right.
That's the place to meet him, though. That's the place to meet him. I always said, when I was looking, grocery store, library, bookstore. Those are my go-tos. I wasn't going to bars. I wasn't going to a lot of places, but in the grocery aisle, that was, I wasn't going to the club looking for a wife.
I'm not gonna lie. Before the Craigslist, I would try
the grocery store.
The grocery store, Targets.
That's
there
it.
You go.
I'm not gonna lie. Before Craigslist, I was checking the newspaper classified ad of long. I was doing it every week, see if I could find something. That wasn't working for me at first.
Really interesting. Well, so you met her off Craigslist. Wow, dude, bro, and hear people saying that they can't find nobody worthy, bro. This man found his wife on Craigslist, yo.
Trey,
What?
shut up.
Yo, come
Trey, shut up.
No. All these people on YouTube be say, I can't find nobody. And then this man said,
Trey, this is off the level. You can't be doing like this. You can't be doing it, Trey. You so wrong. Look what Scam's saying. Look what Scam's saying.
Wigslist. Oh my God, Scam, bro. Scam. Here we go. With the dust. Throw the dust.
But Ruckus, at least you're not spouting out nonsensical YouTube talking points.
There you go.
The red pill talking points are a mess.
It's too much. I think
they're a mess.
What do you mean?
I think they're keeping a lot of
the
people.
Bible. I don't know what you're talking about. They supersede the Bible and common law.
There's no Hey, listen,
Hey, JC, when you met your wife, didn't you walk up to her and say, "Hey, I've been watching you and I'm on my purpose"? Oh, really? Can I submit to you, please? Yes, I'm a high value man. I'm going to protect and provide for you. Oh, okay.
And
this is not.
let me say this.
I'm going to provide you with covering.
I had no issue with Asian women. I had no issue with Spanish women. To me, it doesn't matter from what nationality you're from. My thing was all about your foundation. That's what I was looking at. I dated almost, I can't say almost. Most Caribbean I've dated, I dated 1 or 2 African American. I dated one with Irishness. I wanted to date one from South Korea or Japan, but never got the chance to. My thing is, I wasn't so narrow-minded.
Okay, yeah.
I was always interested in culture because the thing about culture from different aspects of the world is something unique about them.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of respect for people from the Russian background, people from the Irish background, the Spanish background. I was more like amazed, like, why does to me it sound like it's a slight similarity to African and the Caribbean? It's slight way, but only if you pay close attention to it. To me, I like the way of the hospitality behind it.
Okay.
So I wouldn't like go be like, no, I'm not gonna date this person, I'm not gonna date that. No, I wasn't doing that. I had that issue with my family because they were so like, oh, I don't like these kind of people, I don't like that kind of people. I'm like, first and foremost, our people not all that perfect anyway. Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Bennett know this. Nigerians like to act as if they're the greatest people on the planet because of their pride. We just make fun of there are people who are comedian to make fun of my own people a lot because their pot is so huge. You can't tell them nothing.
Yeah.
I had to make jokes with my family. I tell you, don't call our phone. The answer machine not gonna lie for 30 seconds. It'll lie for at least 4 minutes before you can drop your message. I had to know explain them, so I had to roast my own people a lot for that. Everybody think you go wrong. I said, no, I'm not wrong. All the people my age couldn't do this. And God forbid, you got called to school and your father went a dashiki and a hat, and everybody look at you like, "That's your dad." Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. So
Right. Go ahead. My bad.
So I'll do what Scam was doing. I was trolling people in person about my own people, so I could do it better than anybody else. I know how exactly they think and act and everything.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you wanna give them a mirror so they can see how they're acting, but in a trolling way.
Because here's my fear: people keep saying my people always sound mad when they're talking. But what are you talking about? When you call them, hey, how you do? I say, look, here's the problem. I tell you, they drink too much coffee, they too much energy in the drink. That's why all the men are. And I calm, collected. Just forgive them. That's who they are.
Yeah.
Even though that's not the case, but I did it on purpose. I was being rebellious because one tradition sometimes could go be a little overboard. But I get it. Why? When I got older, I understand the ethic behind the tradition.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
When you were young and you want to be rebellious, you want to follow, you want to do your own thing, you always get yourself in trouble, right? I was a hard-headed one. I was strong. I was like, I like to ask questions. Why you got to do this? Why we got to do that? 9 times out of 10, I get the wrong answer because of actions. Some people just obey. I didn't want to obey. I want to know why you have to follow this path. What the essence behind it. I was curious. I wasn't afraid to get cut off, but I wanted to make sure if I'm going to follow something, you got to be authentic and not no setup.
Yeah, you got to be real. You got to be real. It can't be manufactured. That's the thing. I think what tends to happen is people tend to try to manufacture something to try to make it real when eventually that's just gonna break. You know,
I'll be honest. When I married my wife and everything, my wife family is funny. Her dad, every time I give him a native outfit, and he was happy. Go back to the island. He went. Oh, my son-in-law. I was like, okay, man, why are you keeping doing me like this? I thought you were on my side of him like that, just to like come back.
Hey,
I look at my wife and say, what?
Check the back.
Go ahead, Scam. What happened? Okay.
Oh,
bro, you know,
I thought I put him up. What happened?
Oh, there we go, Mr. Tarus in the building, sir.
Let me take over.
I got a PSA for all my guys up here. I know we've gotten into plenty of arguments.
What's going on, brother?
Oh,
if your girl convinces you to go see Scream 6, say no.
It was horrible. Horrible.
Noted.
Oh man,
no.
never mind then. I wanted to go.
Or bring a shit ton of candy or something, dog. It's gonna be rough.
Taru.
Hey, wait a minute. See, one part, and that's something. Well, I'm gonna touch on later because I wanted to ask. Later, we're gonna go down the line, but I wanted to ask about what are some qualities or things that you guys do in your marriage that makes it attractive, and the date night's actually one of them there. But real talk, man. I met my wife in DR, right? I was introduced to her by a friend of the family that knew my mother for like 20 years. She saw me outside with my daughter, and she approached me. She was like, "Hey, are you single?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" And she was like, I think I got somebody for you that will be a good wife and a good mother." And I was like, "All right, tell me more." She's like, "Oh yeah, but she lives in DR." And I was like, "Nah, I'm straight." I'm like, "Nope, not this long distance stuff. Nope." I know how. Yep, exactly. That's the first instantaneous.
Now you feel my pain.
Yeah, instantaneously, and she's like, "Oh, I understand. I know. But look, I'll show you a picture of her." She showed me the worst picture of my wife that I have seen thus far, and I was like, "Okay," but there was something about that picture, right? That I love because it just there was like an aura about her where she seemed very humble. very humble, and had like a peaceable spirit. So I was like, you know what? I didn't see no makeup, no nothing, just todo tira, like we say, just like your PJs on.
Mhm.
So I was like, all right, cool, give her my number, have her text me, whatever the case is, and I'll talk to her, see what's up. We talked that same night. She messaged me. Uh, I messaged back. We got to know each other, and within like 3 days, I say, what, I'm gonna go ahead and take a flight over there and actually get to know you and the family. You sound real dope. And the whole nine. And when I got there, I went in February because my cousin, he was getting married in DR as well. So so I went with my cousin. I was like, you know what, let me just do a double whammy. Go with my cousin to DR and I'll meet her at the same time. So when I got there, I was like, all right, this is gonna be the first time I see her in person. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be interesting. And when I saw her, I was like, damn. I was like, okay. I was like, okay. And I was like, all right, keeping it a buck. I was like, damn, all right. And then started talking. And then I just saw the way that she moved with her family, the way that she took care of her mother, the way that she took care of her grandmother, the way that she took care of her uncles or her aunts. Just the family, the reputation that she had in the neighborhood, how people, just said hi to her, how they just everything, how she moved in general made me go double damn. I was like, yeah, there's the one. Like I just knew it. Like it was just the way that she did certain things. She taking care of me and things of that nature, folding my clothes. Like it was just something. It was just natural. It was not something I didn't have to tell her anything. It's just part of their culture over there, right? For some of these women. So we talked and we decided, you know what, hey, I want marriage. She wanted marriage. We got married within 4 months of knowing each other, 4 or 5 months of knowing each other. She knew I had two kids. I knew she had one daughter, very young daughter. Um, but we were intentional. We were intentional, and and yeah, and to this day, man. I mean, I saw marriage as something. I grew up with a single mother. My father had passed away when I was a baby. My mother ended up getting remarried, but then she ended up getting divorced. Um, but it was something about marriage that I saw there was like a sacredness to it. Something that something that looked like mature, something that looked like to establish a legacy with, establish a family with the right way. It was nothing somebody had told me. It was just something that I saw,
Mhm.
and I wanted that. And when I saw that with my wife, I was like, yeah, like I want that with her. Like that's the chick that I want to be my wife. I want everything from her. I want her to be mine, and I want me to be hers. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? Like I don't want just 99% of her. I want 100% of her. Like this ain't a girlfriend. Like I'm not in sixth grade. Like I don't want to just keep her as a girlfriend and that's it. Like nah, I want her to be my wife.
Yeah.
It carries weight. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it was like that for me. It was like that for us. We ended up getting married over there in DR. Brought her a year later after that because the whole process takes about 9 months to about a year.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, man. I mean, she checked off all the boxes of what I would like in a woman, what I would like in my wife, and what I would like for my children to see. As a
Mhm.
mother. Um, and yeah, man. I mean, our marriage has been strong now. We're about to hit 7 years on May 25th, and it's glorious. I can't say that we've had a lot of bad moments. Like we've had maybe a couple hiccups, but for the most part, our marriage has been extremely, extremely, extremely successful. And to go back to it, it's just because we enjoy each other's company. So that's why I don't understand. Like, I can't understand the fact that people will get married to somebody that they don't enjoy being around with. Like, I enjoy being around my wife. I love her presence to be around me. You know, I love speaking to my wife. I enjoy talking to her almost 24/7. I enjoy it. It's something that I don't grasp when people would say that husbands cannot talk to their wives for that long. Wait, what? Like
Right.
what? Like, bro, like you
We go
gotta
for
be,
hours, bro. You know what I mean?
yeah, like what? Yo, she's your wife. She's your wife. And especially as a Christian man, my representation, I need to be a representation of how Christ was to his church. Right? I mean, I know a lot of people are not Christian, but that's just my standpoint. I know everybody's purpose in marriage will look a lot different. But with me, Christ loves his church so much that he wants communion with his church 24/7. He doesn't he There's not a time that he just shoves his bride away. He welcomes his bride at all times into his presence. And I love my wife to be in my presence at all times. You get what I mean? So that's how I see like marriage is so attractive like that to me. It's something so powerful in just, in just being united to a person for the rest of your life. And but yeah, but Tarus, Mr.
Well, hold
15
on, hold on,
years.
hold on, Toe.
Yeah.
Let me hate on you for the fact that you would able to find one through the picture, even though they give you a bad one. And my mom gave me a bunch of good ones, but it looks suspicious to me. So I'm kind of
Yeah,
tight.
Ruckus, you ain't get catfish, bro. You ain't get
Photoshops.
catfish, Ruckus. You lucked out.
15
got
of them,
it
all
good.
on the Photoshop. Yeah.
Photoshop. I went through 10 years of a bunch of pictures that my mom brought over. I did not touch neither one. You had one bad one that ended up being a good one. So I got to hate on you for that, all right? But I love you, my
Nah,
brother.
that's the real. Like I was saying earlier, when you meeting them like in the natural, the laundromat, like I said, the aisle like in the supermarket, I want to see you with the rollers in your hair. I want to see you natural,
Yeah.
like the made up stuff. Because I've been to some clubs and they look real good in the dark light, but you see them the next day or whatever. It's like, well, you should have seen person I saw out there. So I want to see you in your most natural state,
Right.
undone, sweats on, no, nothing, plain.
Playing, yeah, man. Because I mean, hey, that's the way you're gonna see them for the rest of
Yeah.
your life from time to time. But yeah, Tarus, Mr. 15 years, man. 15 years.
God,
Tell me about it, bro. Tell me about it. Talk to me, dog. Talk to me. Well, what's up?
man,
Give it a good story. Give it a good story.
it's so crazy, Ruckus, because I got married after 7 months of knowing my wife.
After 7 months?
Yeah, I got married when I was 20, bro.
When
And
you were 20?
yeah, so what a lot
Hey.
of dudes, what a lot of people don't like talking about, and this is getting real deep, is that this is just from my perspective because I grew up as a military brat and then I was in the military active duty myself. There's something about basic training that makes us young men feel like we got to do everything in a hurry because it's like almost like in the back of our head, like if we get deployed, we might miss out on all this shit. That's why sometimes, thankfully, I'm not one of them, but Mandrell know the kind of dudes who try to just get up out the barracks and marry a stripper or something like that, just to say they freaking did it and crap. And so
You would have gotten probably some interesting picture in where you were deployed.
Yeah, and so, but I when I joined in 18, man, I wasn't thinking about marriage or anything. I was just being, as far as women go, just a certified thought. And then I got orders to go to Germany, and boy, oh boy, yeah. But what ended up happening was I fell in love with my wife. One, because I mean she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. But bro, she was one of the first women who viewed my economic productivity as a negative. She didn't give two shits about that. And sometimes this is where I understand where passport bros are coming from because I've never had a problem dating women or getting with women. I love all kind of women. But in Europe, you really got to be able to date women. You actually got to be able to market yourself. Nobody gives a shit about your bank account or your chain or something. For example, right?
Also, they didn't think you had to be the six-figure earner. You
Talking
had
to
No,
to
her.
you
they
had
go
to
to
be this
college is
high
free.
value man.
For your education's free. When I met my wife, she was making more than me. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, so
You
she
know?
didn't give you. So she didn't give you like a timetable. Like, hey,
No,
I give
man.
you like 7 months,
No,
or else I'm gonna get out of this relationship.
and it was crazy seeing American dudes crash and burn because you saw a lot of dudes who didn't know who they were without tying themselves to their financial productivity. Like, for example, when I got after my second deployment, I had bought this brand new BMW because you could get a tax-free military discount, all that stuff, and everything. I was 25 years old pushing it. You know what my wife told me, Ruckus? Well, I could still get faster on the public train than you can driving around. Well, you know why? Because in Germany, those same Mercedes and BMWs are taxi cabs over there. They're Honda Civics over there because they don't mean anything, right? But you see what I mean? Like because that was the first time dating women in a functioning country where they literally just care about you. So that was like one of the first times where I was actually being held to a standard. Like if my wife or my friends in Europe said, "Hey, let's make plans," bro, you better be there. It's not no American shit like, "Oh yeah, I'll be there, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna be there." You don't show up. Like if you ask somebody how you doing, you're actually asking them how they're doing.
Yeah.
Not just no American high and buy shit, right? And so it was a culture shock, but then I realized like that was my wavelength because I was so used to living in an environment where everything for me was tied to how much I could produce for someone else. And yeah, man, she really looked at me past all that shit. And I mean, there's so much in between that, but yeah, man, it's my love.
So there's good women like that out there, man. That
Now, there's plenty.
not all women are out there saying, hey, this guy has to make 6 figure. Hey, this guy has to be driving this. Hey, this guy has to look a certain type of way. There's women out there, guys. There's women out there that yo, all they want is companionship with a good man. And he doesn't need to have all these things. He doesn't. He really doesn't.
JC?
Nope.
JC, the women that I date, the ones I speak all about, and I had a mother queen goddess and I should have married and all that. We didn't talk about money. I've never, 42 years old, sat across the table, and even when I was dusted and crusted, never had a chick say, "Excuse me, how tall are you? Let me measure your meat size. Tell me about your purpose and the bag. Excuse me, where do you have the bag? Where's the bag? How much money did you make?
Where's the bag?
Let me see your W-2. I've never had that question. How much money?
So you never had to bring your credit report to a dinner table?
Bro, I'm telling you.
JT, you want to bring your TurboTax to fucking to the date, bro?
Your TurboTax.
You know
By the way, Trey, I saw Trey's question. We're gonna get to that question in a little bit, Trey. That's a good question about how does marriage benefit people in 2023. We'll get there for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Trey has started the gloom and doom with that question.
No. I mean, he has a good point. He has a good point because we're men, right, here on the panel that either married or want marriage, right? And these questions they've been given the doom and gloom stories, which exists. I've been part of that, but there's also the success stories, which a lot of the times in YouTube you don't hear, and that's just real. You don't hear that. You don't.
Right.
So we're gonna change this stuff up. All these YouTube talking points, all this stuff about being we're gonna be transparent and all these stuff, man, because that's how it needs to be.
Yeah. But Jason, according to the media, 37.6% of high value men are getting divorced since and 22% of the men of the baby mamas of the single motherhood. You got to look at the data analysis statistics of the 2023. That's what Trey is trying to get to.
hold on, Scab, bro.
Oh
Listen,
my God.
I don't want you wasting all your dust just yet. All right, I need you to keep some dust right there in the pile. All right,
Keep it in your back pocket.
Yeah, keep it in the back, but don't not waste all your dust just yet. I want to go to Jay Takashi. What's up, man?
What's up, brother? How are you doing?
Yeah, doing well, man. How about yourself? How's your Friday, bro?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
So
I'm
are you
actually
married?
finally
Oh,
about to-
Jay, what's up, man? I ain't
Are
seen
you
in
a married
minute,
man,
bro.
or are you looking for to get married, or what's
I'm looking
up?
to get married within probably more. It will probably more so be like in the next 5 or 6 years. Because like I said, it's mostly
Okay.
building. I'm mostly building myself up.
That's what's up.
Build myself up to be the man I need to be in order to take care of a family of my own. And also, I
That's
do
what's up.
believe in the man needs to take care of business if he wants to have a family. That's
Yeah.
always been my philosophy, to take care of stuff like my father did. Former military. I'm a military brat. Like I said,
Oh, you
like I said,
know. Yeah, you
so
know.
so I know I got to take care of business, and it's not a joke, and it's for forever. And all the stuff that you preach, brother, about you being with your lady, everything you said that's actually my brain, my mindset. Actually, like that's my other half. That's the person I'm gonna spend my life with. It's a union. She's her. I mean, like I said, she's mine and I'm hers. Simple
Yeah.
enough. That's what I actually believe in. I don't believe in sharing. I don't believe in none of that crap. Like that's my lady.
Yeah. There we
Simple.
go. There we
So
go.
that's
And
what I
I
really
think,
do believe.
and I think, I mean, for those who know, will know. I'm gonna say it like this: it's better to know what it is than to know what to call it, than to know what to call it, but never know what it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's
Yep.
what's up.
Yeah, so
You know what I mean?
it's basically the same principle. It's better to have loved than lost and never have loved at all.
That is true, my friend.
I agree.
As a single man, I will say that is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dust panels remind me of that every day because these.
No, I think you should. If that's why it's imperative that we as men we have to take gambles. You know what I'm saying? We have to take those type of gambles, man, because when
Facts,
you are
JT.
too safe in the world, you don't end up learning anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, especially, how old are you, Jay Takashi?
Brother, I'm 31. I'll be 32 this year. But I've
Okay.
got like a majority of my affairs in order, because of where I'm going to. Because where I'm more so seeking marriage is more so in Japan, but that had to do with my my occupation I'll be doing, because I'll be an English teacher over there, teaching English to actual like kids over there. I say kids, actually it'll be okay, cats. Just to clarify, it's gonna be like college students, because cram school, that's where you get the most out of kids.
Okay.
And that's what the people over there are willing to learn, especially from a black educated brother who's about his shit. So that's
You know what
Yo,
know
that's
what I've
dope as
learned?
hell. I love it when dudes go international, man.
You know what I've learned though? What I've learned is that when you put that out in the universe, bro, it's gonna come 10 times as great as you can even imagine, bro. Like your plan is to go there and have a life there, have a wife, get kids and stuff like that, and you follow that through. It's gonna be something that it's gonna be beyond your expectations. That's one of the things, and just in life, period. When we put our mind to something and we put it out there in the universe and say, look, this is what what I'm going to do. This is the direction I'm going into. It end up not only working for you, man, but it's so much of a journey that you learn from. You like, wow. A lot of people give up because they think when they get rejection or when they think that things are not working in their favor. Y'all know that old saying, when one door closes, another door opens. I swear to God, that is so true, man.
That is true statement.
Very true. So if you're saying that and you putting out that's where you want to go and find your wife, it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen, bro. If that's what you serious about, it's going to be beyond your expectations.
Yeah, definitely, brother. And I tell everybody, listen, I'm not actually talking shit, bro. I got my books right here. I'm studying I'm studying everything we do.
Being intentional, man.
Language, and it's just like I said, it's been going along great. I've had a deep love appreciation for that culture for a good minute, because they more so practice peace and calmness and just self-control and discipline. And it's like they ain't out here like with our culture out in America State just going crazy and stuff with a lot of different variables. And it's not jagged. It's like kind of like one set thing. and they kind of they consider you they don't consider you a second class citizen over there, and also once you get to adapting to their culture, you pretty much one of them. Not less, whatever. Like you one of us. Like you
Yeah, the moment you get a handle on the language, you're good.
You got it now because you know you've adapted to the culture and you know how to speak like one of us. And also you know you actually get what's going on. You've been influenced by the culture over here and you understand like what we're all about.
Hey, you see, this is the problem, the big problem that a lot of guys miss out on. Never mind international, but still domestic.
Yeah.
They don't, I'm not saying you got to go chase women, but wherever you go, be into the culture that she's a part of.
You should be for the culture and not simply for the women. And that's why I said they're misguided because, like I said, that's not what it's about. For me, like I said, I've always loved the Asian culture. I think it's one of the most. I'll be honest, it's one of the most ones that piqued my fancy since I was 8 years old, and that kind of like pushed me to want to, go out there and maybe like make a name for myself, but also, hey, listen, any woman of any ethnicity, I don't give a damn. Listen, as long as she is a lovely lady, our principles align with what we're trying to do. I don't care what ethnicity she is.
But it's beautiful like that because you're not tying yourself to this country based on one girl.
No.
Like with Ruckus, right? Ruckus, I guarantee you fell in love with Dominican Republic, the country.
Oh, yeah.
Well.
Oh, yeah, for
Like
sure. That was the first time. That was the first time that I actually started visiting the country on a consistent basis because I would go down. I would have to go out there at least every month and a half. And I enjoyed every bits and piece of that country.
And that's the difference between what I was talking about on the panel last time. That's the difference between lust and love. Because anywhere you go, domestic or international, if the only thing you care about is what homegirl look like and what your homie's gonna think about her, and you're not really thinking about who she is as a person and the culture behind
as an individual.
That, you don't love her. You just in lust.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyra. I've been preaching that for a while. Like I said, it's between love and lust.
Yeah,
me when I love my woman, I will love hard, and also I know when I introduce her to my mom be like, "You picked the right one." Just trust me, my mom that's very like that.
So let's ask one of these. Let me go ahead and actually read a couple of super chats that came in. Marriage and politics and sports. Hey, brother, what's going on, man? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. For the love of the game, let's go. Yeah, marriage, politics, and sports, man. He's been married for over 2 decades, I believe.
Solid. Always gotta clap that, man. Yeah.
Marriage, politics, and sport. Another $5. Search this title: 13 legal benefits of marriage. 13 legal benefits of marriage. Okay.
Hey, JT.
But
JT, I had
go
a
ahead,
question.
Cam. I'll ask the question after. Go ahead.
JT said something about risk. What were you saying about people taking risks?
So yeah, you have to be able to risk it, man. And when you find a woman where you will risk it all for, bro, this is the thing. When you hear a lot of these things that you hear, like social media and stuff like that, and all these talking points, a lot of it do come from some truth.
Yeah.
One of the things that I do understand is when you risk for a woman, sometimes you'll lose, sometimes you'll win, but you can't be scared to risk it. That's one part of being a man. You gotta be able. Now you just can't be an idiot about it.
Yeah,
but bro, there is nothing that is 100% safe. That's why you have these things called mitigation, right? You have to be able to have certain type of basics that you're looking for just to mitigate. It doesn't keep you from getting hurt. It doesn't keep a lot of things happening, but stuff happen in the world. But when you have your eye on the prize, there's no way that you can't risk. When you don't risk, you don't win.
And I think we oftentimes confuse mitigated risk versus gambling.
Yes.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, the talking point mafia did it. They're telling people spend 20 years chasing the bag. And then you're supposed to attract the woman dangling the bag and all the money and then get a prenup. So what's she submitting to?
Right.
get none of it.
Bingo,
But-
Mr. Bennett hit it right. The mitigated risk and not gambling.
Yeah,
A
or
lot
me
of people are out
Go
there
ahead.
gambling instead of actually mitigating their risk.
There you go. A gambler.
It's more calculated risk too.
Or they're
And-
saying they won't risk their money for the
But
woman.
hey, fellas,
All
why
gotta
do you
protect
think
the
there's so
money.
many guys that are scared to put themselves in uncomfortable situations?
No, they're
Like,
scared
what's
to
going
risk the
on?
money,
there?
but you're supposed to believe that they're going to put their life on the line for the chick.
It's either
You
fear
know-
of rejection or fear of
Yeah, they won't
failure.
even put
or fear
money
of
up,
what
so
other
why
people
would they
think
put their
about
life
them.
on the line? That means they're not protecting or providing.
So let
They
me ask you
can't
this. Let's go to that question that Trey was wanted to ask. He asked, can y'all talk about why marriage benefits men in 2023 and beyond, if y'all haven't already? So I'll go down for Mr. Bennett. You want to go first? Well, what are some benefits that men can have in today's age?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think it's definitely something, and that what's been commonly said, certainly for the married guys here, intention. You got to want that. If you want the benefits from it, you have to want the marriage to work. I mean, I think it all starts there. But I think I can speak for myself, and I think it was certainly if I had a son, like I said, I have all daughters, but if I had a son, I simply think that marriage, when you're intentional about it, you become a better version of yourself. It grooms you into the responsibility that goes with that, being responsible for a woman and children, making sure that your affairs are in order, learning how to love through difficult situations, through transitions. I'm going into another transition. We're going to be empty nesters in the next few years. So that's another aspect of our lives coming up. But I think the big benefit is what you become in the process. Like I said, I didn't get married for the most altruistic of reasons. You know what I mean, like I said, I wanted sex. I was pretty much, that was it. I was for the Trekkies, I was like Spock going through Pon Far.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's like this single thing ain't cutting it for me. So I didn't come into this thing with all my stuff together, as people talk about, but I became a better man just overall, going through and being, through the process. So I think for me, that's the biggest benefit. But again, you still have to put the work in. Like just getting married, it's like joining a gym. Joining a gym is not going to get you in shape. You have to do the work. You have to be consistent. You have to put the time in and work hard in that sweat equity if you want to get what you want out of it. So I'm not saying that just marriage in and of itself is the answer, but what you put into that marriage is going to be what you get out of it. And so, so for me, that's my greatest takeaway, and where I'm at right now, where I'm continuing to go. I became a much better person than I was. I actually started to like myself as an individual when I got to about 35, 40 years old. Up to that point, I wasn't necessarily feeling myself too much. But going through that process of maturity in the environment that marriage gave me allowed me to be that person. So I would say that's, for me, the biggest benefit of it was that maturing process. And I think that would apply for any man, even in 2023.
Nice. I like that. Mr. Hale, how's it going, sir? How's been your Friday? Welcome.
Hey, what's going on? How do you say your name?
Ruckus.
Okay, just want to make sure to be sure. Hey,
you're good, brother.
Yeah, JT, Scam, Mandrell, CBN, Charus. Jay, what's good, y'all?
Sir Hale, I'm loving that
nice,
Adidas. Oh, I like that, man.
I like that.
Sir Hill. His name is
fixed now.
His name is pronounced just the way it's spelled. It ain't hard.
Sir Hale.
Well, let you guys know. Sir Hill got two egos. It is Sir Hill speak, but when he went Adidas, he black satin. Okay.
No, so what's your take, Sir? What's your take? I want to hear from the newcomer here. What's your take on this subject? Well, what are the benefits? I mean, whatever you speak your mind about marriage in general. What attracts you about marriage? If you are married, I'm not sure if you are. If you're looking for marriage, and what are
in a serious
benefits?
relationship?
Okay. Perfect.
It's complicated.
Hey, listen. We can talk. What are the benefits?
16 years.
What are
going on 16 years, 4 kids together. So I definitely believe in marriage. But here's a couple things. The benefits change as you get older. So I'm with Mr. Bennett. I get married at 19 years old, and I'm trying to hit that thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to hit that thing. Right? That was my goal. At 30, though, you start to see that that's a big part, but like having somebody to support you, that's a big thing. Like if you are a communicator, having somebody that can meet you on that same frequency and at least hear you, that's a thing. Like somebody who cares about your health and who can look out for you in ways that you might not see for yourself, that is a thing. So somebody who has skills to complement what you're about, that's the thing. So as I've gotten older, what used to be the driving force, like the need, which still is, as you get older, you start to see that there are a lot more benefits as you mature and as you kind of go through the phases of life. So just having a dope, a smart woman is a big asset, man. And then too, it keeps you out of trouble. Like a lot of things that we don't talk about is like you running through different women, it's a time waster. Like you wasting money, you wasting resources. Man, it's exhausting. So having a woman that fulfills your needs says, look.
Oh, here we go.
I'm about to say it's like an insurance commercial. It saves you time and money. You know what I mean? So like having an adult wife does that, but it really does that. Right? So, I mean it's more on the facetious side, but it's a real thing. And I think as like being a 35 years old now going on 36, that's kind of what I see. It's all those other things. That's what makes a wife very valuable. And then you want to throw the spiritual stuff on there. So someone who prays, someone who has integrity, somebody who makes sure that she inspires you to keep your walk straight. Like all those things are great. And I think every man should be with a woman who inspires him to continuously be his best self in every area of his life.
There you go, man. That was
said, brother.
Well said. Really well said. Very true. I think there's the whole communication aspect, right? That frequency, because a lot of men tend to hold things to themselves, right? We tend to hold a lot of things to ourselves because society, majority of the time, they don't care about what men are going through, right? I mean, we work our way, we're exhausted all the time, and we do it all for what? To sacrifice for the people that we love. Yeah. It could be for our wife, our children. We live a life of exhaustion, but that's what we're built for, right? And when you have that person with you, next to you, your rib, your wife, that you can communicate with and be on that same frequency with, that relieves a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. That's why a lot of married people, right, successfully married people, right, in healthy relationships, they go way less through depression and way less through anxiety because they can communicate what they have inside of them with their significant other. So that's a huge one.
Yeah, what Sir Hale, like to go deeper, what Sir Hale is talking about, guys, we got, or the guys that are trying to date and figure this out, y'all got to remember, man, what Sir Hale was talking about, feeling heard. For us as guys who are just naturally, we know that, hey, no one cares. We just got to figure it out. That is, and essentially, our thank you. Y'all are wise and our children actually hearing what we're saying, listening to what we're saying. Like, I don't need an actual thank you. Like, if I'm providing an outline, we talk about leadership and providing an outline in the style of the family. The thank you is everybody's following along with the program. That's the thank you. That you know what I mean? It's not obviously you love the lovey-dovey stuff, that's social, but structurally for us as guys, that's my thank you. I don't need my wife and kids saying, hey, thank you, Dad. It's how they move and how they operate when I wake up every day, and I'm proud of them because of how they move and how they operate. You know what I mean?
Love me, Tarus. You finally said something that made sense.
Gotta hit him with the jab, right? Hit him with the jab.
Hit him with the jab right quick. He shakes you.
Mandrill's old faithful. Never
Mandrill doesn't disappoint with the little jabs he be taking at people. But
everyone's right. I mean, because like my lady, man, this woman, all she has to do, like we're long distance, right? And all she has to do is just be there. And the whole time she's there, I want to be a better person than I was the second before. And the next second, I want to be better than that. And I want to be better than that. Seconds. And she's not doing anything, not saying anything. She's just there. You know what I'm saying? I've never had that sensation ever from, no woman's ever made me feel like that. Like, I want to be a better person. You know what I'm saying? For her. So, I mean, when I think about that, I'm like, what? You're muted, Sir Hill. Just you know it's coming,
I was
right?
getting ready to say it didn't sound right what you just said coming out your mouth. I don't believe what you just said. I don't believe you want to be a better person. I don't believe that you're changing. I don't believe you in it.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to believe it. I mean, that's. But I mean, the fact that you were speaking, the fact that you were speaking while you were muted, and then you're gonna come and mute a jab. Sir Hill, listen. All you have to do, and we've been through this. All you got to do is be smarter than your equipment. That's it. That's all you got to do, man, to make it work.
I think I got you beat by 16 years. I'm 16 years ahead.
Oof. Of what?
Marriage, but come on now.
A broke clock is right twice a day. So, I mean, everybody gets one, but no, he's right, man. Like seriously, like you were saying, my man, you were saying, like your lady, you just like being around her.
Yeah.
That's the same way with her. Like, I'm a person who's down for whatever. If she wants to go to a comedy show, we'll go there. Whatever she wants to do, I'm cool to do it. Some of the stuff I like to do, she ain't gonna do. She'll come and cheer me on. Mm-hmm. Like if I go skydiving, she'll come and she'll watch me suit up. But she will watch me. Yeah, she will watch me put on a parachute. She'll watch me get on the plane. Yeah, and she'll stay right down on the ground and cheer me on. But she ain't getting on that plane. She ain't jumping out. She ain't jumping on the plane, right? I get that. I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I do MMA. She's not getting on the mat and rolling with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So I get. But hold on. When it comes to a tournament, when she comes to a tournament, she will come to the tournament and cheer me on, right? So
she'd be acting out, I'm sure.
But man, Drill, that's the point. And when we
that's
all
one coming
agree,
up this summer
like,
too.
We don't like. I think too many dudes want their wives to be into the same hobbies as them.
Yeah. No, and you know that's what makes it. And Tarus, that's what makes it boring. If everyone having the same hobbies, my thing is this with that. If both of us are the same person, then one of us is redundant.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that we have different hobbies. I get to learn new stuff. I get to go experience new stuff with her.
Right.
She gets to experience different stuff with me.
Yep.
Some of the stuff we're gonna like, some of the stuff we ain't. But fair enough. Now we know we went through that experience together, and that's what life is about. I just don't want to experience the rest of life without her. Mm-hmm. That's how I feel about it.
No, YouTube created this fictional character.
It did.
To the men and to the women. For the men, they can be whoever they are already, and they're already high value at $38,000 a year, a big ass belly, and they're automatically qualified for these. She's supposed to already be a wife. And
how is she a wife if she's never been married? How does she know how to be a wife? How do you know how to be a husband? Really? No, you don't really know until you're married.
But you don't understand. In 1922, the men built the world.
You have to have the foundation.
These men qualify for those women because men built the world in 1826. And they need to go back to the 60s where you can be this tyrant, and then the government supposed to say that you got a problem with the women. That's what they're telling them in the dust. Right.
Time. And does so. Tell them, like Sir Hill saying, you have to have the foundation. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what I mean, Sir Hill. In the context I'm talking about, these guys in this red pill space, they don't mean the foundation. They mean like get married, get in the house. Yeah, you're an expert, subject matter expert on marriage right now. And I'm like, it's just super unrealistic. You all know that you have to have the foundation. Yeah, I'm with you on that, but that ain't what these guys are saying.
That goes back to what JT said a while ago. Like, it's a lifelong journey, and it's a process. And unfortunately, like JT said, there's less and less guys and women coming up with that example growing up. It's now a privilege to come up in a functioning freaking household. That's insane, man.
Yeah. Trey, what's going on, Trey? What's up, bro?
What's good? What's good,
Shit,
everybody?
chilling, man. Chilling. I
I
appreciate your
just,
questions, dude.
I just came up here to hear the benefits of marriage. That's all.
I bet. You know what? All right.
I'm just waiting on the benefits.
You know
I haven't
what?
heard anything beneficial yet, but I'm just
I'll
waiting.
give you one. I'll give you one. I'll give you one for that. All right. Are you ready for it, bro? It's gonna give you purpose. And what I mean by purpose is this: you look at any athlete, any professional athlete that, let's say, Michael Phelps, for instance, he won many gold medals. That was his purpose. But after he finished his purpose, what happened? He had to go see a psychiatrist for depression because there was no longer any purpose. Right? All these great athletes that are not married and they finally obtain what they wanted to obtain, after you obtain it, it feels good for the moment, but then when you can't do it anymore, there's no more purpose. That's it, it's gone. So what do you have to look forward to? Men are built to have a purpose. That's why men go through a lot of depression, single men specifically, because they don't know their purpose. A lot of men ask the question, what am I here for? What should I be doing? They're looking for purpose. When you're married, that purpose doesn't stop, brother. That purpose is for life. Your purpose is to sacrifice and to love that woman, to love your children, to raise a home, to put out good, productive citizens into a society, to level up yourself. You mature more, you push yourself harder. Bro, that purpose does not stop. Doesn't. It doesn't. And that's why a lot of times when the spouse dies, the husband, what happens to the husband or what happens to the wife, they probably end up dying sooner enough later
A
afterwards
few days later,
or a
that's
few
real
days later.
common.
Why? Because they lost their purpose. Purpose is a huge thing, brother. It's a huge thing. You might not see it now. You might have a certain goal that you want, and you might achieve it, and you'll be congratulated for it. But then after that, if you don't have nobody by your side to share those accomplishments with, you'll have no other purpose. And I'm not saying that this is for everybody, because I'm not advocating for everybody to be married, right? Because I
Right.
do believe there is a gift of singleness for some people, right? But for the ones that are looking more deeper, like to have a purpose in their life, more like to a more for more stability and structure, and to actually, to have a legacy for their last name and for their household, marriage is that purpose, bro. Marriage, you can't take away that purpose for marriage.
Hey, Ruckus, can I add something to that
Yeah,
also?
go ahead, JT. Of course, anybody can jump in. Go ahead.
It doesn't have a whole lot to do with you. The purpose is actually for other people.
Bingo.
That's what the purpose is for. That's why when you try to get self-fulfillment in your purpose, you always lose, because you're looking for self-fulfillment. That's not what this is about.
Yep.
It's a greater thing than you.
Yeah.
This is why what we do is just what we do. It's for someone else. When we keep doing things selfish, that's why when you see somebody that has an abundance of selfishness, their life is stumped. You're right. And they end up having to go and get help. And when they don't get help, they die, without any help. But when they go get help, one of the things that they learn is that I've been very selfish in my life. Some people get to the point where they say, damn, I just complained so damn much. They didn't see it because they were entitled. They thought they were entitled. That's why you don't have men that actually really have a problem with Father's Day, and we ain't really getting nothing on Father's Day. We'll make jokes and stuff like that, but think about it. We ain't really doing that. When I go out and I go to work and things like that, being by myself, it was like, okay, I'm going to work because I have to have a job. There was no real purpose that was there. When I got a mate, now she gives me a different type of purpose that I'm working for. Why? Because she has her own individual purpose herself that has little to do with her. So when we see each other, we're out here making sure each other is good all the time. You eat? You okay? What's that cough? You need to go get some, You know, we're always doing that with each other. So it's more about them and not just us two. It's about our whole surroundings. I had to check and see how my mama doing. She got to check and see how her nephew, her brother, and all them doing. That's what it's about. It's about a purpose where we're caring for one another as a community. And our union brings that purpose there. Very little to do with us. I did a video before when I said I did not have my kids for my kids. I had my kids for their kids. My mama didn't have me for me. She had me for my kids. She wanted my kids to have a chance to have a great father. The same thing I wanted to do with my kids for my grandson. The purpose was to get them out of school and all these different things. To then when they get older, guess what? Now they want to get married. Now they want to have a family. So all the things that I was instilling, their mom was instilling in them, it wasn't necessarily just for them. It was for their kids, our unborn grandkids. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on. If we're trying to get self-fulfillment out of this, we're going to end up losing because now self-fulfillment, we're going to have too many unattainable expectations. Let me end it there.
JT,
let me ask a question because I understand the answer of fulfilling purpose. Do you need to be married to fulfill the purpose?
No.
That's not for everybody.
No, it's not for everybody. Everybody would find their purpose
different.
along the way.
Hang on. If I ask the question, what's the benefit of being married? And the answer is purpose. And then I ask the question, do you need to be married to fulfill your purpose? And you say no. I'm a little bit confused. Help me out here. Because I mean, you guys are married. I'm not married. You guys are married. You guys are soon to be married. I'm just trying to understand this.
Trey,
yeah, but you say
your reason why people do things. There's never just one reason. You know what I mean?
The purpose doesn't have anything to do with you. That's why I said it doesn't have anything to do with you. It has very little to do with you. The purpose, you have to, for one, it has to be definitive once you start talking about purpose. The only way you can define that purpose is in marriage. Just like if you have a purpose that you trying to find within yourself, that's going to be with just you. I mean, we have individual purposes. I don't think it's just one purpose. I think every second that we live, there's a purpose for us being in existence or doing what we do. So when we say in purpose, you have to discover those purposes. I think it's more than just one purpose. Just like being single, it's more than one. You have women that never was married, never had children, and guess what? Their purpose was taking care of their community. Their purpose was taking care of nephews and nieces and things like that. So there's different purposes in there, and nobody has the same purpose. You have to actually discover that purpose that you're meant for.
I think the purpose
you got to go through that path.
To agree with JT's point, I think definitely it's on other people. I think marriage is certainly a conduit through which that can take place, and I think it's the way for most people. I mean, we're bred with a sex drive to produce and multiply. We're bred with so again, what is the environment? They take care. So what is the best environment for that to take place, to grow community, to grow families, to grow communities? I would think for most, it would be in a marital setting where a lot of those things are there. Now, again, you could be single and have purpose. You can serve God or cause or do what have you. So that's not going to change. But right. What builds, let's flip it. If the majority of people didn't get married or weren't about trying to build, communities in that matter, again, now also however you define it, because marriage is cultural, different cultural standards of what marriage is defined throughout the world. Whatever you want to call it, pairing or bonding or whatever you want to call it, but those commitments, lifetime commitments to one another, however you define it, that's how culture and society and communities are built. So you're not going to get away from it. I'm not saying you have to necessarily be a participant in it, but that's kind of how we all got here.
Can we just ask the question, and just so we could be real respectful, and I'm asking this in good faith. Trey, can you give us an example of what your purpose is in life?
I think ultimately I've probably fulfilled my purpose. I mean, the purpose that I have right now is giving back to, young Black kids between the ages of 10 to 18 through financial literacy, which I have a mentor.
You was former law enforcement, right?
I was, but
nice.
meeting with them every Monday and talking about stocks and talking about bonds and investing. That's my purpose right now. prior to that, when I was on the street, it was about, treating people who look like me, who are brown like me, giving them fair treatment of the law when I was a police officer. And that doesn't mean that you got a pass, but it also means that I didn't violate your rights.
No, we get, yeah.
You didn't last long.
No, I quit.
Exactly. Good people don't say cops, man.
Yeah, I quit because it's the stories I could tell you. I'll just leave it.
I know.
The stories, the
I've heard
political stories that I could tell y'all about how certain neighborhoods are targeted. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And how the mayors are involved in this. But I'll move on.
Another topic, yeah.
Yeah, and prior to that, I was in the military, and I enjoyed my time in the Air Force. I was a dog handler. I loved that job. I would have stayed in the military had they not taken the dog from me. I made E6, and they were like, all right, we're taking the dog from you. And I was like, all right, well, I'm getting out because that's the only job I want to do. So my purpose has always been to impart wisdom and the knowledge that I've gained over my lifetime. People have always said you're a lot wiser for your age. I'm 38, so people have always told me you're a lot wiser, for your age, because I've seen some things, I've done some things, been some places. So that's my purpose. But this marriage thing is just a little bit different to me. It's the one thing that I can't seem to put my finger on, primarily because I have never needed the partnership or the companionship of a woman to do the things that I've done. I wanted to buy a house, I bought a house.
Yeah.
I wanted to be debt free. I'm debt free. What I mean? I wanted to retire before 40. I retired at 35.
Right.
Like anything that I wanted to do, I just did it. And so when I see men, and this is the reason why I'm asking the question. This isn't a trolling thing. I'm legitimately asking you guys because you guys are married, and I want to know if I take this plunge with this woman, why am I doing this? Because at this point in my life, at 38, I don't see why I should do it.
Can I answer that question directly?
Go ahead, guys. The floors are yours, guys.
You guys know I'm the king of oversharing around here. So Trey, I'm gonna tell you straight up. The one main reason I got married is because I wanted to make sure my kids were taken care of. My wife was taken care of just in case I died. I wanted to make sure all of that kind of crap was taken care of. That was one of many reasons. And being in the military and deploying twice, that was huge.
Real quick, when you say that, are you saying something outside of paperwork? Are you like, that's what I'm trying to understand, because paperwork can handle that. I can do beneficiaries. I can set up trust. There's a lot of paperwork that I can do to make sure that my family. So when you say that, are you saying something outside of that? Is it something else that I'm not missing?
Well, Trey, here's the thing. If I can, Tarus, I'll just be a second. Tarus, when it comes to why you would get married, you got to find that answer for yourself.
You have to discover.
No one else can do that. I mean, like I discovered the reason why I want to marry the woman that I love.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the first day we met in person, she didn't know it, but I belonged to her then. The commitment, stamped and sealed, bound by blood. Period. You know what I'm saying? It's the same for me as taking the blood oath. But that's something you have to discover on your own. You have to find your own reasons. Truth found his own reasons why he got married. Sir Hale the same way. Mr. Bennett, it's similar. They were just horny. So that's easy to figure out and understand. They admitted it. I mean, hey, listen. They admitted it. That is part of it. Yeah, that is part of it. Yeah. I mean, Ruckus found his way. CBN. All of us found our own way there. Now, if you never find that way, hey, you just never found that way, and it's just one of those things. You know what I'm saying?
Can I try?
But ultimately, when it comes to purpose, ultimately, we create our own purpose in life, because the only thing we have in this life that's truly ours are our decisions. That is it. God can come along and put something right, the perfect thing that you want, right in the palm of your hands. You grab your hands and put it in your hands, right there. You'd be amazed how many people just do this and let it drop. They don't want, and they turn it down. Look at how they treated Jesus when the Messiah was sent to his people. He didn't appear to be what they thought he was. He's what they thought he should have been. So look at what they did to him. All because that can't be him. Blasphemy. But lo and behold, It was. You know what I'm saying? So that's something I think you have to find your own. It's all about choices. You find a nice woman, you want to get married to her. There are tax benefits and things like that. So if you're looking for tangible benefits to it, it's not about the tangibles like that. It's a covenant. It's much
like
more than just it's much more than paperwork. It's much more than you going before the magistrate or before a priest and do it. It's much more spiritual than that.
Yeah, I think
like
anybody can
So
do a
hell,
Google
hey
search.
man, did I took your job?
No, Mandrell is walking in his purpose.
like Trey. Remember, a wedding ring is symbolic. You don't need a wedding ring, but it's symbolic of the marriage or symbolic of the relationship, symbolic of the commitment, or however it is you want to decide to commit. Marriage is just a way that we today choose to commit to this partner. Like all of us here, whatever the reasons is, I guarantee you, we all share the reason that the person we're married to, one of the reasons is we want to share our experience with this specific person for the rest of our lives. Right? We all got that shared common trait.
I was gonna say, I mean, anybody can Google search and put, the benefits of marriage and so forth, and you'll get the tangibles there. And that, I mean, you'll see it all across the board. You can read about it in the whole nine. But when married individuals, married women or men, are speaking on the benefits for them, is like, well, it's what's your end result? What is your end result? Because your end result is not mine's, right? My end result, my quote unquote purpose for Cali Bev, shout out to Cali. Is different than is gonna look different than another person's purpose or their end result. Me, besides all the tangibles, tax benefits, all these other whatever the case may be, educational, all these other benefits that we may have in marriage, I just literally wanted to spend the rest of my life with the other woman that I love. Like real talk. I just want to just be with her. I just enjoy her company. I just want to be with somebody and enjoy their company for the rest of my life until death do us part. And that's it. And yeah, I could be grounded being single. Of course, I could be disciplined being single. I can go after my bag being single. I can go after my bag being married. Those things I can do either or. But for me, the way that I'm wired, I'm a very giving person. And I want to give myself towards the person that I want to spend the rest of my life to and see that flourish into having a legacy of my last name and producing children, seeing grandchildren, and making an impact on society. Because I think from the beginning of time, societies were built upon healthy marriages and having children in those marriages. That's why I don't believe in person just living together and then that doesn't mean society doesn't acknowledge that as something serious, right? You're still out of wedlock, but society does acknowledge marriages in every culture, in every country, in however it is that they have it set up. They acknowledge that marriage is something very sacred, where two people unite and bring up offspring, and a society is born. That's my purpose. I like us for myself.
Yeah, I like to answer that. So I'm not sure if we're answering your question, Trey, but I'll say a couple of things. One, I do agree with, I forgot who said that you do have to determine the reason for yourself. Like, so unless you have a need for a wife, you don't have a need for a wife. That's really what it is. It's not a woman's job to make herself of such a degree where you need her. You have to see the value in that. And the concern I have with your question is that we, in American society, we have championed us being independent, both men and women. So you go take care of your own stuff, live your own life, be happy, go travel, do it all on you. And we've kind of gotten to a place where we don't see the value in each other as people, let alone in the institution of marriage. I think that's one big problem. We no longer see the value in a woman being long-term committed in a stable household. I think that's a problem. But the other part to this is marriage is not just natural, it's spiritual. And if you're a person of faith, when you take vows and you make a covenant, it's not just the state and where you come from honoring your marriage. It literally, if you're a person of faith, God blesses you because you've done something that mimics what he's done for us. So Mandrell brought up a really good example of how people received Jesus when he came. Well, marriage is a representation of what he did for the people he came for. And when we engage in that, there's a certain blessing that God puts on us. So again, there's some very natural things, of course, tax benefits, the very tangible stuff, but there's some very spiritual things in there as well. And you don't know this until you meet your wife. Like you can meet a lot of women and they could all look good, they can all have attributes, but your wife pulls something out of you. Now I'm gonna give you a real life example, and this is for real. So when I first met Mandrell, Mandrell was a very hard dude. Sometimes I'm on him like, just me being honest with you, I'm like, this Negro need like therapy every day. Like he needs to have therapy in the morning, he needs therapy for lunch, he needs therapy for a snack, he needs therapy for dinner. No weekends off. He needs therapy. But that's because of the shell that he was in, what he's gone through in life. So he's had girlfriends that he's loved. The woman he's with now has pulled out something in him. He's a completely different, he's the same Mandrell, but the right woman has the ability to pull stuff out of you that other women couldn't do this, right? So you take this same example and you look at, if you read the Bible, are you familiar with it? Yeah.
I know. I'm very familiar with the Bible. I was raised in the church, but I've denounced the church since 2012 after my trip to Israel, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, the Dead Sea, Sea of Galilee, the whole nine.
It gives you a whole other perspective on on spirituality, doesn't it?
I did the whole thing, and I came
back
with a completely different mindset.
Yeah, on what you said, you know the story about Abraham and Sarah, right? You know that. Everybody knows that story, right? So he had a child with Hagar. I mean, is a kid, right? But it was a certain blessing that was only between him and Sarah. And that's what happens when you meet the right woman. You can get anybody, and it can look like it's the same result. But with the right woman, you produce something that blessing is not attached to anybody but that woman that's made for you. Now again, if marriage is not for you, this is not something you have to worry about. But if in purpose, if within your ultimate purpose, a wife is supposed to help you to fulfill that, then only you know that you need that. And I'll even take where you're at, where you're looking for the need. That's kind of how Adam was. Like Adam didn't know he needed a wife. He had no clue he needed it, but God did. And it was God's job to make it obvious to Adam, and you saw what happened, the rest. So I would just say, don't look just what can a wife do for me? I can do everything without her. If a wife is for you, in due time, you will see the need for her, and she'll pull something out of you, and she'll almost become indisposable. And there will be a clear understanding that your life is obviously better and different because she's in it.
And to piggyback off of what Sir Hill just said, right? The reason why people are confused about my spiritual beliefs is because I'm a man of scientific thought, but spiritual beliefs. Spiritual beliefs was scientific thought, right? And I went through this walk with God for the better part of 14 years. So imagine, if you will, if you took a bandana and covered your eyes and blindfolded yourself, now have someone touch you, put their hand on your shoulder, and let them guide you. That's what I was doing with God. So I was able to. I took the term "let go" and let God literally. So now when I read the Bible today and I've taken the blindfold off, I'm looking at the Bible. I've experienced. Keep in mind, you've experienced the whole world 14 years without your eyes, which is the primary way you used to experience in the world. But you got your other senses. Now you experience the world in a completely different fashion. Now you take that blindfold back off, and you look at the Bible. You see the Bible with a completely different perspective.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say this: when I hear people say that, it's the equivalent of say that why get married? It's the equivalent of people who read the Bible with a logical mind and try to make sense out of it logically. It's not gonna happen. The logical, and the spiritual part of our bodies, they work in unison, in synchronous, not in contrast with one another. It's the yin and yang, it's like yin and yang. They mix together, but they don't really touch. But you need both. So looking at marriage in that sense, well, if I can do all this by myself, of course you can. Why do I need a wife? That's why I said only you can find that out, brother. Because your wife is for you.
Yes.
Hey Trey, as somebody who's not, I'm not spiritual. I'm definitely more primal. If there was a spirituality, probably be paganism. I'm definitely agnostic at the very minimum. But one of the things that what I love about it is that as men, you see all the different spiritual beliefs, but we all came to the same damn conclusion. We married and happy about it.
Right.
You get what I mean? Because at the end of the day, regardless of how Ruckus or Sir Hale or JT or Mandrell or Mr. Benner or anybody want to move, we wanted to move with somebody by our side.
Right.
We wanted to share an experience. We wanted somebody who we could actually be, it felt like sanctuary around them. You know what I mean? And for me as a man, without that commitment, that's my self-fulfillment. When we talk about self-fulfillment, sometimes I push back on that because I do get joy in seeing my family do well because I'm like, yeah, I did that shit. That feels good. Two things can be true. I'm glad my family's turned up and I'm glad I was able to make it happen. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. But one of the worst things, and maybe this is an insecurity of mine, Trey, I love being married because I love seeing my parents grow up when they were married. And at the end of the day, man, walking into the house and nobody's there, that shit sucks.
And just to piggyback off of, I guess, the question that's being asked, I don't know in what vein the doctor is asking the question when he says non-believer, if he's having it specifically limited to like a non-Christian or what have you. But I think what I'm seeing from everybody here, I've heard even atheists still talk about a spiritual side, like that non-physical part of yourself, the emotions, like I said, the joy that Teresa was just talking about, that inner person, the seed of our thoughts and our emotions, that is touched in this institution. And certainly as a believer myself, I think there's general graces that I think God has given, however you conceive of God, has given all of us. And I think that companionship, that male-female union, I think is something that everybody, it's like rain, it's like gravity, that anybody can have that. Now, again, depending on your faith, you may understand it with a different perspective. Like from a Christian perspective, again, we look at it as how Christ loved the church. This is how we're supposed to love our wives. We kind of get that connection. But marriage was not just, I think, for the Christian person. You know, I know I've heard people talk about that. But I think it's a general grace given to everyone, and everyone can get the benefits. Just like it doesn't matter what your belief is. If you put a seed in the ground, if you tend it, you're going to grow a crop from that. I think marriage in a lot of ways is similar. I think it's a general grace that we all can participate in and get benefits from. The rules are going to be the same. That's why the last show we were on, people were talking about the difference between, having a vertical alignment and partnership. But when people were talking about it, like how it works out in their relationships, it was like y'all were talking like the same thing. That's why a lot of times I didn't get necessarily the difference. Like, why are we debating over, it's not a partnership, it's a horizontal alignment. Again, you can believe that. But how these things ultimately in the end, how these things are going to work themselves out are going to be some principles that just work for us because we're human beings. And there's certain things that as human beings that allow us to have community and have the relationships that we have and build humanity. It's just going to be there. If we practice those things. It's like the principles of success or any other of these laws that we talk about. It's going to go to the same place.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest with y'all.
Yeah.
I've had this conversation. My mother once asked me why won't I get married, and I told her, well, it's your fault. I told her it's your fault why I won't get married, and she asked me why, and I said because you made me too independent. I started doing my own laundry at 8 years old.
Same here.
I've never needed that sort of domestic anything from a woman.
Yeah, same here, man.
I mean? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So when I say, and obviously I'm just joking. I'm not trying to be mean to her. But I'm just making the point that maybe the more traditional role that a woman would play in a man's life, there's not a need for that. In me, I can cook my own food. I clean my own house. I do my own.
I think I know.
You know what I mean? And so it's one of those things. So it's like if I there's a part of me that I know that if a woman, because obviously I have a daughter, I lived with a woman for 4.5 years. It's not like this isn't crazy to me. I get it how it's supposed to work, but even in that situation, I could see her. She struggled with me doing my own laundry because she even said it. She was like, I feel like we're roommates and we're not actually in a relationship because it's just like she's like, what do I do? I would cook my own food. You know what I mean? That's how she felt. And I look at it like, in order for me to truly make a relationship or a marriage work, there's a lot of me that I have to like sort of, I have to kind of bring it all down and say, I have to allow you into this space to do these things.
Honestly, bro, I don't think so. I think, and this is something I said the other day also. I think you have to find what works for you. This is, again, marriage is like it's a sculpture. You know what I mean? It's mechanics. It's like two people to come together, but a lot of times it's sculpture, and yours can be unique. I think as long as you and your partner get on the same page, what do I need from you? Right. I don't need you to cook for me. I don't need to, like I said, and again, these talking points about, does she have a cookbook? My wife didn't know how to cook when we got married. All right. She did not know how to cook at all. But again, over time, because of the nature of things, she can slam a few good things. She just got on some oxtails in this past year, and I'm a happy man because of that. So again, it's not about, we want to tie marriage to these roles. Okay, she cooks and cleans and you go and mow the lawn or whatever. What works for you? And again, and let that be its own unique art. Let that be its own piece that nobody can come and judge. That's why, again, I get mad when people come at other people judging how their marriage works. Their marriage is working.
Yep.
And if that works for them, if that's their special piece, then let that be in and of itself. And we should be praising and applauding people for that.
Exactly.
No, you guys are doing it wrong.
Exactly. But if you take note, right, this whole conversation tonight, none of us have said, oh no, well, you're doing it wrong. Oh, well, I don't agree with that purpose, right? Because this is what successful marriages look like for them. That they're living it. 15 years, 26 years, decades.
But this is where
everything.
I have to slightly disagree, because I'm where Trey is, and now I understand where Trey because unfortunately, Trey, the truth is, yes, you are going to have to dial it back, because I guarantee you, something tells me that when you're with a woman in a relationship, you're independent to the point where sometimes she's actually getting in the way when you're moving around in the house. Right? And this is what I be talking about, guys, is Trey is a modern man. He actually wants a woman who can just, hey, maybe just fit in. Hey, we like being around each other. But what Trey is battling right now is this old 1950s mentality of what us men are supposed to be. Right. Again, all of our value is tied economically. This is what I be talking about, guys. And Trey, unfortunately, Trey, because I have been there, you're going to have to dial it back. Unfortunately.
Or again, what we talking about also, one of the things people get misunderstood or misconstrued is what equally yoked is, right? You're going to have somebody that can scale you, right? 85, 25, 85 or 15, I'm sorry. And
I was going to say, bro, your numbers,
school, blame it on that.
I wanted to get on that real quick.
It's going to be like that give or take or whatever. I don't necessarily disagree with it.
50-50 thing has messed a lot of people up.
Right. So the scale thing is what we talking about. The yoked thing is what we talking about also. I understand exactly what you're saying. It was not easy. If I liked you, but you can't be in my space, just like you. Have my own space. I got my own house. I bought my house on my own or whatever. And it gets to a point where you be like, all right, after a while, she might be intruding. You might start looking at it like, all right, I don't want you to step over these boundaries right now, because you have some boundaries. And the thing is that it has to be someone that's going to actually have you at a point where you really, really like them. Damn the love. But you got to like them enough where you like, why you got to go home this weekend?
Well,
you can say it.
I want to
Here's
add something to
the
that.
key, and that's a hard thing to do because there's a thing that you have to give up. You're gonna have to give up some shit. You're gonna have to scale some shit back. You're gonna have to. It's a lot of things that you have to do. It's gonna be that whole give and take thing and all of that stuff. Now, when it actually comes, and I'm gonna let you get in, Sir Hill. When it actually comes down to finding your purpose, I don't think you'll be able to do it until you actually find somebody that you really, really like and you willing to trade that off on, to trade the singleness and being with them. I think it's just that, man. We all have different ways on how we look at it. You just gonna have to have somebody that you really, really like.
And Trey,
I want to ask a question after Sir Hale goes.
I wanted to interject something too. I'll go after Sir Hale.
Before you go, Joe, just can I say
yeah, I'll go after you. I go after you, no problem.
Yeah. So, Trey, you got friends?
I've had the same friends since 1993.
That's what's
how many friends do you have?
5. And here's the crazy part: they're all married. They're all married. I'm the only one out of the group that's not married. They are, the last one just got married last August. He just got married.
Oh.
And two of them married their high school sweethearts. So I'm the only one out of the group. And they ask me all the time, bro, why won't you get married? Because they've been like, you've been with women and they want to get married and you won't marry them. Why won't you marry them?
Well, the thing is, hold on. I'll interject this.
Go ahead.
I think a big problem that I see the people making is that they're thinking, and this mostly happens in women, more so than men, but they think that the person's going to come automatically ready-made, right? Like this guy's going to be perfect. He's going to be this. He's going to be that. No one's going to come to you like that. You meet each other. They have certain criteria that you can stick with, and in the process, you make each other perfect for one another. You're supposed to be in synchronous, in sync. Like when you doing your laundry, she doing the dishes. You vacuuming the floor, she mopping the kitchen, she mopping the floor, cleaning the bathroom or something. One hand washes the other, and both hands wash the face.
Let me ask y'all this question. Do y'all truly think that I'm doing myself a disservice by being this way? Like in this day and age of the way things are between men and women, like me being as, and because JT hit it right on, like there's times where I used to be in the house with my daughter's mom and I'd be like, yo, she is in my way. Like she's in my way. Like, and I used to literally tell her, hey, you want a spa day? Like, do you want a spa day? You want to
Trey, you can't force it. You can't force it. You can't force it.
You have to dial it back, but you're also just moving the wrong direction. I could tell you exactly what you got to do, but
you can't
I know
force
this,
it, man.
this super chat. We gotta.
Yeah. Let me get to the super chat, Dr. Nakumbe. Bro, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. What if by the way, Dr. Nakumbe, great freaking stream yesterday with Coach K. That was an amazing stream yesterday. Dude, that was super valuable. One of the most valuable streams I've seen in a while. Says, what if a person was raised to milk the cow, get the milk, but not secure the cow? If they are used to getting connection without commitment.
Yeah, it might. I think he's saying that now that behavior has become habit. It might. You might. You heard the phrase "stuck in your ways." That might be it. But at the same time, I was a man stuck in my ways.
But that describes prostitution, which is the oldest profession in human history.
How's that described?
Milking the cow without securing the cow. Like literally.
Right. The form of
all of that.
Right.
Yep. So even if it's not
nature.
money, it's still right. Even if it's not a money exchange, it's still receiving for the body. And there's a stream. We were just talking about this guy who was having like 8 kids, and he didn't want to claim any of them. He's not married. There are a significant amount of men and women who are exchanging bodies and connection, and they feel fulfilled, and at the same time fighting each other. So that population of people that I worked with who want to debate about, well, what if I'm not spiritual? What if I'm not religious? And what if I don't believe? And is Jesus real and God? But what I remind them is, when you're sick, what happens? They end up praying. If it's a rock, they end up praying to some. Oh, help me! When you're on the roller coaster and you're screaming at him, he's like, ah! Or it's the first thing we say, oh God, or something like that. So we call to a higher power outside of us when we are not doing well. Can we be proactive to call to that same higher power when we are doing well? You're able to find these women, to sexualize them, to use them, to have your satisfaction, your companionship, your love, and to satisfy your insecurities. Why not secure that person? Since they already accept you for who you are, they already make you feel like some hero, some king, some above, whatever. Why not secure that relationship? And what it's come down to time after time with my clients is that they themselves are afraid of the responsibility. They themselves have not been modeled, they have not modeled or paid enough attention to what marriage looks like. They have not they've not taken on the challenge to be in a position to have to be trusted on, trusted for, leaned on, again, responsible for. So that scares a lot of these guys that I've talked to. And I just wanted to bring it to the panel to say, I love what you guys are talking about, but there's a population out there that doesn't believe that they are worthy of marriage and or that they would fail. They get married, secure the wife like in a locking, like a cabinet, and then they change. Like you were one way, and then you moved in and you changed. I have
Doc,
clients that
I have
work.
a question though.
Yes.
Because I agree with what you're saying, but would you agree that it's gotten to the point where I can't even be worried about guys with marriage? They're using this now as an excuse to not even date, not even be in try a committed relationship now. Like that's on the increase too, right?
I totally agree. The society we live in, iPhone 99 should be here next week, right? Everything is fast, fast, fast. Have. Media influence. If I'm watching these videos and songs, and people are not relying on their inner self as much anymore. I think they're externally influenced. And so I don't have to have a relationship if we can just friends with benefits. I was watching a YouTube thing the other day where kissing best friends. I don't know. Have you guys heard about that one?
Yeah.
Like mouth, like tongue kissing best friends. And that was like the new challenge.
That's a new
So,
challenge.
Yes. So Taylor, you're totally spot on. Like, man, we're growing in this message, and that's why I think these conversations are ever so important. Not only amongst the men, but those same women that you want to do whatever with, have some real conversations with them. There's some smart women out there who want more than what you're offering.
Yep. Real quick, World Class, what's going on, brother?
Peace to the channel. Peace to the chat.
I like your shirt, by the way. Is that a shirt in the back? Fire your history.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Hey, you see, he ain't got his Ravens banner up because they about to lose Lamar Jackson.
I doubt that. I thought that very thoroughly. Things happen. But I wanted to ask, what do we start with in terms of the topic of this tonight's stream, making marriage great again? What do we start with? What was like the first thing that we...
Oh, what was the first thing? The first thing was what is it about marriage that attracts you to be like, hey, I want to spend the rest of my life with this one single person?
So we started with attraction.
Yeah, with the concept of marriage. Now, not just attraction in oh wow, she's beautiful, but attraction is like, I want to be with this person.
No, attraction. Yes. Yeah, what you saying? Yeah, attraction. That's what attraction is. So I'm not gonna go with that, but I will ask, why wouldn't we start with parenting? The one way to make marriages great again, why wouldn't we start at parenting? Because where else does it start?
Well, it starts everywhere. We have to start everywhere.
But it should start the proper way that it should start, right? Is meeting somebody, attraction, marrying them, and then having offspring with them. Right? That's the way that it should start.
Wow.
Right? But a lot of times, what we're seeing now is more and more is, I like you, I'll bust in you, and I'll dip, and you can have my baby, and I'll go ahead and get another chick, and I'll bust in her, I'll dip, she'll have a baby, and then we're having all these kids out of wedlock, right? But there's no commitment to that one person that you're busting in. So that's the problem. I think we should start with locking one down, like that's the woman that you want to be with, that's the woman you want to have your seed with, then lock her down and be committed to her and have that family that you want to have in a way that's
And
going to
if not,
actually
wear protection.
in a way that's actually
But
going to raise a stable society, not an unstable, dysfunctional society.
but in every other situation, every other organization, you train before you go there. You don't just say, "All right, you're in the military, go out and fight a war." You train them first.
Of
You
course,
don't send like some corporate guy. You don't. So yeah, you need to go make some sales. Just go out there and wing it.
of
So I'm
course,
saying, as men, if it's on us, why wouldn't we start with being a parent? Because if those two people meet, what are those two people? How were they raised? What values do they have? What ability do they have to relate? So the first thing as men, we got to make a decision to be a sacrifice. Immediately, you should be thinking those two parents got to sacrifice so those children can then grow up, make 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds that are being prepared to be husbands and wives.
I agree.
So it starts at being a parent.
Yeah, we did.
There's no
We touched on it. We touched on a little bit of like what you were just saying, world class, a little bit.
Mhm.
I know I did when I said that it's bigger than us. When we find a purpose, it's about building a community. The first thing is, I didn't have my kids
agree with
just for my kids. I had them for their children. So
Indeed.
absolutely, it's going along the lines of what you're saying. That parenting thing is a big thing because we do. This is what tradition and all these other things is. That kind of is a part that can outshine the external influences, right? Because right
Mhm.
now, just like what the doc was saying, the external influences right now is what got not just kids, it got 40 and 50-year-olds. So it's like, it's like you it's not even, we can't even just look and say because the kids are not mature enough. We got
Right.
grown 50 and 60-year-olds that are
point.
doing these things also.
Yeah.
So it
Right.
definitely comes
Can I get
down
a
to
scenario?
the
Like, are we
parenting
talking
part.
about a guy who's
Absolutely.
single or a guy who's like married? Like, what kind of dude are we talking about right now? Like, how does a
But
guy who doesn't have a child get ready for fatherhood? Like, one of the best ways, like, for example, the way, and JT helped me understand this from the perspective because he always talks about this being a privilege. You want to know the way I got ready for fatherhood? Growing up with a father in the household. That was like inherent. You saw that. For better or worse, because let's be clear, not all two-parent households are good. Some people are stuck with domestic abusers and stuff like
Hmm.
that. But in general, two-parent households, you got a good shot. So when you say start with parenting, me who likes going down the rabbit hole then goes, okay, well, what's step 8? Okay, start with parenting. Well, how do you start with parenting?
When a child comes.
I mean, I think you take that on as a task. Like I wasn't raised to be a parent, and I wasn't planning it. But now that I'm planning a family, now I need to take the task on of learning what it is to prepare my child.
Yeah, I would
Yeah, that's
take a little.
What
I
percentage of
see where you're
families
going with
out
that.
here in the world prepared for this family?
Is that there's no manual, right,
Right.
that comes out of the woman's vagina when she pops out a baby.
Right.
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 Like
And
even
then
if you're
so
married or
but
single,
there's
typically the
but,
baby's a
but
surprise, right?
that would be amazing, right?
It's a
But
surprise,
but I
right?
think the
Even if you're
basic
married, it's a surprise.
but it's the basic intuitions. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because when you have a child, is different in the sense somebody doesn't have a child, they're not gonna understand
That's a
until they
fact.
have their own child. They're not going
That's a
to
fact.
understand. So you can't really explain it to them. It's something that yes, they can see, it's tangible, they can touch, but
Mhm.
there's a connection there that you cannot that you do not know of because you yourself are not in that same position as this father. He has his
Yeah.
child. This is his seed. This is somebody that's going to be a mini him, right? And the way that
Yeah.
he raises him. So, but every human being is biologically wired to have this intuition when they have children to adapt as that child grows. They know that he needs feeding, they know that they need nurturing, they know that they need attention, they know that they need molding, they need training, they need discipline, they need all of these things in order to produce a healthy and balanced human being in society. And I agree.
Yeah, like I can't be the
Parenting.
only guy who's joked about, hey, as soon as our kid was born, we got the barbecue grill gene activated in all of us. I'm not the only dude jokes about
Oh,
that.
totally. Oh,
You know what
I
I mean?
can't
Like,
listen. At my age right now, I can't stand kids most of the time. I'm talking about like babies.
Hey,
If I'm in a
it
store,
happens.
if I hear a baby crying, or if I hear a kid acting up, and the mom is yelling at him and stuff, that drives me insane.
Me and Mr. Bennett around about the
so
same
it's
age.
almost
So I got to
it's a program. That father program got activated, and it's turning off. It's been shutting down. It's to the mental, to the minimal levels. But I can't stand baby. Like new babies born. It's like, hey, you want to hold the baby? It's like, nah. Like I don't even know how to work that thing anymore. Like that. But when I had my kid, it just kicked in, and I'm like, yeah, I'm dad, and hey. So
there are times
there is a
that their kids
grandparent
annoy you.
program, a grandfather program. So when my kids have kids, I'm praying that program kicks in and I'll get that love again. But right now, you can't give me a baby right now. I don't want to.
Let me say this.
Sometimes your kids annoy you, though. That's just real talk. Sometimes your kids annoy you, and you just want, hey, you know what? Go over there.
I can't stand kids acting up. I'm like, why don't you do something with your kid? And they just, and now it's like the parenting thing. Like, when our parents wouldn't let us act up like that. Now you be seeing these kids in the store acting up, or in the bookstore, parents just there, just ignore them, just let them act out and just cause a scene, and the parents say nothing. And I'm like, get your kids.
I bring it up. I bring up parenting not to be facetious, but I think we forget what the point is. We name an apple tree because of what it produces. Apples. So we're in marriage for the purpose of being a parent. If we're not raising children, we're raising parents. So that's really supposed to be everything we're doing is showing them how to be parents. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that would be.
I got you. But I think it starts with the only reason I'm still
I see where you're going
with the marriage is that for me, like I said, parenting for us is I understand my kids are going to be parents. But like I said, just at this stage now where my wife and I are right now, we're kind of stepping off stage a little bit when it comes to that. So now it's just us. And where are we at? I mean, how many times have I seen in my life where kids get grown, kids turn 18, and the parents just split, divorce? Like they were only in it until the kids, because they didn't want to, in their minds, bring that trauma to their kids, then get divorced at a young age. But now, like, as soon as the kids, go to college, boom, they're done. And I'm like, what happened? Especially
like what Teresa said.
Especially during COVID. There's couples, there's married couples that we know that our kids grew up together. We went to church together, like all that. COVID, it was like you lost contact with some people. You get together, it's like, how is so and so? I'm just going there, like assuming that they're still together. I'm like, nah, we're not together. I'm like, what? And that just started. That was just popping like this. So again, it's like what are you going to do now? Now that your parenting is kind of finished, you still better have a reason to still want to be with this person. Like there's still more for you to do besides just the raising of your kids. Is there an afterlife? Is there what's my wife and I talk about what's next for us? In this time. So that's what my only put. I see what you're saying, and it's valid. But my only thing is you have to go back to square one, and where do we go from here?
Okay,
and the little father and grandfather here. Hello.
Can I ask one thing before you go there? Yeah. Before we get to your stage of marriage, can we have had? Is there a standard to where we have had made marriage great again? Where by that I mean by the time we've gotten to your stage, is there like a threshold where we've got children out the house, they're healthy, successful, productive people at whatever age we may say, 18, whatever, however old, is that the stage, like a few stages before where you are, where we like, okay, yeah, it's great again, where we got a bunch of people in a certain generation doing something to make marriage much more attractive, and not just my viewpoint of it being done through parenting being the start. Right, we're starting with that. There's obviously other things, economics, changing the environment, the social issues we have. But is there a point that we could have got that we could make marriage great again before we get to your stage, Mr. Bennett? That's what I'm saying.
I think the time you put in now, again, as I started the show, my wife and I, we got married from the first date to marriage was 10 months. I proposed to her. Well, I knew I was going to marry her after 2. I proposed after 7. Everything else was just wedding planning. So I could have went to the justice of the peace and I would have been straight. So, but I was very intentional. I was very intentional. I didn't want to be a parent right away. So I said going in, and I let everybody know. It's like, if we get married, I want 3 years of just us time, just figuring each other out. Like, can we cohabitate? Because my thing is, look, if you can't be my wife, I don't want you necessarily having my kids. Ooh. So can we like each other? Can we cohabitate? Because again, a lot of times you don't know, and I've seen a lot of people who cohabitate. Soon as they sign the paper, they're split up after a few months or a year. So my thing was like, I was very intentional about having that time to see, is this somebody I really want to have children with? Because once I have them, then if we split, then we all know how the court system works here. I'm on the line.
Yeah.
So I was very intentional about, I wasn't playing around in terms of my intent to marry, but I was also intentional about my desire to be a parent. And is she the one I want to have my seed, carry my seed with? So I think if people start with that, but how many people are starting with kids first and not, but you don't even know this person that you're with before that happens. So I think just taking a step back and seeing, hey, can we get through the honeymoon phase a little bit? That's why I said 3 instead of 1 or 2. Can we get through this honeymoon phase first and work out some of our issues and things like that, and cohabitating and you're snoring and all that kind of stuff. Right. Can we get through some of that stuff?
But those are
Can
wise.
I add a clinical perspective to that?
Go ahead.
Something just to consider. Most of the clients that see me that talk about divorce is because the kids cause the divide, meaning either the father or the mother has been more attached to one of the kids. So when we reach retirement, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. When we do this, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then by the time the kids are 18, now I don't really want to travel anymore. We were going to spend time with our grandkids. I'm tired of kids. So I think the question of how do we make the relationship great again really depends on the couple recognizing when they start to have that divide, not a bad divide, just dad is working and mom's with kids. And it causes a wedge that now 15 years later, 10 years, we didn't even realize that. Wow, we don't even do that anymore. So just to consider that in between stage, when do we recognize we're not aligned like we used to be, and what do we need to do to refresh?
Let me answer that one, because I didn't get anything to talk for a while. After residential father and grandfather. Now, before I got this job, I was always out in the field working. And I listened to my daughter, my son say how they miss me. You don't see me enough. And I start to understand what it would mean to be a parent. This job I have allowed me to work remotely from home. I've been doing it for over 2 years now. I have a tradition. You know, when I was going to work out, my kid give me a hard hug before I get out. So when I come back home, I want my kid to give me a hug because I want to make sure I have that connection with my kid. Lately, it's been a flip. When they come home, I don't get them a hug. I give them a bear hug on purpose to have fun with them. Now, my son and my daughter were trying to compete who can take the bear hug more than the other. And I told her, neither one is going to win. I'll make sure you both lose either way. And I do it on purpose to have fun, but always trying to start the initiation. When they get the bear hug, they let me know what they did, what happened in the classroom. Now, it's individual. I let no one cut each other, because what I did with my kid, I did the same with my grandkids. I got 3 grandkids right now. 1 girl, 2 boys. I love them like crazy. And we came to our last year, my granddaughter, when I give her a hug, I hug her for a good 3 minutes, give her a bear hug, throw it all around, and she laughed, and she asked me to do it again. My mom looked at me like, is she got to do what she likes to do? I give her that type of hug. My grandson, always in my business. I give him a hug. He turned around and got the keyboard. I like, he look at me like, puppy. Thing is, I've always been used to kids. But when we're talking about parenting. My uncle inspired me to be a great parent because what they did to me growing up, they had that one-on-one connection conversation. They tried to pick my brain at the same time had wisdom. Whenever I feel like something is bothering me, they can pick it from my mouth and that call me to the side and say, "What's wrong?" And we talk it out. I do the same thing with my sons individually. I do the same thing with my daughter individually. Sometimes I pick them out. I say, "What's the problem? Why you act the way you act? Why you feel the way you feel? What is bothering you?" I said, "Well, you tell me in between me and you confidential because I want to make sure I build a relationship." And upon doing that, it showed me where parenting is very, very crucial because how you become a parent to your kid can inspire them to be a better parent than you. My father and mother was not a great parent. They do as I say, not as I do. I learned my parenting skills from my uncle, not from my mother and my father. So I make sure I was way more hands-on. But I make sure I build a level of communication that they can come to me for anything. Okay, when Tariq about how he grew up, first thing I hear about is his parent, the parenting skill that he was living under. They inspire him to be a father. Lucas, he didn't have to say it. It showed that someone in his life with a great parent or a great leader or a great inspiration that makes one to be a father himself. And I realized when you don't have good representation of a very good marriage, that drives people away from marriage today in modern society, which is totally true. But when you see a great marriage and you watch how the man operate with his wife, you see how the wife operate with her husband, that acts as something my black man on Twitter say he want the same thing his grandma had. But girls about today's society are not the same like his grandma, which is very understandable, but doesn't mean that you cannot find one. My uncle is to be a father. That's why I love being around kids. So I can't say I got tired of kids. I say this to you. Any baby give to me, I can put that baby to sleep. I take that baby to sleep. I have never failed. All my 3 grandkids, after I finished singing, they were knocked out. Everybody looking at me like
I'm hoping for a grandfather program to kick in when that happens. But like I said, you can't give me a baby right now.
I'm a natural. I've been that way since 16.
I can't.
Every baby I've held, I put them to sleep. Every baby between the age of 16.
Let me tell you this, as a grandfather, let me tell you this. Seeing my grandson is like visiting me all over again. Literally, it's like visiting me all over again. When I seen him, I also see his father. I also see his uncles. I see my brother in him. But what's crazy is that it's a time in his life where he literally acts as a 3-year-old like I act as a 3-year-old. It's like me looking at myself as a 50-year-old. And it's like that right there is something different. Now you went from being parent to now you're being grandparent. 2 different entities.
You're looking at your legacy, bro. Like,
right.
Dang.
That's what gave me the epiphany that I wasn't raising my kids for my kids' sake. I was raising my kids for my grandson's sake. And my unborn other grandkids that I got 2 daughters. So hopefully they can get married and have a prosperous marriage and have kids. If they want to have 20 kids, I'll be cool with that. I got 20, 30 grandkids because I'm in a different part of my life. It gives me a different, again, purpose. Right? So it's like the gift that keeps on giving.
JT. Sorry, I was going to say JT and Black David. I was going to say to pull what you just said into Terrell's question. If one of your grandkids doesn't grow up and get married immediately, they still have the skills that you taught them. They still have the lessons that you taught them. Watch how they treat the pets. Look at the relationship with their phone. Look at the relationship with their home. Look at their relationship with their hygiene. So they may not have the wife immediately, but Terrell's, when we were talking about, like, how would a person just all of a sudden now become, they have some of those traits in them, like when I hear grandparents teaching them those traits. So thanks.
Yeah, I think it goes back to exactly what JT was saying is seeing the future generations, right? Your legacy just continue, not your kids, but your grandchildren and their grandchildren. I think that's just something beautiful to see. It's just as a believer, as a Christian, that's what I want to see. I want to see a faithful generation coming out of my lineage that is faithful to God and His mission. That's what I want to see. And the way that I have to do that is by getting married to a woman that sees that same vision, that we're equally yoked in, that I can enjoy being in her company with, and she enjoys being in my company with, that we enjoy each other's presence, and having our seed, having babies, and watching them grow, and teaching them and nurturing them, and letting them flourish into their own individuals, and then they can go ahead and reproduce as well, right? It's just to see a faithful generation just continue going on, where they can go ahead, maybe 150 years or even 200 years down the line, somebody in that family tree will say, let me look back into the family tree of where this all started, and they can see Ruckus started this. You know what I mean? Or JC started this. Like, damn, and all these habits that we have in praying and reading scripture as a family together, and doing these traditions as a family together, that are passing down the line as a lineage. This all came back from 200 years ago. You know what I mean?
And
That's something that I want for myself. That's my purpose. That's my end result. That's what my end result would like to look like.
And that was my point of taking it to parenting, going back to your original point that y'all first talked about in terms of attraction. That's what a person will be attracted to in marriage, is that I can trust that, because this person is raised in a certain way under certain values that I can relate with, and I can trust with my children, or I can just trust to have my back. It's like that's what I'll be attracted to. She's coming from a family that I'm working to build. You know what I'm saying? Or working to add on to. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why I would start there, because
Do you think the number
when I
of
meet
women
this,
that are like that is on decline?
oh, that's absolutely but I don't really care about the trend, because I'm a man, and I always take it that no matter what room I'm in, I'm the strongest and I'm the smartest, and I got to, which is a responsibility that I got to perform, or everybody dies. It's not a brag thing, so I got to change the trend. And so I don't really care about the trend. The trend is what I feel like it is, and I'll change the
Can
direction.
I ask a question? Just shifting a little bit, maybe a little fun, a little levity or whatever. I get you, Ruckus, with the praying together and raising the next generation and whatnot. But as married men, is it just as important to also support world class's point? Sometimes you got to smack that booty. Sometimes too.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
In the kitchen, the wife's in the kitchen, the kids are in the kitchen. She's in the refrigerator. She bakes. Sometimes you just got to smack it, and the kids will be like, "Dad, why'd you?" That's what a husband's supposed to do.
Hey, listen,
that's
bro.
what a husband's supposed to do. You're supposed to
listen,
smack
my
that
wife-
booty every once in a while. You're supposed to show some PDA. There's nothing wrong with a litlittle PDA in front of your kids. And
Oh, in the household, yeah.
I'm not saying for the sake of doing it, but I'm just saying,
time out.
Because a lot of stuff is nonverbal. We talk about parenting, but a lot of parents, just like communication, is nonverbal. So you
Time out.
being affectionate toward your spouse.
She gets that smack in that booty. Yup.
That's you teaching there also. It's like, okay, this is what a loving husband. This is what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, we trying to be all spiritual tonight, but come on.
Hey, listen, we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty, bro.
Let's go.
Hey, listen, one way that I make my marriage continually attractive, bro. She buys lingerie for me. I buy her lingerie for me. You know what I mean?
Y'all both.
Hey, real talk. Look, we like having our date nights, right? We like having our date nights and everything. We'll go out maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. Get a babysitter and the whole thing. I noticed in the SUV, I was like, you know what, bro? I need to get illegal tints. Yeah, it's time to get 5% tints. We're gonna get 5% tints. We had a date night, wine and dine, ate some nice, steak, seafood, the whole nine. and bro, in the car, like if we were teenagers.
Yes,
You know what I
sir.
mean? Like, bro, we
That's how
have
you keep
fun,
it
bro.
fresh.
And
Yeah,
we
you
keep,
got to be.
hey,
Yeah.
we keep it fresh, bro. We
Right.
keep it fresh. We keep it real.
girl, get a truck, not a car. You're too heavy duty.
You know what I mean?
World class.
I'll tell a
Bro.
little secret about me. I've actually never done it in the car.
Hey, bro, listen. Get in
It's
this.
it's overrated, but
Man,
you know,
It's
It-
kind
it-
of
I
hard.
don't want
If
to
you're
wait.
over 6 feet, it's kind of hard in the
Exactly.
car, bro. If you're
Right.
6
Right.
foot, my wife
There's
is
rentals.
5'11" too. That's not comfortable, bro.
There's rentals. You just clean it out. But
We may need one of those 15 passenger conversion vans and take all the seats out to be comfortable,
Yeah.
bro.
But
I'm
listen,
just
we're about to
saying.
move.
Yeah.
We're about to move next
All
week, right?
yeah.
We're about to move next week.
They don't make those cars like they used to. Them big
Yeah.
jalopies with the big back seat or whatever. They don't
Yo,
make them like that anymore.
check this out. Check this out. We're about to move next week to our new house, right? And the guy and his wife, they were in our house because the guy was fixing the bathrooms, my new office space, and everything else. And we're like, yeah, you know, like, man, this looks great and everything like that. And my wife shout out right in front of him. She's like, yo, I can't wait to do some stuff over
Oh, you
here
gotta
on this
christen it.
counter.
You
I
gotta
can't
christen
wait to
it,
do
man.
some stuff like that.
You
Yo,
gotta christen it.
yo, hey, listen, they started laughing. They were like, yo, what? I'm like, hey, look, we like getting down and dirties and everything. They're like, yo, that's what's up. Like, you know, it just, they were like
Christen that
to
baby.
them,
That's
they were
right.
like, yo, that's crazy that, you know, you guys have this much fun in your marriage, you know?
Yeah,
And I was like,
man.
yeah, that's the way that we are. That's the way that we operate. You know, we like having fun together. You know what I
That's
mean?
it, man.
And that makes other couples, other married people, like understand, like, yo, marriage, you guys can be happy, dog. You guys can
Yeah.
enjoy marriage. You guys
Yeah.
can. This is
That's it.
you, bro. This is your
Agree.
wife. That's your body, bro. You know, you
Here's
do
the
as you
problem.
please with it.
Here's the problem when you do too much PDA in front of your kid and your grandkid. My grandson, if I'm holding I kiss my wife in front of him, you look at me and my wife, grab both our head, do it again. Do it at least 5 times. That's not cool. My daughter, if I'm kissing my wife, ooh, my son, ooh. Oh yeah,
My wife
we gross our kids
Bro,
out.
these kids done seen
If
way worse
my
on
wife is
TikTok, bro.
if my wife is
They done
twerking
seen
and I'm
way
doing
worse on
the
social
Caribbean
media
wine, my house would get chaotic. Why would start to twerk in front of me? You start doing this. My son look at me like, my eyes burning. My daughter take, go. I'm like, okay, we just stop.
Yeah, you know, Black Dave, when those things happen, what I encourage parents to do is to help I'm talking about respectful, you know, not crazy,
Yeah.
Right.
but to normalize it. Look at Mama doing that. And, oh no, look, because when you did the Michael Jackson dance, when you were doing the TikTok and all that, weren't we laughing and having a good time? I enjoy seeing Mama do that, so I hope you can laugh and play with me because Daddy enjoys that. Is respectful, da 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 da. And then I just
Love
want to
and
add one more
affection
piece.
is important, man.
Right, and normalize that, but again, within reason. And then world class, I want to say you were talking about responsibility. I think with another responsibility that men, I invite them to take is for the men who I was talking about earlier, who don't believe in the marriage, who don't believe in this and that and that. If I'm modeling that to my children, it won't hurt me to also model that to my neighbor, to my friend, to the guy who, and I'm like, hey man, you have kids, let's do something together, let's do some events together.
Exactly.
So anyway, I just wanted to say, invite that responsibility of helping that next brother or your kid's friend. You know, when your kid's friend come to spend the night, modeling what family looks like.
Exactly. Bingo. That's one thing too, because I started off this stream by saying that an attractive marriage is like a river of life in a desert of dysfunction, right? All we see is a lot of dysfunction in our society, but our marriage needs to be that life-giving presence. And how does that happen? Is by being inviting. You know, not only do we need to go out there, right, as a family, but we also need to invite them inside into our home so they can actually see it being modeled. We can't be closed off. That's why I love my culture, because we're very hospitable people. We invite people into our home. We will make you guys a meal, a full course meal. And just have conversations and laugh and wine and dine and the whole night. And we'll spend the whole night just in our house, just laughing and just with no TV being on. Is just a whole conversation and making jokes and everything like that, because that's what builds society. That's what builds communities. Getting to know your neighbors like that, you know, offering, you know, neighbors assistance. People don't even know their neighbors anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
Like it's crazy. That's crazy to me. That I can't fathom not knowing the person that I live next to. You know, because it's like you have to know who your neighbors are.
But
Right?
why don't we know that anymore? Why don't we trust anymore? What are the reasons we don't do that anymore?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
Great question.
That's a very good question. I think. I mean, if it's going back to that, I mean, I'll take what you so eloquently said yesterday. It goes down to the root causes, right? The cause, the problems, the what was their childhood like? Well, what did they? You know, there might be some issues there of trust, of actually being exposed to another person. You know, there's somebody that doesn't come from their side. You know, it could be a lot of things.
I tell you one thing I learned from my parents. 54 years of them being married.
Sure.
They used to do this thing, and this is like in the 80s. They did this thing where they had all of these couples, siblings, and just they tried to build this community to be able to put things on the table. And it was just funny because it only lasted for like 2 sessions. So everybody used to had all these couples. They used to say, we have, this couples night at our house, and we're going to talk about our issues. Now, as a teenager, I knew that it was going to end up being a train wreck. But my mom, for some reason, thought she was going to be, this was before Dr. Phil, so she thought she was going to be Donahue or somebody. I don't know what they was doing. Man, it only took 2 sessions. Let me tell you something. Every couple got a divorce in a 15-year span, except for who? The ones that started the shit. My mama and my daddy. Because they can put everything out on the table. They can talk to each other a certain way. And their surroundings, their peers couldn't do it. They thought that they would be able to. But I'm telling you, almost everybody that was in that little couples thing got a divorce, except for my parents. And that was what I said. And I told my mama, I was like, I'll never have you. If my mama liked somebody initially, I'll be like, I'm not going to be with you. One of the reasons why is this. I always told, I tell people this. My mother is a bad pick for somebody for me. For one, because she's been married too long. I don't think she's ever been in the dating game because my mom got married. Her and my father got married at 18. And they've been married ever since. So every time my mama gave dating advice, I'd be like, I'm not listening to that. You're talking about something when you was 16. This was in the, in the 60s. I'm not listening to that. But they were really good at giving advice on, just basic advice on how to sustain a relationship in your marriage. Because a lot of people end up being married and they don't have a relationship anymore. And that's where I seen what my mom was really good at. But when it came down to dating, her and my father, they both gave terrible, terrible, terrible advice. And it was one of the reasons was because of their experience was limited in the dating field. That's all. But marriage, man.
Yeah, but I say one of the best biblical advices for relationship, for marriage specifically, is found in the Old Testament. It literally in Deuteronomy, it says that a newly married man must not be drafted into the army or be given to any other official responsibilities. He must be free to spend 1 year at home, bringing happiness to the wife that he has married.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Forget just that scripture. There's a whole book, the Song of Psalms,
the Song of
that
Solomon,
is dedicated to the eros love between a husband and wife that you rarely will ever hear a pastor preach from a
they're scared of that.
Else. You won't hear that in church ever. That's your sermon topic ever. But there's a whole book dedicated to this passionate, erotic wife and husband looking at each other's bodies, admiring their bodies, and being comfortable with each other. Just total intimacy. And we never talk about it. It's almost like a forgotten book.
Yeah, and even speaking about it, and even in terms of endearment, right? I mean, the Song of Solomon, like you said, my beloved, my darling, my you're beautiful, and all these things. I think men are really afraid to actually like say the truthful things. I mean, like, yo, I can't.
And also in the book of Proverbs, it said it too in the book of Proverbs too as well.
No, there hasn't been one time maybe the first time that I met my wife, that was the only time. After that, there has been one time that I call my wife by her name. I call her baby. I call her mi reina, which is my queen, or my love, mi amor. That's all I call her. For the past 7 years, that's all I've called her. It sounds weird if I call her by her name. And for her
She in
to say
trouble.
no, and the same thing with her for me. Like she's never called me by my name. Like it's always my love, mi rey, my king. All these terms of endearment, right? And we use it not only at home, we use it in the public, right? They're like, "Hey,
Yeah.
baby, come over here, baby,
Yeah.
baby, my love," and everything. Our kids are listening to that. They see the interaction with that, and I've told before. I said, like, think about your favorite perfume, your favorite cologne that you just want to, like, you love to just smell that, right? That aroma needs to be in your marriage. When you step out into society, in your home, even your children, they need to smell that aroma of what a successful, attractive, beautiful marriage looks like. One that's dutiful, because obviously we understand that marriage is a duty, right? But a lot of the times we don't really talk about that marriage is also something that you can damn enjoy, bro. That you
Yo,
can
you
actually
guys,
be
like,
happy about,
yo,
bro.
yo,
That you
yo,
can
yo,
actually
a
be
marriage can
like,
give you an aura, bro. Like some
Oh yeah.
Last Dragon
Well, my
shit. Like
swag went
marriage,
up
yeah,
bro,
10
like,
a
times.
positive marriage can give you that fucking aura, that
yeah,
feeling,
you know
dog.
what I
Like, don't
mean?
be worried about that.
But a lot of people be afraid to talk about that on, I guess, on these YouTube spaces, because, oh nah, we're too manly. We can't express, that we're happy. It's all about duty. Nah, homie, I'm happy in
Man,
my damn marriage. I'm
yeah.
sorry. It's
Mhm.
it's a duty, but I'm damn happy doing it at the same time. And I enjoy the crap out of my wife. I enjoy my kids. I enjoy everything about my damn marriage. You know what I mean? And I ain't ashamed to say it.
Yep.
I
Nor
Marcus,
should
enjoy.
you. Nor should you be. Hey,
No,
because
right?
the thing is, like, hey, Doc, I don't know how long you've been in this space, but I heard these red pill tape talking points, man. But these guys will take someone like Ruckus and try to shame him and make
Mhm.
and talk, say he's not masculine, this, that, and the other. He's a simp. You're
yeah.
supposed to be a simp for your wife. You're
Hey,
Mhm.
listen,
supposed to. And these are
but
guys who are
wait,
not who are not
and,
married.
and wait,
Right.
and
Telling a
wait, and
married
wait,
guy how to
and,
be married. I mean,
wait. And the thing is this too. I've never had to ask one time to my wife what she needs to do, that she needs to submit to me, that she needs to
Right.
cook for the family. That,
Right.
bro, it's
You
a
must
reciprocate.
respect me.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, like,
But
bro.
you
If
know,
you're doing, if you're doing what you need to do as a man, it's
right,
just natural. It's just natural, bro. Like,
right.
you're just
But see,
loving your wife and everything.
some of
They're
that
just gonna
natural
do
comes
something.
in. Yeah, some of that natural comes in for you though. I mean, you got the sexy looks in the voice, suave, and your wife is your wife is calling you daddy-o and all that. So there are people who feel intimidated by that, and so it's easier to bash you.
Yeah.
Like, and we were talking about influence earlier. I've known women to hear someone say, babe or daddy or whatever. You call him that? Why don't you call him by his name? And they'll bash the woman for being
Yeah.
intimate or words of endearment in the community.
and
Yeah, I
and it's
agree.
just intimacy. People don't know how to be intimate anymore.
They don't.
A
Yeah.
lot of times, like you hear women in these spaces, and you hear them talking like it's like they are not intimate with their men. And I'm a guy. I love intimacy.
That
Like
you're
for
supposed
me,
to.
like you guys heard me say it earlier. My lady just has to be there. She ain't got to be doing nothing special. We could be sitting on the couch watching TV.
Yep.
That's intimacy for me. You know what I'm saying? A hug, a kiss. You know what I'm saying? Or just go into a movie, go into a park, whatever we're doing. If we're together, I mean, I'm good with that.
Right. And
Yeah,
You know what I'm
they're
saying? She
talking
just has to
That
be
the
is,
there.
big. You'll
for
get
me, the
shamed too
collar
because
is
again,
the
when we say
bonus.
stuff like intimacy doesn't always mean sex either. It's like, oh, you have definitely
Right,
said say that.
hey,
right.
You
bingo.
say you go that
People
way. Oh,
get
you
those
the
two
biggest tip of
confused.
all. You talking
Yeah,
about that? What
that's
you talking
true.
about?
Hey, but
Yep.
y'all know a lot of these guys, man. They somehow think they can get this cheat code and skip the process because they want a relationship and still move like a single dude. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do
It
that.
still
Yeah, you
goes
can't.
down because they're still looking for self-fulfillment. That's the craziest part. You can't get
Boom.
that out of that relationship. It's bigger than you.
It doesn't work
So
that way.
it goes back to one of the things that, like, what World Class was asking. Shouldn't we start with the whole parenting thing, because everything else is going to go around it? It's the same thing with Ruckus and Mr. Bennett was saying. When they see how intimate you are with, their mom or their dad, man, that's something that, that's going to always be in their head. They're going to be like, I want that. Just like when people saying, how do we make it look cool again? For one, when you are in a relationship, in a relationship that's strong and serious as marriage, you don't make it look anything. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I think that's the biggest problem. Is a lot of people want to make something look a certain way. It don't have to look. It's going to show itself.
Exactly.
It's going to show itself.
But that's why I don't think it can start with parenting. It does start with the basic level of attraction, because let's be clear, you are not going to raise a successful household with someone you're not attracted to. Let's be straight up as guys. Let's understand that.
That's
if you're
why
not attracted to your woman, you're not gonna fucking stick around.
Yeah.
There's attraction.
It would be the same statement. It would be the same statement. You're not gonna make a chick you're not gonna make a baby with a chick you're not attracted to.
Yeah,
I think
if you did, it was a mistake, right? Or like it was a failure.
Ooh,
no, you thought she was cute.
That's a great point he brought up, though. That's a great point he brought up, because you got a lot of people that end up having kids that they're not attracted to. Absolutely. So when we are looking, man, damn.
That was spot on. That was spot on.
Let that breathe for a minute, bro.
Hey, JT. Surprisingly enough, look, nobody's acknowledged this, but that's his second of the night. I'm saying something that actually makes sense.
Wow, say it ain't so.
That always makes sense.
His first one, he did it. I'm still living right over my
I'm telling you, his first one tonight.
I'm just following, leveling y'all up. Y'all getting to
But Terrell, to add to not only the physical beauty, and I know we talk about equally yoked, but the psychology, and as we grow. If I have a son that wants to go to a girl's birthday party and have them do their nails and all that, and mom and I don't see eye to eye, if I have a teenager that's 13 and she's a female, but she wants to transgender to a male or transition to a male, there are going to be differences because the relationship is fluid.
Yep.
So I think not only recognizing the beauty with each other, but how we think and how we will disagree with each other and keep it safe.
Yeah, because this is what I need my guys to understand, like the levels, the steps, because again, the process, like a lot of times, Ruckus, these guys forget the process to get up to the point of marriage, right? Like, yes, we all know that we're guys, we're shallow, we like women who got the curves, who look good, and maybe they got the photos popping. We get all that.
Yeah.
But after about a month or two, guess what happens, guys? And this is what we got to realize. You start going from damn babe, you fine as fuck, to damn girl, you beautiful, damn you gorgeous, because you viewing her in a different light the more you get to know her, or the more you get to know her, the more reclusive you get because you don't like her, and now her beauty don't mean shit because she got an ugly character.
Is that with or without sex? Yeah. With or without sex?
Yeah, with or without sex. Well, hell, if the sex is bad, but then. What sucks for some people is if the sex is bad, then they stay together for a status symbol, and it ends up being worse.
You know what tends to happen too, though. Let's talk about that whole beauty aspect. I mean, if a person hasn't gone to the islands, right? The first time that they go, they'll see like the mountains, they see like the ocean, everything. They'll be like, "Wow, amazing!" Right? They'll go the second time, the same thing, amazing. But once it starts becoming a habit, it starts becoming, okay, it's just normal now.
Yeah.
It's normal. That's the same thing that happens in marriage. You might be attractive to your wife, like, wow, she looks good in the whole nine. But the temptation in that is, she just starts becoming normal. She doesn't become that wow factor when you first met her. So that's
it became the standard.
Yeah. So now, how do you combat that, right? How do you go ahead and keep that fire ignited where you can be like, wow, you know what I mean?
But the thing is, that's why, and I've like me and Skim likely both have been on dust panels, and I made this point, I'm like, when it comes to marriage, fellas, it's not about you. It can't be. If you're in a marriage, that is a very selfless position, being a husband. It is extremely selfless. When you first married, it's about your wife, because that's the extent of your family. It's just you and your wife. When you have kids, it's about your wife and your children. especially the children. They're the primary now, because those are the young ones who are growing up. That's the future. You know what I mean? So, and when you hear people talk these days, it's always in a selfish context. And then when people are dating these days, people who are dating these days, they're always talking talk about dating and relationships in a selfish context. Yeah. But if it's extremely selfless, and it has to be. Otherwise, the marriage is not going to work. Neither is your relationship. You probably wouldn't even make it to marriage.
Yeah, it's just sacrificial.
Isn't that all adult relationship?
But here, Mandra, the way you described it and the way it's generally talked about, it just, once again, we keep talking about relationships like we handcuffed to each other.
You're not handcuffed to each other. No, it's not. It's not. Here's the thing. No, Tarus, it's not. I don't know how you even took it that way.
No,
but if you're,
that's how they talk about it.
Well, yeah, they talk about it that way. Yeah, they do. They talk about it like that, like it's jail or something. Yeah. Here's the thing. Like it's jail or something. But the thing is, like, yeah, right, JT. Like it can't be jail. You know what I'm saying? Like that person can. And then they talk about, well, you know, like they lord over the wife and the kids. They're like, that woman can walk out, pack her grip, and walk out the door anytime she wants to. What happened to your so-called power?
Well, it goes to those it goes to those red pill talking points of women getting away with stuff. If you watch your mom and these females that raise you get away with stuff day in, day out, then your value system becomes escapism. And a part of that escapism is I can always flee and run. Then being in a relationship is like jail.
And it's pointless. Wait, hold on. But then it's pointless though. If you could just, my thing is this: if you in a marriage, especially in a marriage, if you're in a marriage, like for me, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. I am not getting. Look, no, divorce ain't in my vocabulary. I'm not even giving her signing no prenups, none of that bullshit. It's for life. I mean, because the thing is, when we like say the day the day comes. And I'm blessed. The good Lord blesses me to get married, and I'm married. I made the lifelong commitment to her long before that wedding day. Yeah. So for me, mentally, in every way that counts, apart from the ceremony, I've been married to her.
Yeah, the ceremony is just a formality.
See, yeah, the ceremony is just a formality. It's just a formality. It's just.
And even the ring is just a symbol. I mean, I lost my wedding ring like 12 years ago. So I wear all these like other kind of rings, colored rings, and all that, just to have some on my finger, but not one iota of my
just getting t-shirts. I ain't getting no more rings.
Silicone rings, the multicolor. So like I'm wearing my Celtic green, so I got a Celtic green when I got the whole rainbow. I just put on what I gotta put on. But I never
what ring are you rocking?
He's gonna get a wallet with a card. Get a wallet with a card.
JT, what does the engagement ring look like?
So what now?
What did the ring look like, JT?
Hold on. What
that ring look like when you proposed to her?
It's gonna be zirconia. It's not.
No, it's not.
No, Jack in the box. No, get the Cracker Jack.
Let me tell you something. Right now, she already told me. She already told me the ring she won already. She already, because I told you it's intentional. Our relationship is very intentional. I already told her my intentions is marrying you. So
let me ask you that. That's a good segue.
Mm-hmm.
Should the ring? Let's say you give a ring, and if she doesn't like it. Is that like a red flag that you should say, nah, she's not?
No.
You don't think so? You mean if it looks too cheap as an engagement ring, and she's like, no, I ain't feeling that. You wouldn't think that's a red flag?
No, I mean, like it's only been 2 years. It's only been 2 years. She likes jewelry. I've given her jewelry pretty much all the time. Jewelry, purses, things like that. The ring itself, we had to have a conversation. She already told me the type of ring, the style that she wants. It's not the ring that's making the marriage, for one. This is the thing where it comes down to, it's just a part of my commitment to her as far as our celebration, right? I know she likes certain things. So I'm going to get
You
that
know
for her,
her.
especially
Brown, that's
on the day that she deserves to have is for me to be her husband. She's deserving of that. Now, we've already talked about weddings. Neither one of us want to, go and have this big old hoopla and all that stuff. But I think that there is a celebration that we need, just like she agrees. We haven't agreed on how we want to celebrate it. We said that we want to take it and go to another country or some shit like that, or whatever it is that we come up with. We're not so invested into that day. You know what I'm saying? We're not invested into the jewelry. We're actually invested into each other right now. What we're planning, what we're doing right now, we got to get our benefits together. You know what I'm saying? The accounts together. This is why I say it's a process. Beneficiaries, with all these different things, because we don't know what else can occur. And my whole thing is this: if it happens that I'm not going to be here anymore, or we have to make sure each other at least have some type of, benefits when it comes down to that. We're actually talking about the brass tacks of being together. I don't want to, because I have kids and, from my previous marriage and everything like that. So I don't want my paperwork to be all messed up. I'm not here and now everybody is all in the uproar. I don't know what's going on when I'm gone. I just don't. So I got to prepare right now for that. So it's more the brass tacks of being together. Like I said, when I got with her, man, you talking about I'm a 50-year-old dude. I done lived a lot of lives, man. I done went through all types of heartbreaks. I done broke hearts. I done did all of that. I'm at a time in my life now where I'm getting ready to retire from doing what I'm doing now. I'm never going to retire from life. I've seen how that shit look. People die right after they retire. So it's not going to be that. I just want to go to a different level of life, and I want to be able to share it with someone that also want to do it. I want to be able to share that. It's not we're not trying to make it too goddamn complicated. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to be as simplistic as possible when it comes down to this whole thing, because our concentration now is enjoying life with one another, and we both still work hard and all of these different things. I've taken off. I think the longest I've ever taken off from work and being in the work field is probably about two weeks. After about 6 days, man, I don't care if I was on another trip. I feel kind of lost. So I know if I retire and I do nothing, what the hell? No, damn that. Because I got all different other type of purposes that's out there. The job that I have right now, I deal with other people. I make other people's lives. I make a difference in other people's lives. So that's a purpose that I have on the outside. And she does the same thing.
Yeah.
So
hold on, JT. Hold on, Doctor. Did you have a question for me?
Yes, I just want to throw in a challenge, and then I'm gonna jump off in case someone else wants to get on. I don't want to hold space. Here's a couple of challenges. Earlier, we were talking about our parents raising us and modeling and observing. If I have a mother that gets up at 2 a.m. to change my brother's diaper and she cracks her toe, pow! And then she's up at 5 or 6 a.m. preparing dad's meal and breakfast and day for work. But mom and dad get into it every once in a while, and I watch her endure. See, that they don't believe in divorce. I watch her endure his attitude, so on and so on. But I start to develop what's called hostility towards my mom, because I'm thinking, Mom, you're a strong woman. You broke your toe and still got up at 6 a.m. to do blah, 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 blah. Why are you allowing this man X, Y, and Z? Now move forward to this marriage. Back to Teros, either with sex, but usually right after sex. And then the belief of, well, is it about me or about, but if we're teaching the wife's duty is to X, Y, and Z, and for those who get caught up in that, like they believe the duty and they've dismissed their role, add in the hostility, meaning I'm dating my wife, but really I'm looking for the nurturing that I hoped that my mom would have given to me. So I'm dating my mom for nurturing and then being wicked to her to prove, like, you need to prove you're going to be my wife. You need to prove we can get through hard times. You need to prove that you're mine. And it's always this constant prove because he did not know he suffers from inadequacy. It's never enough, never enough, never enough.
Yeah.
So my final point is I encourage and invite men to do a lot of internal work as you're seeking this person you're going to be responsible for, that you're taking care of, and you're leading and growing your family with. Please make sure your house is in order. Do some of that internal work.
Well,
and if you don't know it's needed and the wife says it later or someone says it, hey, pay attention to that and go get the help.
Well, Doug, I got that's hold on. Doug, that's why I got 2 therapists right now. No shit. For 2 different reasons. You know what I'm saying? But it's more like insurance, like you said, cleaning house. Yeah, just flushing everything out. You know what I'm saying? And it gives you clarity. Therapy does work, people.
That's
and the thing is, and I hear what you're saying about the. I also hear what you're saying about the some guys looking for that nurturing from their wife or girlfriend that they got from their mother. Yeah, I mean, you can't look to your woman to love you like your mama does because it's not in her to love you like your mother does. That's your mother. This is your woman. 2 different people. Besides, my mother wasn't a very nurturing person.
But they're looking for the element.
She was, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is, when it comes to nurturing, I'm like, this is weird. You know what I'm saying? Like this,
But there's the element.
I had to put in my head, like, okay, sit back, let her do her job.
Yeah. How many jobs do you have?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
In what context?
You're just like, how busy are you?
These days I'm very busy.
Yeah, it gives you a sense of purpose.
Well, I mean, yeah, I have a mission to do. I mean, it's like I said, it's most of my day is spent on self-improvement, self-work.
Yeah,
most of my days is spent on that. So I mean, like now at least. So
so the suggestion is most of that time that you're working on self-improvement now, you're robbing your wife from. So even though you're not looking for your mama in your wife, the nurturing, it doesn't matter who it comes from, it was your first nurturer. That's most important. The first nurturer, we look for that throughout life. And the other problem is, even though the relationship is going well because I did get some help, please remember stimuli makes a difference. A conversation at 2 in the afternoon with Dr. Nakumbi, and I didn't mean to call you a bitch, and I'm sorry, and I didn't mean it, and you're not a bitch after all, and I love you. That's different at 2 a.m. when I'm saying, bitch, get your ass. So the point is,
yeah, but my thing is like, my thing is like, why is that in your vocabulary when you're talking to your wife, though?
But no, not those words. What I'm saying is stimuli. What looks like one thing at 20 years old looks different at 30 years old, looks 40, and the stimuli might hit differently. And the man or woman needs to also prepare for that adjustment as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like here's like for me, the therapy is like you guys said you noticed a change in me, right? Like when y'all first met me up until now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because I kept a lot of stuff like that was already there, walled off. The good shit, you know, so the good stuff in me. And when I met the woman, you know, my current woman is, you know, the second, like I told you, the second we met in person, I committed to her. Like I was like, okay, if she really is on this plane, yeah, that's it. Because she just showed up, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, I was hers, and she didn't even know it. But I had to remove all those layers off, because you know I've been through stuff myself, and you keep things walled off. You had bad experiences in relationships, so you know what you're capable of. I'm capable of unconditional love. That is dangerous. That is a double-edged sword. On one end, it's extremely good for one person, very bad for me if it goes the wrong way. So doing self-work and self-work myself, that's why you saw the gradual improvements. You know what I'm saying? However, doing it on my own was my mistake. It affected my relationship. I was neglecting her while trying to do all that work on my own. You know what I'm saying? And listen, what I'm saying is
Black men of us say, "Oh man,
Yeah, yeah.
Aw.
But here's the thing. Yeah, it affected my. Yeah, it did. And so
No,
the thing
I'm
is,
laughing because I didn't know about your post office job. That's pretty.
I don't work at the post
weird.
office.
Oh,
I don't work
all
at the post
right,
office. But you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
man does
He's
a
trolling.
for the
He's
post.
trolling.
Get them dollars.
No, he's trolling. So my thing is,
Oh, snap.
I'm doing it. Look, and my sister told me I should be more open on these panels, and it's so uncomfortable being open on the internet. My hands are shaking, and my hands never shake. They're literally shaking right now. I'm uncomfortable with this shit, Noble. So anyway, yeah, these days I have, like I said, I got 2 therapists working on, and I do the daily work every single day. I'm working on my body, my spirit, my mind, my soul, the whole 9 yards. While I have the
Absolutely.
time, because right now I have the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because next month I'm going to be doing something that's going to require more time. It's going to require some time. So while I have the time, and I've been doing the work since the whole full gambit since January. So and the thing is, people are like, I see the growth here. I see the growth. I'm like, it's not growth. I'm just unleashing what was already there. And the weird shit is, Doc, is that the weirdest part was, okay, I got to unlock, but it's like mixing that in with what you all, mixing it all together and finding equilibrium, balance. That was the weirdest part. You know what I'm saying? But I say to everybody, before you get married, if you meet someone and you know this person is worth it, get the help then. Day one, go to therapy. I don't care what you got to do. Go to therapy, talk to a pastor. My godfather is a pastor. I talked to him. He's one of my spiritual advisors. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, waiting too long will bleed. And so I see what you said tonight, Doc. It really does resonate with me because, I was doing it on my own. That wasn't enough, bruh. And it affected my relationship in a very bad way. And I'm guilty as shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
We all are. I salute you. We all are in some way. So I salute you for doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be done.
Facts, man, Drill.
Do you guys have I guess the guys in marriage, do you guys have like a mentor in your life, like that you guys look up to, somebody that has been there in the game longer than you have, giving you pointers and so forth? Because I have 2 people actually.
My pops.
You got it. Oh, okay.
Pops, nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
mentor
actually,
for me.
I have a counselor, therapist, business coach, therapist, and my dad.
Honestly, it's getting harder at this point because either people are dropping off or they're no longer here. I mean, like I said, my early influence was actually the Asian Indians really gave me a total remodel or how to think about marriage with the range thing and whatnot. They got me totally thinking a different way. And certainly a lot of those early mentors early on, they helped me through the early years of it. And, people move away and whatnot. But at this point now, there's few people that in our inner circle that have been married longer than us. Just in our
do we consider therapists mentors?
What's
mentors? That? We don't consider therapists mentors, do we?
No.
For me, I have someone, a support person. If I need to talk to them, bounce ideas.
Okay.
I'm with Mr. Bennett. I'm with Mr. Bennett. I had got it earlier in my life where, I was in my 20s, and most of the people that I've had as mentors and things like that, they were basically not just for my because I was in the military for a while, but not only were they for my career, but it was also for personal life and everything else. But as I've gotten older, it's not really anybody that's even above where I'm at right now. A lot of people have. My circle is small. It's just when you get older, the smaller your circle gets. That's just basically what it is.
Yeah, it is.
So, and there's also
So I tend to I do a lot of reading now. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot of exploring documentaries and all these different things that I do also. But talking with you guys, talking with other people, I have a mom. I'm not turned off to anything. It's just so happened.
Agreed. Yeah. And it's a definitely mindset change where I said to myself, like I don't say, or I stopped saying a while ago, especially like I said during the COVID time, I don't say I've been married 25 years. I stopped saying that. I say, just like in sports, like every team has a season. So I'm in my 26th season, and God willing, when we get to the 29th of this month, I'll be starting my 27th season. What that does is it allows me to enjoy this fellowship, because we got Brother JT's about to get married. CBN's been married for a while. Tarut's been married 15 years. Or Mandrell's about to get married.
12, 13.
I can pick up something from anybody, but if I come in with a chip on my shoulder saying I've been married longer than anybody on this panel, it blocks my ability to absorb information. So my ego, my mindset is such where I can, I'm in that frame where I'm just looking to absorb. I take this a year at a time, and I can learn from the rookies, so to speak. The rookies got something to teach.
Yes,
so I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah.
And so that's a recent change that I made that allows me to, stay in this space and be like, everybody's been hitting tonight on everything. And it's because of that mindset. I'm not coming in with a chip like I don't know everything just because I've been married the longest. No, I'm about to start year 27, new team just like that. We have free agency, people leave. Like I said, Lamar Jackson may leave.
Start with a bang.
Ravens. So free agency drafts, we drafted new team, new whatever. We new clothes, new uniforms. We going into this next season, and we just gonna take it as it comes. So so it's that mindset that I think that it's been useful for us. The longer we've been married, I'm not taking nothing for granted at this point. Nothing.
No doubt.
Hey, so basically, you won the Super Bowl 27 times.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Like JT,
I got 25 in. I'm
about to win.
Right.
JT, he's a winner. He's a winner.
JT, he's a winner. He's won the Super Bowl 25 times. We just in the playoffs on our first one.
Right.
I'm just in the playoffs on my first.
You see that Super Bowl hangover. I'm about to get that Super Bowl hangover, though, right? You see that right? The Super Bowl next year, you 6-10, sitting on the outside.
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that for my marriage. I'm getting my 7th championship ring.
Ruckus. How many years you been married, Ruckus?
I'm about to hit 7.
So you done won the Super Bowl 7 times.
No, I'm gonna win my 7th championship basketball ring, bro. I'm gonna be greater than Jordan.
Hey, man, I was you know how it is. When they get the ring, right? They want that money. They want that contract extension. You can't keep that stupid team together. So I'm just saying, all those things you gotta go through and analyze. Like that's the thing. My wife and I started doing. We have like an anniversary. We have like a review, like like a town hall meeting. Like, all right, how'd this year go?
Right.
Yeah. Are we okay?
Yeah.
Or what are we doing next year? You know what I'm saying? So it's a new season for us. Absolutely.
That's dope right there. A franchise. You got a franchise. That's dope. I like that.
You do. You got how many? You got 3 daughters, right?
3 daughters too.
Yeah, you got franchise players. Look.
Yeah.
Quarterback, wide receiver.
So it's we got scrap, whatever.
I'm trying to say, like I said, he basically Mr. Bennett won the Super Bowl 25 times.
25 times.
Yeah, I'm just in the playoffs in my first season.
So his franchise is his daughters. That's
right. That's his franchise. His daughters.
Teams.
I'm not like that. I'm trying to work free agency now. I'm looking to trade. I'm looking to put them on the market. Hey, I got these daughters. A couple first round picks. You can have my daughters.
First round pick.
We looking to start over, rebuild, start over.
First round pick, baby. That's it. First round pick.
I should have known it was going to be a good thing.
There's no trades after that. There's no trades.
I know. That's right. Yeah, but I want 3 first rounders. That's what I'm looking for.
JT, Fofo, they doing good,
JT, this is for you.
Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for your presence, man.
Yeah, Doug, please.
He said Black David will have Wild Boys ovaries
on sale.
But
I'm not, look.
$29.
Black David, wild boar everywhere in the woods. I'm not paying you $30 a pound, man. I can't do that. That's too much. I can go hunt for them right now if I wanted to.
Yeah,
I got my hunting gear right over there. I got a Mossberg, got a 30-06 in the closet, and all that kind of other shit. Yeah, I ain't paying you 30. I can get that myself, Black David. I ain't paying you $30 a pound.
Hey, what's going on, Corey? Man, welcome to the panel, bro. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm surprised you guys are still on. I mean, I drifted away for a while.
Oh man,
You guys are still rolling up here.
Hey man, it's been good.
It's been good. It's been chill. It's been fun.
Good for the soul. Good
Some
for the
gems, serious, funny comment. Just hitting all the
No,
bases.
This conversation is needed because it's needed for a reason. Because I'm glad I kept quiet, allow you guys to speak and speak your different view. Because Rocco was right. There's too many panel out there painting marriage like it's some kind of chore or duty or a cell prison. And listening to you guys, looking to Rocco, looking to Bennett, looking to JT, Tarus, man, you do got a well of wisdom in you. You just need to take time to come out little by little. And when it comes out, it hit. When I say it's hit and it's stayed there.
Yeah, he be hitting, no doubt.
And to hear Mandrell, no offense, Mandrell even scared me more than anybody else. I like this picture.
I got faith in my brother. He been having for this past month, boy. Mandrell been going through it.
But you know what?
This is his growth. His growth. I'm telling you. I really admire.
He scared Sohail. Sohail was looking at him like.
But this is what happens.
I admire seeing something like that, man, because it's kind of like, even with myself, man, it was a time in my life where I did like a 180. I did a 180 change, and it was funny because my mother, she seen it, and she was like, you changed. She's like, you changed for the better. It was like we always change, right? But what she saw in me was something just like what I seen in Madrid when I hear how he speaks, when I hear his delivery. And I've only known him for, probably a year, a little less than a year or whatever. But I see that growth because it's so in your face where you can't help but to see it. And you like, wow. And one of the things that I like about Mandrell is that he stands on his word. That's why if I disagree with him, it's a disagreement. That's all it is. Yep. And we hear each other out. And at some point, we'll sit back and say, I either see your side, I don't see your side. And we can agree to and truthfully agree to disagree. And then we always come back to it. You know what I'm saying? We always we throw shots at each other. And every brother in here, that was one of the things that Black Man Unfiltered said that he wanted to do, fortify this circle. That's the thing. And that's the only way you can do it, man, is for us to go out and we have our arguments and then we come back to each other. And because why would we be scared of each other? Why would we be scared to apologize to each other? Why would we be it is when women see that, man, I'm telling you, they really want to hear what we got to say then. It's crazy when you have women that sit back and they can see the discourse of men and they can see how reckless it can get. And then it just comes right back to, it's like, what the hell just happened? And then we still cool.
Hold on, let me acknowledge.
They're gonna ask.
Let me acknowledge Dr. Nakumbe's $20 super chat here, bro. Thank you so much, Dr. Nakumbe. $20 super chat says beautiful conversation. Thanks for having the courage and wisdom to do so. Much love to the panel and the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Thanks for those that were in the chats. Violins, please. Hey, let's go.
Let me
slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be singing. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning. Know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees. Now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Damien, let's go violinist.
Fire, man. Fire. Also, I wanted to just shout
Let's
out
read
somebody
that.
that's in the chat.
Look at
also.
this. Black David is selling
say, man.
Mandrellian sperm for $8.99 a quart. A quart.
Yo,
no, bro. That's about $300 a quart.
Hold on, I want to give a shout out to one of my boys. One of my boys actually came into the chat, Frankie. So Jay-Z, great topic choice. Have a good night, brother. Thank you for the awesome panel. But this dude, he's been my best friend, one of my best friends. I have a very small circle. He's part of that small circle. This young man, he's 27 years old, been married for about 6 years now, and everything. With his woman, 2 beautiful kids. This dude is a mature 27-year-old man. Like he's the truth. This guy right here, he has a whole damn future ahead of him and with him and his family.
Right. That's amazing to hear,
thank you, Frank, for being here, brother. Definitely appreciate your support, man. For real.
No problem. Yeah.
My bad, man, John. One thing too, I think. See, the conversations, how these conversations has been going tonight, man, is because we're just being authentic. We're not trying to talk all these talking points and trying to impress other people that are no, this is real life. This is literally our real life. You know what I mean? We're just being transparent with things. You know, the way that we feel, how we feel in our marriages, what do we see in our marriages, what are our purpose in our marriages, why we got married, just being transparent with a lot of stuff. You get what I mean? And when you have authentic conversations, you tend to have more enjoyment in those conversations. We can laugh about things. We can talk our crap. We can talk our shit. We can do we can just chill. We can just vibe, without the pressures of, oh, am I saying something that's red pill? Or am I saying something that's blue pill? Bro, you know what, bro? All I can say is this. All I'm saying is that I'm winning. Yeah. I'm winning.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. I'm winning. It doesn't matter what you did in the playoffs. It doesn't matter what you did in the preseason. What matters is that you get that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that ring, right?
Get that championship,
Did you get that championship year after year after year after year? That's all that matters. I can care less about what people are saying down at the bottom that are losing. You can complain all you want. I have to be focused on what I'm continuing to do because I'm still continuing to win.
There's winners and there's losers. Which one do you want to be? That's what it is.
Hey, you know what? Hey, listen. And like I always say, if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah. You're last.
Yeah, bro,
when you're on time, you're late.
You're right. Shout out to Ricky Bobby, man. If you're not first, you're last.
Oh, Ricky Bobby. I was just watching that.
Shout out to Ricky Bobby, man.
And let's not forget, we have Black Man joining us. He missed one on Mandrell Sherman.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Earlier tonight, I kind of did all right. I think. I don't know. I think I helped Trey. Y'all think I did?
No, I think I like Trey's perspective. I like Trey's perspective because Trey, he's gonna come with a challenging. One of the things that we don't run from is the challenge. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The challenge we have to have somebody to be able to challenge it. One of the things I heard about with Trey is that he's trying to find the purpose in it, and that's what you have to. You have to discover it. It's not gonna just come
talk about it.
Yep. Yeah, you got to. You have to be able to do that. And that woman that you choose to be with, man, that woman has to be so doggone yoked with you. It's like,
and again, I like your description of equally yoked. That's really what it is.
Yeah,
the 2 people are not going to come in the door matching like this. It's a scale. Mm-hmm. Okay, equally yoked means do you balance each other out? Like if you're falling off as the man, can she pick up the slack and balance the scale? Now the rest of the time you're holding the shouldering the majority of that weight. You know what I'm saying? But when she's slipping, say she's down sick or something, and the scale's getting off balance, can you pick up the slack and carry her on her duties and take care of her while she gets well? You know what I mean? You have to balance each other out. You know what I mean? But when you listen to people talk about,
look, if the soda is still $1.99, I'm not going to cut it. So
exactly, that's the thing. And so you hear a lot of people, Mr. Bennett, talk about relationships and marriage, and when you hear them, they want each other to come in already full regalia, and it's
y'all
like
dropping
it doesn't work
gems
that way.
tonight, man. I love this panel tonight, man. Y'all
Right,
dropping
it doesn't
gems,
work
man.
that way. You know, no
They don't come all the way assembled.
we don't cut. Look, I have friends ask me, friend of mine, because just
Everybody
like
comes
you,
with Lego
Ruckus,
pieces.
Yeah, like Ruckus, you like you said, your sucker's small, so is mine. One of my friends asked me, he called me by my real name, but it was Mandrell. So what's up? He said, when you were born, did you come with instructions?
Carlos.
I said, what? I said, what? Right. Yeah, there you go.
Is that a shot in the dark right there?
You're right. I didn't look. I was picking at my mother. In fact, yesterday, I went to visit my mother. Right? I said, "Ma." She said, "What?" I said, "When I was born, did I come with instructions?" She said, "I wish you had them. Goddammit."
I wish you.
Yes, I wish you had them. But Ruckus, the thing is, I was always a dangerous kid. Like I was a daredevil. I would climb trees and get onto the roof of the house and like do backflips off the roof of the house and stuff. And I you know those chain link fences?
Yeah.
I used to run at those and jump over them like hurdles. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes your foot gets caught and you flip over and everything. right. And I'm like, I'm a little kid doing this. I was a daredevil. My mother was always afraid I was gonna hurt myself. You know what I mean? And she's an old school mother. She's like, okay, tell you what, go out there and hurt yourself. Do it. I want you to come in here crying. I want you to. I was like, but me, I was so sure of myself. And even to this day, I'm very sure of myself. Right? I'm not arrogant, not cocky. I'm just sure of myself because I know myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've actually been through enough to where I know who I am. But I knew when I was over my head. Okay, I can jump over this fence, but this fence over here, no. See that there's a slope right there at the bottom of it, right here. I can't jump that far, so I wouldn't do the stuff I knew full well, and it was just scaring the crap out of my mom. And sometimes I would do it just to scare her, man.
I don't mean to interrupt, Mandrell. Hold on just a second. I'm driving. I'm at the port, and they're asking me, Black David. I'm picking up the materials. There's something that they added. Excuse me, sir. What did you say, sir? What did you say? Okay. He said that he has T-Rex Afterbirth. Did you order that?
T-Rex Afterbirth? What?
I was trying to make sure. I don't think he ordered that, sir.
Black man, do you like shop at Fred Flintstone supermarket or something? I mean, my God.
No. Okay. Hold on. He said, he says he has a half. He said he has a half a carton of hyena ankles. Did you order those? I'm just okay. Hey, no, but I wanted to get in, man. Hey, I wanted to say to Ruckus, man, great show tonight, man. Bro, you did an amazing job, man. It's good to see you guys laughing and having a good time, man. It's good, and I'm not saying this for a shot or anything like that, man. But sometimes everything else in the world is celebrated, but heterosexual Black men are not. And I want to say to you guys tonight, man, that I'm proud of each and every one of you. Thank you for the laughter. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for everything that you did tonight on this platform to just have general conversation. And like the lady just said in the chat, you know, she was saying just what I was about to say. You know, it's good to see laughter amongst Black men, and we're not at each other's throats. Now, on Tuesday night, I'm back on Tyru's ass. But tonight, but tonight, man, I want to celebrate you guys, man. Man, I appreciate you so much, brother. I appreciate every one of y'all, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
I appreciate you, man.
Same here, brother.
Yeah, this is I mean, like I said, this is literally my first time ever doing something like this. I know I'm gonna need a lot of refinement. But you know, I enjoyed all of this, bro.
We got your back, man. We got your back, brother.
Hey, Ruckus, if you could could you leave me your contact information in the back chat?
Oh yeah,
because while we've been sitting here talking, I have some ideas about like having you like co-host some stuff with me.
Okay.
Because he's right. Black man's right. You did an
out.
outstanding job, man, tonight. You did. For this to be your first time hosting?
Yeah, it's my first time ever hosting.
Yeah, man.
Bro,
you did a fantastic. Yeah, you did a fantastic job, man.
And right at the beginning of the thing, the devil tried to play with your monitor, but the devil is a liar.
Hey, listen, yo, check this out, bro. Listen how crazy this was. Right, I literally had prayed. I was like, God, I want this to be a fruitful, beneficial conversation, not only for myself.
Hold on, pause. Black David, get my praise break ready for with the bass guitar. The lady with the bass guitar, get it ready. Okay, go ahead, Ruckus.
No,
Black David.
Oh my God!
I thought you were gonna get the white folks.
But check this out. This is what happened. 30 minutes prior to me getting on, right? My phone ended up cutting off. I was like, all right, cool, no problem. I'll go ahead and put it to charge because I have the link on my phone so I can go through the StreamYard. I couldn't charge my phone. My phone said there was some water issues, right? So I couldn't charge it. So I was like, oh crap. How can I get the link to get into the StreamYard? Because it's on my phone. So I was like, okay, let me think of something different. I went on my computer, on my PC, and I emailed Black Man Unfiltered, and I said, hey, hopefully you can see this email. If you can please send me the link, because my phone is off. I cannot turn it on. I was like, crap. All of a sudden, what I did, I put on a dryer to try to dry the phone. My computer is short-circuited. Boom. Everything turned off on my computer. So I was like, oh, crap. I was like, yo, I had to go get the iMac. Bro, connect everything. Finally, I was like, you know what? Let me just calm down. I said, Jesus, I need your help. And I kid you not, bro, within 2 minutes, my phone started charging. I could turn on my phone. I turned on the computer. My computer just went off though, but it's all good. But my iMac is working. Everything started running perfectly. I was like, bro, this is crazy, bro. 30 minutes before everything started, I was flipping out. I was like, yo, this can't be happening. This can't be happening.
Hey, Black David, give me the white church, Black David. We got to worship right now. Give me the white church. Come on. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Let's go.
'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am, I'm gonna see nothing
I was like,
Coach K, I'm sorry. I did not want to play it because of you.
Yeah, that's Coach. Hey, Coach K, I just want to thank God for Coach K's uncle and aunties and the blue dress and all that good stuff.
It wasn't me, Coach K. It wasn't me. I tried to play for.
Nah, but
gentlemen, let me just...
Hey, Black David, did y'all play it tonight?
No, we didn't.
He is not trying to play.
Wait, Corey, watch this, Corey. Play it.
Go ahead, Black David.
You have to.
You gotta stay one playing CBN.
You already know.
When Jesus woke you up,
Jesus.
No.
Jesus woke Black David up. He told him get up.
I was so tight because of that video. I game last night, and I was murking everybody thinking that was black man.
You gotta give us a lamb, Black David. You gotta give us a lamb. Go ahead, hit us with it. Hit us with it, bro.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Oh no! Oh man!
I think I was back there at that too. Yeah, I was back there at that. You was back there too. What you think?
Yeah, I was back there too.
He, Black David, Black Man Unfiltered.
He said, "Oh Lord."
Black David, you need to copyright that in church.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, he started bobbing his head like the bee got him hyped back up when he woke up.
Bro, that reminds me of the.
Why?
Yo,
Make my stomach hurt.
yo,
Oh man!
yo.
Because look, what did it was he wiped the drool off his lip.
Yeah,
That's what did it. That's what did it.
That's
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh Lord!
Oh my goodness, man. I can't. Yo,
I've never heard.
Yo, check this. Yo,
Black
check this out.
David!
Black David.
Black
Oh,
David.
that's savage.
Yo, oh snap.
Oh my God.
Bro, you look like you fell asleep
Hey,
on one of them bandstands
F100
revolution
CJ. Hey, thank you so much for the 499 super chat. The way he said it, Black David, bro, that was some authority, you know.
Oh my God.
Yo, hey, yo, it was crazy. I had one time, right? My cousins and I had a sleepover at my cousin's house when I was younger. So what we ended up doing was one of the dudes, he ended up falling asleep. So we're like, all right, perfect, yo. Like we all got into my aunt's bathroom, and we just drew all over his face with my aunt's makeup and stuff like that. Bro, we just went ham on his face, right? So check this out. It gets even better. He wakes up, right? He has to go to my aunt's cafeteria business, so he wakes up late. So he don't have no time to go to the bathroom. He just puts on his clothes and dips. He dips.
Found him hard.
So he's there at the restaurant. And my aunt told us that, yo, she literally just let it be for a good like 5 solid minutes.
Oh,
Yo.
Hey, now I'll tell you one that to get somebody murked.
Yo, he wanted
my
to
cousin,
our ass, bro.
Man,
Out of him.
My cousin fell asleep on the couch. He was lazy, didn't help with the barbecue. So my cousin went in and got one of the wieners out the pack, one of them wet ones, one of them ones that was really wet. And he rubbed it across his lip. And when he woke up, he zipped his pants up and walked out the door.
Oh God! No! Somebody's gonna die there.
Oh,
somebody's dead.
Hey, but
that's brutal.
My cousin said, "Hey, bro, your funeral next Saturday, bro."
No, that's gonna make the 5 o'clock news. Somebody.
I ain't do that. I do that there. I used to put chips in people's mouth when they fall asleep and they wake up. What the hell?
But you know what, man? I'm gonna say this. I don't like people laughing at me, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. So I did something. I put ketchup on my sister's face or something. We used to prank the shit out of each other. So I put ketchup all on her face and all type of shit. But dude, she did me so bad, bro. I fucked around and went to sleep. I slept hard that night. She came in and put super glue on my eyelids.
No.
What?
Bro, I got up to use the bathroom, bro. And I said, ah! And I said, Mama, I'm blind. Mama. So I was at that fucking hospital for 11 hours to remove that fucking super glue off my face.
Oh,
I had a friend. His wife did the same thing to him. She super glued his eyelids together, and he woke. It was about 14 hours. They had to do surgery on.
Yep, exactly.
You said his wife did it too.
His wife did it too. Yeah.
All right.
Just go to sleep.
We need to end the show on that note.
Yeah.
That's not going to make marriages great again.
Oh, they're still together. They are still together.
Wow.
That happened
a miracle.
They are still together.
That is a miracle.
Hey, you know what though? That ain't no worse than our boy brother Clarence said his wife chased him out the house with a fork.
Damn. What? Hold on.
He was
What?
serious when he said it too. He said, "My wife, you was trying to stab me with a fork."
Get out of here! Just get out of here! And F you! Just get out of here!
Oh,
That's my dog, man. Brother Clarence, shout out to Brother Clarence, man. Oh my God. The GOAT OG Chase B said I had a friend who super glued his woman. Oh my God.
Bring back the chastity belt then.
That sounds like Africa right there.
No,
that sounds like Africa. What?
That sounds like Africa.
Oh,
Because
man.
they're the tribe in Africa that actually sold the women.
Really?
They keep them from messing around. So when you get married, the man can unsew it, do what you want to do, and sew it right back up.
So how's she gonna get rid of her menstrual flow though?
You know, this woman, it's not a lie. This woman called Iman. You know what this woman from Victoria to call Iman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's from a particular tribe.
Infections.
And she mentioned, I'm not sure where.
Iman?
I don't think it.
It's either Ethiopia. What's the one that next door to it?
Breaking news. Hey, breaking news, guys. Breaking news, guys. I'm still at the port. They loaded my truck up. They said Black David. They said they got frog coochie lips. They got 4 boxes of frog coochie lips. Would you want me to put those on the truck?
Hey, get about 3 cases of them right there. That's we about to make a killing here.
OJ is crazy. She from Somalia. She from Somali. That particular tribe was doing that type of thing, and when it went all over the news, people didn't believe that was really going on. And a lot of African people know about that particular tribe because they stay away from those folk for a specific reason. They have some weird culture whereby they don't how you know the person the virgin.
And I'm going to say this randomly as hell, but I want to always own property in Namibia. Like build a big ass crib right next to the shore in the desert, bro. Like it just has like an 18-wheeler, 4-wheeler. Like that's like my dream, like dead ass. Like,
Tyrus, whoa, Tyrus. Hold on, guys. Tyrus, hey, hold on, guys, hold on. I'm not putting that on the truck, sir. They got a big ass picture up here of Black David butt naked with a leopard thong on, holding a stick. Hey, put that back, sir. Put that back, sir.
You capping.
Why did your mind drift to those pictures?
The visuals
with some Yeezys.
The problem is it's not me.
Hey man, I got the. This is Mandrell wanted to gift Black David for such hard work. So Mandrell, this is the gift that Mandrell has set up for Black David. Black David, this is for the culture.
My name is Rosa. I'm supposed to sit in the back, but I'm tired here, so I'm finna sit right closer. Come get me up then. It's gonna take about 3, 4, 5 men. And I ain't finna repeat myself again. Fight me. Somebody get her. My name is Eve. I didn't believe. I trusted Satan, ate that apple, he deceived. And I'm naked. I thought I was awakened. I'm the first to do it. Y'all my daughters, we related. Trick on Big Harry. Don't call me slave hoe. The hell? From the underground railroad, bust down mouth of dope. When I say run, you better go. In the dark, that Glocky glow.
She said, the hell.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, I was
the dark that Glock can glow.
Oh man!
I like it.
It gets worse every time you play it.
Is that the Amish community, bro?
I don't know, dude. It gets worse every time he plays it. It gets worse and worse every time he plays it.
Hey, when I found them words, I was like, I got the lyrics. I said, oh, that shit was kind of genius.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
She said it's going to be
She said, my name is Harriet. Don't call me slave hoe. The hell?
That bars. Bars.
Oh my god.
She said I'm Rosa Parks gonna take about 4 or 5 men to get her out the seat.
Right.
My
name is Eve. I was deceived.
The doc played $20 for it again. Here you go.
My name is Rosa. They say I'm supposed to sit in the back, but I'm tired here, so I'm finna sit right closer. Come get me up then. It's gonna take about 3, 4, 5 men. And I ain't finna repeat myself again. Fight me. Somebody get her. My name is Eve. I didn't believe. I trusted Satan, ate that apple, he deceived. And I'm naked. I thought I was awakened. I'm the first to do it. Y'all my daughters, we related. Trick on Big Harry. Don't call me slave hoe. The hell? From the underground railroad, bustin' down mouth of dope. When I say run, you better go. In the dark, that Glocky glow.
Yo,
I said, run, you better go. In the dark,
He
that
got his card. He got his back card out.
My Rosa Parks.
Hey, y'all, can y'all imagine they had a walk on DC and they said coming up on the stage right now and a local artist and she came up and say, my name is Harriet, don't call me slave, bro. Hey, you know what, JT, if we in the audience, all of us gonna be saying the
Oh man.
Boy,
If the lady created videos come here and find out we playing her video more and more often, she gonna bring her audience over here, knowing that it getting more play here.
Yo,
Hey, that's Dr. Nkumbe shit. He love it, bro. He love it, bro.
Yeah, that's bars though, man. I like it.
It's probably that one in Black David.
Yeah.
Hey, we need to start. Hey, we need to do a vote, man. Hey, listen. So, hey, Ruckus, man, I love you, man, and I'm glad you're here to lead the show tonight, brother. This is the last thing I got. I know you're married. This show's about marriage, but one of your exes reached out to me, and so she talked about how much in love you guys were with each other, and she was like, I know he ain't on that show talking about the woman he with now. He be talking about me. So she sent a small little video, and want to make sure that you seen her. So here she is.
Graceful. Girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. This girl is fire. This girl is on fire.
Bro, and she had the audacity to sing a song for my celebrity crush, Alicia Keys. No, violation. Violation.
In her beauty. Good job, Ruckus.
Violation.
This one of Yeshua's favorite video. Every time she see it, she laugh hard, imitate the same.
Violation, bro. Singing my Alicia Keys, bro.
Hey, you guys have a great evening. Listen, you guys are nuts. Like
oh man,
Dude,
you scared me though when you said one of my exes reach out to you, bro. They still be trying to reach out to me. my wife be saying, hey baby, porque ellos te aman tanto? Why do they love you so much? I'm like, baby, you know what time it is. You know, I'm like.
Tell me why no captivity is doing dark mode with us. Like, we cannot
on dark mode.
No captivity.
Incognito. This is
We're
incognito mode.
It's time for me to mask up.
Oh man.
No captivity.
Incognito. Here we go.
No captivity. Here's the thing. Now, Freezy, I gotta be honest. This show tonight really was a good palate cleanser after the war you and I went through earlier today. Yeah. I didn't tell anybody, but we did part 2 today of Bridging the Gap, and it didn't go so well.
I know it wasn't gonna go nowhere.
It didn't go so well. So, because JT, you said no, you didn't want to come.
Hell no.
Black Man Unfiltered said no. Big Mike Drop said at first it was like, yeah, I'll come, but then like he thought about it, and Big Mike's like, nah, no point. I said, no point, Mike? He said, no, there's no point. Said, all right, Mike. Yeah. Freezy, I called Freezy like 8 times. I'm exaggerating. It wasn't 8 times. But Freezy wouldn't answer the phone. I said, Freezy must know I'm about to ask him about to come to that show. He's avoiding my calls. So Freezy finally picks up and calls me. And I ask him at the 11th hour. And he comes to the show with me. Cool. He gets into it with Yella. Oh, my God.
That's a bitch ass nigga, man.
Oh, my God. Yellow pill coffee. Yeah, yellow pill coffee. Oh, him. I mean, look. And people like, well, Mandrell, why didn't you step in since you're supposed to be leader? I said, listen, when 2 bulls are going at it like that, you want to be in between it? Nope. I said, no, exactly. I said, so sometimes when it comes to masculinity, you have to let it do what it does.
Yep.
These 2 guys, I said, at least one of them, they had to get some stuff off their chest. And that's exactly what happened.
Breezy, how many times have you been involved with some shit like this, bro? 3.
I got the number 3.
Because I heard the most infamous one.
Freezy has only been in like 3. I've only witnessed Freezy raising his voice 3 times. That's it. I've never seen him do it other than that. Only 3 times.
If it weren't for the LGBTQ plus IGL 7-8 community.
Elemental P.
About 1 time.
Yeah.
But you know, listen. It's over with. Dredley, you know you my homeboy. You my homeboy. It's over, man. It's over, Carl. It's over, dog. You know what I noticed.
It's over now.
What I took away.
So bad.
Dredley, what I took away.
So bad.
What I took away the most, and they're not gonna admit it. But every time, when they talk, I let them talk. But if I say something, when I go to talking, if within the first 5-10 seconds, if something triggers them, the whole damn community jump down my throat. They won't. Yeah. They refuse to let me finish. I don't know if they're afraid about what I'm gonna say, if I'm gonna make sense or what.
But I'll tell you this, Freezy. I get what you're saying, but it's good practice for me because I got to tell you, one night. I was over there, and you know, here on StreamYard, you got 10 people on one panel, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how Conscious did it. He opened up a whole nother StreamYard link, had 10 people in there, and linked the 2. And it was me. It was me versus a whole bunch of hurt, angry women. But here's the thing, though. Like I said, it's good practice. Not one of them raised their voice to me. Not one of them got upset. Not one of them got triggered. And I had a conversation with all those women about, you know, modern day issues. You know what I'm saying? And they were really polite to me because I didn't come at them wrong and I didn't say anything crazy. And
hey guys, regardless of what our views are, just shout out to everybody on the panel. And I've been seeing y'all, Mandrell and Freezy. Hey, shout out for even going behind enemy lines and trying to plant the seed.
That's what I'm talking about.
I was like, Elite Terus, you saw what I was trying to do with that series, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to get people to get something out of that, and at least because from talking to them, I could see that we got a lot more in common as far as things that issues that we oppose than we do apart. We have a lot of things in common that we agree on, and I was like,
we have all said some reckless stuff together, but like JT said a few minutes ago. We still come back, show our faces, and keep the conversation going, bro.
Yeah, and we don't hide behind avatars either.
Is that not what real men do?
Yeah.
Show up.
That's why I said. That's why I did my show, and I wanted, like you see, Mandrell, when I did the show on my platform, it wasn't put you on the firing squad or nothing like that. We had real conversation about it. It was actually, and I didn't even know what I know now. And one of the things that I do know is we won't be able to talk to those people. This ain't got nothing to do with LGBT. This has something to do with that brand of them. We won't be able to get anything across. I watched all 9 hours. It took me 3 days to watch it. That one when Freezy was on there, because you had to go somewhere. You was on there with him for a minute, and he had to go. And they were not trying to be fair at all. You know what the difference is? Freezy didn't care. Freezy said, I'm still gonna be right here with y'all, and I'm still gonna rock. And they was out there trying
JP,
to
was
flip
that
it
the
so
one?
many times.
Was that the one where they called Freezy? What was that? A bottom?
Yeah, that was the one. When they called him that, and Freezy was so cool with it, man, and he exposed them for what they were, literally. And I commend you. And you know, Freezy, I had text you earlier today when I said it. I said I commend you for having, because you got way more patience than I do, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You got that. Somebody is
What is going on with that mic, brother?
I think it's Freezy's.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta refresh your mic, homie.
Yeah, because that's god awful. But yeah, it's like I said, I tried. I could from the beginning. I own my part in this. I could have done a much better job explaining to the audience and kept reminding the audience what kind of conversation that first one was. I could have done that. I think that would have saved us a lot of
y'all didn't
it's still
lose
messed
anything,
up,
bro. But this is the thing. You guys didn't lose anything. They lost everything, bro. They lost. Understand this. We're not trying to be nowhere in their community. We already told them, hey man, y'all do what y'all do. We're gonna do what we do over here. Their whole thing with Freezy was that y'all don't want to accept us. Freezy was trying to explain it to them and all that. They didn't want to hear it. And he said, look, I don't agree with the way that you live in your life, but that don't give me the right to disrespect you. But all I got right now for 9 hours, dog, was disrespect. It was one person at the next. They had 50 people. I counted them that came at Freezy. 50.
Damn.
When was
he
this?
didn't say nothing.
When was this?
This was on the little Tevin Campbell looking dude.
Yeah, it was on Conscious TV.
Yeah, you was on there.
Yeah,
not
but
on
I
Conscious
left.
TV. No, not on Conscious TV. It was the
Reckless. Yeah, I left that one before it got to that point.
9 hours, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Show because
I was out. The thing is, I was there for about an hour. I was like, listen, I'm gonna go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like now, it's 12:48. It's 12:49. It's a Friday, but I'm about to go to sleep now.
Yeah.
I'm waking up in the morning, and I got stuff to do. So that's just crazy. Your bike still do it. It's on the fritz.
Yeah,
but I didn't want that the paint. They were trying to paint a picture that we are just these barbaric dudes that just hate people. Not on this platform, homie. You got the wrong platform. And it just got to a point when I seen how diligent Freezy was on that, man. 9 hours. And when he got to talking to them, he was being still respectful even after being disrespected. I was like, whoa. That was a whole different level of manhood, of adulthood. That was a whole different level of something because he was trying to have the conversation. And it exposed them to what it was that they actually were trying to do. They want to, I don't even know what they want. It's like they wanted to dominate or whatever. When he even conceded and said, all right, man, I apologize. They didn't even take his apology. And I just got to the point where I just said, why do we need to do it then?
JT, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now, Freezy. You good?
Okay.
Freezy, why you concealing your identity? It's like one of the people from them cop documentaries.
All he needs is the difference.
JT, they talked about my dead mama and dead daddy tonight.
What?
That's how far they took it.
Do they know that your parents are deceased?
Where do you guys have these conversations?
First they was talking about my mom and daddy, right? Then I told them, I made them aware, bruh, my mom and daddy dead, man. Can y'all stop with that shit?
Wait, where do you
fuck that shit? We don't listen, guess what they were saying in the chat? What? Good.
Yep.
That's good.
Where do you guys have these conversations?
Shit like that.
I thought family members.
It was on another channel called today it was Conscious TV. Now here's the thing.
I thought the golden rule was family was off limits.
I thought so too, Tarus. You don't go after people's families and children, families and children and stuff. But
they don't give a fuck about
that. Speed crazy, man.
Jay Speed is off the chain tonight. He's been trolling me all night. He's been trolling me all night. Hey, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow, Jay Speed. Okay. Yeah, and look, not too early because you wake up too early on Saturdays. Saturday's my day to rest. I sleep in. I don't get up until 8 or 9 o'clock on Saturdays. Okay. Usually it's 4:30. Saturdays, 8, somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock, man.
Yeah, I gotta do some mountain bike riding.
I see Dr. Nakumbe, not Dr. Nakumbe is in the chat. He said,
yeah, he was on the panel earlier.
He said, Freezy, we good. Try to team Mandrell. Try to be team Mandrell. Hope you felt the love in it, bro. I don't have nothing against you, bro. We men up here, bro.
At all, yeah. I have nothing against Dr. McKee. He came up on the panel tonight.
And thank you
today,
again,
JT.
Dr. Nakumi, for that $5 super chat.
Yeah, and not on, I'm talking about over there where we was doing the other show earlier today.
Yeah.
Dr. Nakumbe came up and spoke, and I'd be curious. I'll talk. I guess Dr. Nakumbe, I'm going to call you once again tomorrow if you have the time. Answer the phone, but if you can't,
actually, he should
call me back.
Mandrell, actually, he should join this panel. Has he ever joined this panel before?
Yeah, he was here tonight.
He was here.
He was here tonight. Yeah, he was here tonight.
I should have took my black ass over here. You left me over there with motherfucker.
I had to come over here.
Yeah, always leave me over there with them motherfuckers, man. I'm gonna get your ass, man.
Wait, no, Freezy. No, that's not true. That's not true. Freezy. This is the only time.
This man did.
That's not true. This is the only. That's not true. This is the only time this happened, Freezy. Because before tonight, you always popped up there on your own. And I will tell you, Freezy, I'm about to go. All right, Jelly Man, have a good one.
So what kind of
All
conversations?
right, Freezy. I'm like, all right, Freezy.
So what conversations do they be having normally then?
Well, normally their channels
Can I
are like,
sum it up
like,
from the outside looking in? Because I've talked to these guys, to Conscious and them before. The gist of the argument, and this is pretty true, right? We already know that as Black and Latino men, we already got a whole bunch of shit going down as far as things that are external and out of our control. The message that is being or trying to be sent that isn't being sent properly, but is being sent, is that on top of them already being minorities, they also get discriminated because of their sexual orientation. You get what I mean? So it's a double whammy. So, like, for example, we all know that Black women are the most demeaned demographic in America. But if you're Black and trans,
they are the wrong. Those are the wrong. That is the wrong group of people to be spokespeople for that. I'm gonna prove that shit on my channel. When I break that video down, I'm gonna prove that. No, I don't care nothing about them being Americans. I got enemies. They are our enemies. I don't care how you look at it. Those are our enemies, and I'm gonna prove it. It's not my opinion. I'm gonna prove it, and I'm gonna prove it on the first video. Y'all can look at it like y'all want to. Freezy, I seen it, dog. 9 hours I looked at it. Not one time did Freezy do anything against them, and they would sit 9 hours.
Thank you, bro.
9 hours.
Thank
9
you, bro.
hours. They were disrespecting that man all the way through, and he didn't do anything to disrespect them.
Left and
I'm
right.
gonna break it down. You gotta talk about it right now. I'm gonna break it down. Guaranteed, they are horrible. Even on my channel, we proved that they were horrible people. If those are the representation of LGBT, dog, then LGBT is in a wrong. They in a dog. Let me tell you something about me. Let me tell you something about real men. When you push us too far, there's war. We are not no goddamn victims. We're the ones that once you start hitting us too many times, we are going to declare war. And when you talk about them guys, they are terrible people. There's no middle ground with them. Listen, if you didn't watch I don't watch conscious shit, and I don't watch the little other little sissy. And I watched all of their shit. They should be 6 hours and 9 hours. And when I tell you they're horrible people, those are horrible people.
They're not.
They're horrible people in this world, man.
Horrible. Miscommunication, bro. We just got to get.
Yeah, I agree with Terus on this one, JT. I agree. First of all, wait, let's give a timeout. Number one, I agree with Terus. They're not horrible. They're not horrible people. Number two, Trey, if you're going to go to a gym, you never should have saw. Let me see this. By the way, you know you fuck up, right? Why are you in a Planet Fitness?
Because it's $10.
There you go.
No. Here's the thing. No. Hold on. Let me now.
Man, Joe. No. I'm not a bodybuilder, bro.
I got you, man. Hear me
out.
I'm
here to get a workout in.
Hear me out. Give me a second.
My baby came in here and told me I was too loud.
You're right. Okay. Hear me out. Now, Trey, the reason why I ask you that is because Planet Fitness is a place that's literally it's designed to keep people fat.
That ain't got nothing to do with me, Mandrell.
Okay, good luck.
Mandrell, stop. What Mandrell's trying to do?
Don't worry about it.
What Mandrell's trying to do is deflect because he brought all of this problems, all these problems that we having with these.
I don't see a problem that I brought here.
He brought this problem. He brought this problem. And listen here,
I don't see a problem that I brought here.
Listen here, Mandrell. This is all your fault. You are the singular person to blame for all of this. We tried to bridge the gap, and I noticed it, and I called it out when I was on the show, that they were consistently being disrespectful. They were consistently making covert and subtle disrespectful comments. They were cutting people off. They weren't letting people speak, and they were only getting away with that because they were the guests. That's the only reason. Because anytime we talk to each other like that, we don't ever allow that from each other. But
y'all allow that from me all the time, and I'm a straight.
Nah.
Well, your ass do be disrespectful. But at least you still come back and then you a man, I guess.
But even with you, Terus, you're still allowed to get whatever you got to get. You get it off. You're still given an opportunity.
Hey, Dr. Nakambi, can you come on the panel? Can Dr. Nakambi come on the panel?
And then you allow people to speak. But even when people were giving their final thoughts, they were cutting people off in their final thoughts. I'm like, damn, it's final thoughts.
Yeah, you gotta shut up on the final thoughts.
And then here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like tonight, I had to. I did have to like you can ask Freezy. I had to regulate that panel today because they got off the chain, and I was like, okay, I'm the host, right? He said, yes. Okay, listen. I had to make everybody shut up. I even had one person brought down because they didn't follow the rules. And then it's like, why are you being so? You're playing favoritism for Freezy. Like it's 99 of y'all. Like it's one of him.
That's when they turned on you.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop right there, Mandrell. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, listen, I don't care if
give him the link. Can you give him the link
or whatever? Yeah, I don't know. I don't care if you like men or whatever, but we cannot be having conversation with 4-year-old little girls. We cannot be having those conversations, and you keep a conversation.
Grown adults, JT.
Here's the thing. Okay, I'm about to go.
Tell you won't, Tarus. I'm gonna tell you. Look on my channel. I already broke it down on my channel. It was 34 minutes on Black Man. I showed the 34 minutes. Nobody said anything to these guys. They started out being disrespectful. They started out talking about the patriarchy and this and the patriarchy and this. They got mad and never answered not one of our questions. Are you matriarchy or are you patriarchy? Are you masculine? What is masculinity? You had one of the sisters sit back and said, me.
I pay bills.
Disrespectful, man. They were so disrespectful on that doggone platform, bro. And you was just like, okay. Then you had Freezy going there. You and Freezy went on there. Dog, for 9 hours, they disrespected this man. I don't care what nobody says.
I don't know how Freezy did. Honestly,
I watched it. It took me 3 days to watch it.
I don't know how you did that, JT. I have not gone back to watch that. And
he was being nice. Listen,
yeah, but Freezy's always nice. But Freezy's always nice.
He was cutting people off while cutting him off.
Right.
Yeah, Freezy's always nice though. Like that's one of the reasons why I picked him to come on the panel. Like Freezy's gonna ask questions that people want to know, but Freezy's gonna do it in a respectful way. And he did just that. Creasy asked questions that everyday people wanted to know.
They were calling him
in a respectful way.
They were calling him homosexual obscenities. Now, ain't this crazy? They were calling a straight man homosexual obscenities while they're homosexual. Which that tells me that they don't even like who they are.
They don't even like their damn self.
That's a part of it. That's a part of the entire like shtick.
That's crazy.
It's war now.
Okay,
immediately when they don't like something or something is going their way, they immediately start calling you names and lashing out. Like that's the thing. Like what they gave you was a prime example of what like the worst parts of their community. Of like that's how the worst parts of the community are. And they lash out at people and they go in and they say, listen, I was in a chat the other day and they were calling people mammies. Like they go in, bruh. And like nobody ever checks them because it's like, dang, if I go off on them,
you know what?
Then people are gonna start calling me names and saying, "Oh, I'm homophobic. I'm this. I'm that." And it's like, no, equality is equality. The same way I would check,
exactly.
Is the same way I'm gonna check them.
And if
the one that got me, wait, hold on. Okay.
Talk that talk Tuesdays. Did you see what they were doing? We had women on there. They were disrespecting our women guests.
What'd they say?
Calling them mammies.
They were calling them mammies. They were talking about that they were slaves.
Wait, what?
Bro, they was going in, bro.
And we were talking about heterosexual issues, and you had homosexuals in there chiming in.
All right, cool.
And see, that's why. Hold on, Drelly.
It's more now.
Drelly, this is what I was telling them on their panel. It seems like Trey spoke to a good point. If you do try to defend yourself, they throw around homophobic, they weaponize it so much. You feel what I'm saying? Like you can't even correct them or defend yourself without them just freely throwing out this homophobic terminology all the time. And I was telling them on the panel, bruh, everybody ain't homophobic just because they defend themselves on these panels. You guys are being disrespectful. I'm trying to get my point out. You're interrupting me. Oh, no, you just homophobic. You interrupting there. Bro, I just sat up there and let this man say everything he needed to say. But just because I say something that you disagree with within the first 5 seconds, I'm a bottom. My mama ain't shit. She must be ain't shit. My dad ain't shit. God damn. In the first 5 seconds of my soliloquy?
Yeah.
I didn't watch all the panels, but it was all the 9 hours. Breezy, let's be clear here, and I told you this is the third time already, dog. Sometimes I disagree with you, but dog, you held it down in that one panel. Like you held your own.
There's a lot coming from you, bro.
I think it's like, again, it's one of those issues where I know this might be dicey because of all of us that were minority men and we already got it tough. But remember how for the longest we had a whole bunch of, when we would talk to white people, they would be like, every time we talk to them, they would be like, oh,
shut up, J.
we calling them
man.
some sort of racist. Oh, why are you always calling me racist? You saying I'm racist? I'm not racist. We had a it took time to transition to that so that they understood what we saying wasn't racist. Or we wasn't calling them racist. And so I think sometimes it's just a miscommunication and we just got to learn how to talk to each other better.
No, not them.
They let him into a booty trap.
They too many chances. My whole point, you giving them too many chances.
But here's JC, let me explain. I get it, Ruckus. The thing is, it started out with very good intentions. Okay, I had extremely good intentions. I wanted people to actually get something out of this, especially during the conclusion. Like the last show in the series is going to be about 3, maybe 4 episodes if we need it. But that last episode was going to be all solutions. We've heard the issues, we've heard the challenges. Now let's talk solutions. My thing was this: if you didn't have a solution, you're not going to come up on the panel. That's how strict I was going to be with the last episode. I want to hear nothing but solutions.
Yeah.
And if we're going to debate anything, let's debate solutions. Mm-hmm. Why this will work, why that won't. why this
So
part
my
of it
my
will
question
work,
would be
why
to
that
you,
part of it
Mandrell.
won't, and let's take some. You know what I'm saying? That's what that last episode is going to be. Is going to be nothing but solution talk. You didn't have a solution. You weren't coming up on the panel, and if you came up on the panel, didn't have a solution, you're going to be taken down.
Now
So
my
that
question
was
would
my
be
idea
to
for
you
that.
is but my question to you is, who is that directed to? Is that directed to us normal people, or is that was that
normal people? JT. On that note,
Unfortunately, it's both.
Let me jump
Unfortunately,
in real
it's
quick.
both.
Mandrell, if I may add,
Uh-huh.
and this is how I held them accountable tonight. Because once I gave clinical, undisputable perspectives,
Mhm.
there wasn't an argument. They couldn't argue. In fact, they considered me as an ally, like I understood them. But what they were doing to Freezy and what was a perfect opportunity for me to catch them was when they did this. When Freezy said, "Oh, okay, I don't fully agree, but okay, I hear you. Well, I got another question for you because I'm not fully understanding." He was very clear. I'm not fully understanding. He would ask a question, and before I can answer, someone would take his question, repackage it where they wanted it, and then throw it back. And so my only request is if you're hosting again, in those moments when we have to catch him and say, wait a second, how is it that you take his question and make it with your intent? Like, how do you know what he was going to ask? And believe it or not, we actually got one apology from Conscious TV where he's like, "You are right, my bad, I shouldn't have done that." And then he even did a comparison. I forgot what it was, Freezy, where he was like, "Oh, about parents or something." Where I'm like, "You're doing the same thing." Talking about it's my show. Isn't that the same thing you tell parents that they can't tell their kid what to do? So we actually got 2 apologies out of him. But I just want to say, if you ever host it again to facilitate, the catching part is when they repackage Freezy's or whoever's question and not allowing the authentic question to happen because of either knowing he's right or on some shady shit.
But Dr. Nakambi, that plays a part in why they so quick to interrupt you. It's because they're so afraid that there might be some type of conjecture that comes across as far as like, they're gonna automatically label me as asking disingenuous questions to bait somebody. That's what they're trying to say about me. Let alone, listen, I tried to tell them this. Listen, you're throwing around these homophobic terminologies. You're saying that I'm homophobic too. Do you understand that I don't do this? I don't get up on panels like this. I don't make it my business to get up on panels like this. It's a lot of men that I know, straight up men, that would
Yeah,
not
you're a
get on these
sound
panels.
engineer, bro. That's your real job, bro.
Listen, that would not get on. That would not get on these panels. That would not get on. All right, Drelly.
Oh, you gonna leave Freezy again? You gonna leave Freezy again?
Wait.
Man, stop leaving me, man.
Freezy's
in a trap.
Man, always
in a
leaving
safe
me.
place. Freezy's in a safe place tonight. All right.
I don't know, Mandrell. I don't know, Mandrell. He looking like a whistleblower over there.
I don't want you to hear my voice tonight.
He looked like he knows some information and he doing an interview on CNN.
Yeah, he was like from one of them cop documentaries.
Yeah,
Listen.
I'm gonna go, Freezy. Thank you for
man, you ain't got to thank me, man. You know you my boy. You all right.
Dr. Nakambe, thank you for coming up on that panel.
You bet, man. Teamwork. I want them to know Team Mandrell was in the house and that no matter what side we take, back to what you brothers were saying, at the end of the day, we are together with our beliefs. Because if you remember Freezy, I'm like, man, it's okay for him to have a million questions, but it's called a wear down method, where if I wear you down, beat you up enough, I'm like, are you trying to convert him? Like, what? Like, it was like,
what's your angle here?
They almost had Mandrell. They almost had it.
No, they didn't. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. Ruckus, you knocked it out of the park today. Seriously.
Thank
Grand
you.
Slam. Fantastic job. I'll keep in contact.
All right, for
Black
sure.
David, wake up.
Hey,
Black David, Tarus and JT, you know what it is. Trey, Trey, I hope my advice gave you some kind of perspective tonight. I hope my advice gave you some perspective tonight, or at least something to think about. You know what I mean?
No. Look, y'all were super helpful about it. I mean, I got some things that I need to work out when it comes to marriage myself. And once I tackle that, I think it'll be a little bit more clear for me. But there's a reason why I wanted to get up there, and I wanted to ask men, especially a panel of men.
Oh, Trey, remember I told you I know what you can do.
Okay, hang on, buddy. Hang on, I got you. But I wanted to actually ask men because sometimes things get diluted. No disrespect to the sisters, but sometimes things get diluted when the women are on the panel. I wanted to ask a bunch of men. But go ahead, Taurus. I'm listening.
Yeah. See you later.
We are in 2023. Trey, I promise you. Go to the nearest big city. Google fucking Cougar Night or 35 and up, because you're going to be dealing with a whole bunch of women with master's degrees and PhDs, lonely as hell. And guess what they're looking for? A man to just be there. Just like you looking for a woman to just be there. Perfect match, bro. And you go get a free PS5 out of it.
A
Go
free
ahead and do
PS5.
it,
Let me ask. I'm gonna ask Doc. I'm gonna ask Doc this before he have to leave. But Doc, I noticed that you agreed with me when I said there are men that will not participate on a panel like that just because of fear of perception, right? Being
1 billion%.
Right, and I noticed that you nodded your head in agreement when I said what I said. But a lot of people disagree with me, and they kind of just threw it to the side. But I want to ask you this: do you believe that as because quite the contrary of what they were saying?
Yeah,
I actually agree when you went on your I won't say lecture, but when you was talking, when you was giving a lot of your professionalism in your explanation, I actually agreed with a lot of what you said. And you mentioned influence in children, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that influence can lead to a type of set mentality, or let's just say, because I know you said there's a separation between influence and actual conversion, somebody being converted, right? But do you believe that influence, a child being heavily influenced, can lead to, let's just say, just for kicks and giggles, conversion, or just a set mentality, them thinking a certain way?
Well, yes, but remember, yes, I believe influence plays a role, but there's a difference between me smoking weed in the house and the kids are in the house and me saying, "Here you go, kids, smoke it." So they might have some play cigarettes or some fake cigarettes thinking they're smoking weed. It is my responsibility to say, hey, that's what I do. That's what I do. Later, if they want to grow up and say, man, I want to smoke weed too, either because I saw you doing it or I want to do it, then that's their internal belief system. And it probably was influenced from them seeing it, much like going to a gay pride parade. They see the outfits. They want to go home and put on lipstick and all these fancy outfits. But that does not mean the kid is gay. That just means they were influenced. They saw it. They liked it. That parent needs to either correct the behavior, hold the boundaries in the home. But at some point, if the kid is saying, teenager, older, whatever, saying, I really believe this is what I am, within the boundaries of my home, here's how you can practice that. But if it's because you saw that I was doing something, that's not what I was trying to teach you. And I don't believe that anyone is intentionally influencing. However, there's also this. Your daddy ain't shit, and I can't stand your daddy and your daddy to a daughter. And guess what she does later? She has hostility towards men because she was influenced by mom's relationship with her dad. So there is a way that influence plays a role. It just doesn't convert someone from their internal system.
Man, that's why all these Republicans are trying to get these drag shows out. But they think the same thing. That while it might not have the effect that people think, it is influential. You put a bunch of kids around it, they're going to see this and they're going to want to imitate it. I have a 4-year-old daughter. My daughter, I love WWE. My daughter sees watch WWE, and all of a sudden she's flipping off the couches. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She sees it.
Exactly.
Does that mean she wants to be a wrestler? No, it's just what she's seeing on Friday nights and on Monday nights. So I agree with you, Doc.
Yeah, she sees you kissing. Hypothetically, she sees you kissing another man. She's now 5, 6 years old, playing kissing catch or whatever. And she believes, I think I'm only supposed to kiss the girl because daddy was kissing the same. And then if she grows into that, it's no longer about her internal belief. It's a practice belief. It's a belief that I'm supposed to follow. And then now that leads to confusion later. Like, man, was I really? Because who challenges their parents? Like, you messed me up. They start to believe this is what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, it becomes
Okay, Doc. But listen, just to dig deeper, right? This the second half of my question.
I'm gonna do the last one because Freezy, you'll keep me here another 2 hours. So this is the last one.
Okay. So basically, when it comes to, let's say let's go deeper into sexual assault, right? Their stance and they believe in their belief, they don't believe that can play any part. No matter how young the child is, they don't believe that can have any influence or that has had any influence on any child that has grown up and into the LGBTQ community where it has happened to them, especially on a repetitious scale, right? They feel like that even though that happened to the child from a same-sex adult, they feel like they feel like the only thing that happened was that child was actually brought out the closet or was actually introduced to their actual sexuality prematurely. They feel like that child was already like that, but the perpetrator actually just introduced them to it early. They don't believe that child can actually be influenced from that sexual behavior from a same-sex adult into going into that community. Now, what do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, you have the look, the image, and the sound going perfectly. You got it masked. You got it sitting in the dark. You got the electronic voice going. That's all, man. You got it good. All right. So this is the forensic. I am a certified forensic counselor. I give expert testimony to sex offender cases in the courts in Minnesota, and I've been working with sex offenders for adolescents for about 5 years and with adults for about 10 years. All right. So with that being said, here's my clinical answer. 9 out of 10 of my male clients that are sex offenders have also had a contact with a male. I mean, the ones who 9 out of 10 of my sexual offenders that touch. Oh, yeah. Gotta be careful what I say. 9 of my clients who have touched other males have had an experience as a child with the male. Now, there's certain parts to it because you don't get touched and then you convert. And you can research this. Babies, when they get their butts wiped changing the diaper, the skin between their hole in the back and part in the front, every time you wipe that, those nerves are there from the time they're born. If you ever seen a 1-year-old baby a male getting their diaper changed, you'll notice that every once in a while their penis is erect. They haven't watched any TV. They haven't looked at any magazines. They haven't been told anything. 1 year old and you're changing the diaper and their penis is erect. How is that? Those nerves are active. So what happens when you touch someone as a minor? The sensory keeps note. The body keeps score. So if a male touches me, my body keeps score. If I'm old enough to know that was wrong, I know it was wrong, but the brain is still like, man, what was that? Man, what was that? So I'm already sensitized. It's like having ice cream for the first time and you haven't had it in a long time, but you still remember the good taste of ice cream. So now there's a subconscious desire, and then my offenders have then tapped into their subconscious mind and searched for that desire by touching another kid.
Man, you could just be you don't got to say nothing else. You ain't got to say nothing else.
Right, but you have to. But it's unfair though when you only do like half of it. Like, well, because you sexually touched and now you're gay. It doesn't quite work like that.
I
because
agree with that
everyone
too.
turns gay. But then I have 60-year-old clients who got married raise children and everything, coming to see me to say, I don't know how to tell you this. I need out of my marriage. I'm not happy because realistically, I think I'm gay.
What?
60-year-old men, 50-year-old, 60, 70-year-old men who are terrified in their marriage because they no longer want to hold on to the secret that ever since they were 10 years old and molested by cousin so-and-so, by uncle so-and-so, didn't want to say that word, by so-and-so, that they are now 50 years later still impacted by that and will leave the marriage with their wife to go finally be free.
That's
So it
Doctor,
has a
isn't it
greater
also
That's
impact.
crazy.
clinically,
Yeah, if you
Doctor,
remember that
isn't it
song a while
also,
back, Bill, remember that song, Bill? She left me for a man or whatever. That is real.
but
Doc,
Doctor, isn't it
let me ask this
also
question because
clinically true?
I work.
Hold on, Trey.
Huh?
Isn't it also clinically true that there's cases where women are sexually assaulted by men at a young age, and that's why they date lesbians because they don't find men any attractive because of the violation?
So the part, I'm not sure. I can't speak to the attraction. I can speak to the fear because the trauma never goes away. Trauma can never be cured. It's like herpes, and no one needs to raise their hand. But it's like herpes. It stays in the tailbone forever. Trauma stays in your brain. So what happens if I go to have an interaction with a male? The trauma response kicks in, and I'm actually more afraid. And so then my connection with the female or anyone else for that matter, is more significant to me than having this relationship here. So again, I can't speak to the arousal part, but I can speak to the trauma response.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, it's interesting.
Any last
It's
questions?
interesting.
I think
It's
Trey was
interesting.
saying.
No, I'm just saying it's interesting you brought that up. I worked sex crimes for about 3 years, and anytime we dealt with or we arrested, whether it was pedophilia or if it was just touching, there was always some correlation to their younger self in dealing with same sex, whether it was an uncle or a cousin or something. Almost every single time when I was investigating and when I was having that interrogation, they would always say, well, at 10 years old, my uncle did this. It was almost like it was on repeat after a while. Like you did so many cases, it was like it was on repeat.
Right.
My question is it, do you think there should be some sort of like at a certain age we should start having like these kids should especially young boys should have to sit down and start talking to clinical psychologists and therapists like almost mandatory because a lot of them it's almost mandatory because a lot of them they don't talk about it and they don't
But
know
the
it
problem is they don't know. The problem is they don't always know about it. It's in their subconscious mind. Trey, really quick, how old are you?
38.
All right, in the last 3 months only, name something that was significantly like traumatizing for you in any part of your life, school, work, home, relationships, significantly traumatizing, whatever that means to you. Name one thing.
In the last 3 months?
Yep. And it could have been something small, but something that really like.
I mean, the only real thing that's happened is I pulled a muscle on my back. That was kind of traumatizing.
All right, last 3 months. All right, tell me about that. Like you pulled a muscle in your back. Why was that traumatizing?
Because it was a pain I never felt. I was scared. I was in the gym like how I am tonight. I was by myself, and I'm like, there was no disrespect, but there's two ladies working up front. I'm like, I don't know if they're gonna be able to help me. Like I was in pain. I was hurting.
Okay.
I was nervous. How am I gonna get home? I'm
Okay.
scared.
All right, 38. Take us back to when you were 4, 5, 6 years old. Whatever you can remember about one time being traumatized in any part of your life, as far back as you can remember. Name something. What was it?
I had tubes put in my ears. I don't know if you guys know about that, but like young kids who get a lot of ear infections, they put tubes in their ears.
Oh, is that why you wear that headset? Oh, my bad. All right, my bad. All right.
Okay, Doc. All right, Doc. I know I got you. I got a good memory, Doc. I don't forget. Ask Mandrell. I don't forget. But
Yeah,
anyway,
all right. So you had the
but no,
tubes?
I had tubes put in my ears, and I remember they put me under.
Okay.
And I can remember like the fighting, like because you're as a kid you're losing that control. So,
Okay.
I
How old
remember
were you in
fighting.
that story?
Probably about 5, maybe 6.
All right, 5. Now, everyone listen up, gentlemen. In that story, we'll go with 6. 6 years old, there was a medical concern that he went under, not aware of things, not sure what's going to happen. It's a hell of a coincidence. No matter math wizard, you say you're 38, 36?
38.
So 38? 38 minus 6. 32 years later, Guess what your greatest concern was in the last 3 months? Something related to medical. Now, you could have told us any 2 stories in the entire world, but in the last 3 months, one of your greatest concerns happened to be related to something medical, which really stems from your first experience when you were 6 years old. But no one puts it together. You didn't hurt your back and be like, oh, this reminds me of my ears. We don't put it together. We don't even think about that. But look how those two are connected. And if you think through the history of life, I bet anytime you felt paralyzed, it's like paralyzed not just physically, but like didn't have a choice, didn't have say so, wasn't sure about something. Those have probably been the most troubling parts of your life. And so right now, if you complain about your back, and we were like, dude, relax, take some aspirin, quit bitching, man, take some Tylenol. For us, it sounds like a one-time event. For you, it's been 32 years of significant trauma that's been in your subconscious mind. It's like carrying an invisible backpack with bricks that we don't see when you bitch about it. We joke. So on that other panel, they joke about, heterosexual, but what I told them is, you don't understand. Freezy probably has what's called betrayal trauma. As a kid, he probably, in a good way, like his parents probably said no to one thing, and he felt betrayed by his mom. And now 20, what was the number we did? 29? I think we did 29, Freezy. 29 years later, you're trying to tell me I'm supposed to convert? The world is supposed to be? That's betrayal. That's not anything I've known. That's not how I grew up. That's betrayal trauma. And you can't minimize Freezy's feeling about it. Hell yeah, he's going to ask a million questions because it's confusing to him. Not you, the person. I don't give a fuck about you. You're trying to tell me the future generation is going to be this way? My kids and everything? I got to. No, you just stop. If he needs to ask 1 million or 2 million questions, he needs to wrap this around his head. You might not be trying to convert him.
Speaking
but
of
we're
that,
talking about the future.
Doc, how do we go about that? How would you tell us to go about that, like with Freezy? Because I thought Freezy was being really charitable with his questions. Is there a way for any of us to ask maybe tough questions in a non-direct way better? I just don't know really any way but direct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good question. I think, and Freezy, you can tell me if not, but I think I was actually holding them to the fire. I mean, to get conscious to be like, man, you're right, my bad, blah, blah, blah. But just for answer Trey, because I don't want to lose you. Did I answer your question, Trey?
Absolutely, Doc. I mean, now that I think about it, I think about the ankle surgery I had. I think about the bladder surgery I had. It's all been, all these times, it's all medical induced, and I'm like terrified. You're absolutely right, Doc.
And that stems from that 6-year-old. So same thing with sexual things. If it's traumatizing, it stays with us. All right. So my suggestion, and it's just my view on it. When we argue, so this is why I was telling Freezy, stop. Because if we're wanting to be heard and they want to be heard. So here's the big deal. We're both the same. Our view is heterosexual, theirs is homosexual, but both people want to be heard. And then you're talking about you want to be us, like black? Yeah, you are black by skin, but dude, you're trying to mess us up. No, you're not listening to us. You're trying to mess us up. And then there's a woman's group too, so it's not just black men, but now there's another group and another group. Then there's a group that's neither. Hold on, man, y'all trying to hit me 3 times in the head. Wait. And you yelling at me, and you cursing me. Shut the fuck up. Wait, no, you wait. So it becomes overwhelming. So usually what I do is I say, go ahead, make your points. And then I ask, is that all? Is there any other part of it I should understand? Because that's their whole goal, is to help us understand, right? The moment they say, nope, I'm good. All right. So since you understand, I'm going to ask for you to understand me. And here's my point. And I just want to know, is this your personal view or whatever? All of it, for all of us. Okay. Then that means when I reply, that's you that's taking it personal. And that's you that's applying it to whatever. So don't attack me after. And here's the question, if you're really ready for it. And based on your response, it will tell me if you're ready to have this conversation. So when I hit them with that first deep question and they attack, that tells me the maturity, that tells me their readiness, and that tells me if they're on some bullshit. Pieces, deuce, good luck, gentlemen. When you are ready, ladies and gentlemen and others, let me know. But I'm not going to waste my time and energy. And like Freezy, I believe you are a trooper. Like, no, I'm staying. because that's also a tactic, the wear down tactic. And if I know you're going to run after the first question, like, oh, well, you're not ready. That's what we thought. Get the fuck out of here, Doc. You weren't ready. You're not the one ready. You're not the one. Really? So that works in their favor if I say, oh, that's your response? You're not mature. You're not ready. And then I'm out. But I use my profession. They'd be like, when you're ready to have a mature and I can use my profession. But for Freezy, it's like, you're not getting rid of me that easy. You're not getting rid of me that easy. So the answer to your question, Teros, what I think is, pending your position at the panel, if you are there with ready for some factual conversation, some mature conversation, and they start with some bullshit, it's their loss. I thought you were ready. You're not. But then you have to surrender and not give in to the power to fight. You have to surrender to not have the urge to bite back.
That's always the toughest, Doc.
You're not ready.
That's always the toughest. That's always the toughest, Doc.
Yeah, I know, but like tonight, it flowed. I mean, there were a couple of times when you jumped in a couple of times, it flowed. The other night, when I listened to you clapping back, and so many times I'm like, gentlemen, you're answering the question, but why do people keep asking the same questions? Because it's not because they want to hear the same answer, it's because it hasn't been resolved. On my channel the other night, you typed, you're like, I hear you, I don't know if it really fits. So people need to acknowledge when it doesn't fit for you. That doesn't make you the asshole. But because I can't explain it another way, or if I feel limited, or if I knew my one fancy first answer was supposed to be enough and it didn't work on you, I attack. But that's really my issue. So, okay, because you thought your first answer was going to woo me over and it didn't, and you don't have any other answers, you want to attack now? Let me know when you're ready to have a real conversation.
Right.
And then Freezy got this was the last little part. This one also Freezy got. Well, always. I will fuck you up in a quick minute. If I ever hear you blah, 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 I'll take my fucking gun and blow your head up and da. Really? So you're saying the same shit we say. And in fact, thank you for warning me, because if I see your funny ass coming down the street, I'm going to fuck you up first.
Exactly.
And then, but then they turn around and be like, oh, you're attacking us. Heterosexual men are attacking us. You're going to fuck me up on site. You think I'm gonna wait till you approach me? I mean, and you got that funny hair and shit. The second I see your ass coming down the hall, I'm gonna be ready. And so it's not that I want to hurt you, but if your first response is you want to fight and there's aggression, and all you can do is curse me out and I'm all kind of bitches, then you're not worthy of my time, because I was trying to meet you halfway. But guess what? You're the one asking for my acceptance. Deuces.
So this whole thing with a lot, because I've been hearing in this. When you're in the YouTube space, you hear people start arguing, right? And be like, bro, I can't fight out. If I meet you in person, everything. It all stems back from a background of a lot of violence that they've seen, or violence that they might even experience themselves.
Right, but or no violence they experienced before, but they're so angry and hurt. Remember the invisible backpack?
Yeah.
So I'm ready to fight. I've been wanting to fight for a long time, and I don't feel heard. Sometimes it's just gestures.
Yeah.
And if you look, what the fuck wrong with you? Oh, so then they have to take it up a notch and take it up a notch. And then there's the threat, which is supposed to intimidate and wear me down, which still never addresses the answer. It still never addresses the issue. So how much energy do I want to give into that? I'll just sit back and I'm only going to be doing bitches. And after a while, it's like, man, I thought you were ready. It's not going to be your way. It has to be a win-win. And I'm not going to stop my part.
Facts.
Anyway, Teros, I hope that answered your question from my perspective.
That's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Appreciate you, dog.
I'm all good for the bridging the gap conversations. That's fine. But you have to try to bridge the gap with somebody who doesn't want to own the bridge. A lot of them just want the whole damn bridge. They don't want to actually share the bridge. They don't actually want to work out what's best for the people.
Man,
on the
they
bridge.
bullies.
They just want the whole damn bridge, and they don't care how they get it.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if you think about the country, let's pick something. The Holocaust, whatever. When the people from the other countries who are being hurt come over, it's not just one person; it's a whole community. And when there's just a few of you standing at the gate saying, wait a second, the fear of turning me around, I'd rather attack you, the few people at the gate. Let me in. So there's a group of people who feel like they haven't been accepted and they want in, and they're ready just to beat down the gate. And the people are like, no, we'll do it, but it needs to be one person at a time. We need to figure out what's going on. We didn't even hear about your people getting fucked up over there. What's going on? Slow down. No, you didn't lie there. then if we put then it will be wrong for doing it. But is that first group of people running to the border saying, accept us, let us in, let us in, let us in. And we're just asking, wait a second. It doesn't quite, we're not used to this. Slow down. But that's the urgency, sense of urgency in the sense to beat us down. I don't take, at least me, I don't take it as they're trying to hurt us. They're saying if we don't get in, we're in trouble. And right now is the time. We have a president or a past president. We have politics that work in our favor. Now is the time. You better start saying they. Hold on, I'm 50 years old. Grade school, they didn't tell me they was supposed to be the word. Junior high, high school, college, post grad. You mean all those teachers were fools and didn't tell me that they were supposed to be a pronoun? That I have to say they? And again, it's that sense of urgency. You have to. And that's where Freezy was holding back saying, I don't have to do nothing. Okay, and if I have to, then fuck you, you have to. So again, that back and forth. But no, slow down. But that's why I think there's a group of people saying, hey, I want in, we need to be heard, and we're going to take the street. So unintentional, but it comes off very intentional.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Peace, deuces. Freezy will do it again. Take care.
Appreciate you, dog.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, I think I'm calling it a night too. It's already, what time is it over here?
Them motherfuckers just ain't got no home training. That's all that is.
I'll see y'all. I'm getting back to the workout.
Yeah.
All right, Trey. All right, bro. Hey, Freezy.
Yeah.
Definitely get with me tomorrow, bro.
Okay.
Get with me tomorrow, man.
You gonna run it tomorrow?
Shit. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow. I just want to see it. I think it's probably be Sunday. Probably do it. Are you available Sunday?
Yeah. Man, come on, bro. You know you my boy here.
All right. Most definitely. We definitely work with it. I'm gonna get with you afterwards, bro. And everybody else, y'all welcome, man, to come on What We Know Our podcast also.
No problem.
Most definitely.
It's chained up topic that we got in, and thank to Dr. McKinley, the book thing down a little bit.
I already knew it was already boiling, dog. These motherfuckers they over here and Tuesday, man. They trolled so bad where they wanted our attention. And
I knew it before it even started. I'm not really watching all these.
Yeah. No, it just go to a point where I just want us to get back on course, because what they actually do is they knock us off course on what we talking about. We talking about what affects us. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. We didn't bring it to them. They brought it to us. And at the end of the day, I don't see that I can have a conversation. I know me personally. I know Freezy already at that conclusion. We can't have a real conversation with them type of people.
I ain't finna keep being nobody bottom.
This is no shame to the LGBT. I understand that there's there's a divide in that community altogether. I'm talking about them as people. They're terrible, man. What I'm telling you.
And I was telling Mandela the other time that the reason why when you have all the black town hall meeting with the prominent leader of the community, that particular group was all being excluded several times over. They already do firsthand. When they're coming together to find a logical solution to build a community, they're never on board. They're all about confusion and drama. So they'll all be excluded from the conversation due to their demeanor.
Yeah.
So it's very, very logical thing.
I got daughters. I got a woman that I love. I have a mom. I have aunties, and I got a lot of women that's really near and dear to me that I really, really care about. I would rather talk about the issues that we talk about on a daily basis, and that's the relationship between men and women. Period. I don't really care about that other shit on that extracurricular shit right there. Yeah. I'm not in that community. I don't deal with those folks all the way. I got family members, and I love my family members, and they could be LGBT and all of that. And guess what? I've never had a run in. That's the craziest part. I've never had a run in with anybody that was gay or trans or what. Never.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
I respect everybody, man. So at the end of the day, my biggest thing is the ploy that I have in front of me is I have young daughters, and I want them to be able to get it to a point where they can at least have this at a novice level of having a relationship with a man. so they can create a family, so their family can branch off and they can create the other family. I'm about that. All that other stuff, I ain't about it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm about.
I feel you with that, bro.
I got family members that ain't even born yet, and I love them already. That's what you call unconditional. I got issues right now when it comes down to trying to get things together, and man, because with our families, we ain't all the way mended, man. We got so much shit that is in between. I'm talking about siblings and all these other folks that we have, man, and I'm big on that type of thing right now. Trying to get these relationships, if they're not mended, mend these relationships to have a solid way of how we think when it comes down to family. Right now, we are so far away from family, and I look at family as the body of God, Christ, and all these different things. And when we keep going away from it, guess what we end up being? Lost people. And right now we have a generation that's in need of us right now, man. A young generation. Shit, 2 of them that's in need for us to at least say, hey, man, I have ownership, accountability of the things that I've done that was probably not right or whatever. But these are the things that I do also that are great. We have to give them that balance right now. And that's what they don't have it right now because of all these external influences.
Yep.
So we got to figure out how to get that shit together. I ain't trying to figure out how to get some shit where people don't want to be who the fuck they want to be. You don't want to accept yourself, but you want me to accept you for man.
You just hit it right on the head. To me, one of the biggest issues, especially with Generation Alpha, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them don't love themselves. It's a mental health issue going on. We keep harping on, gay issues and all this kind of stuff. Wives being too masculine, men being too feminine, all this stuff. But if you ask me, at the root of it all, it's a lot of lack of self-love, right? Projection. You understand what I'm saying? So when I brought that out on their panel, they even shut me down on that. They told me self-love isn't even the answer. I was like, how is that not the root of it all though?
Yeah. That's a universal fact, self-love, bro.
Like I can go out in society and complain about racism all I want. I could complain about this dude don't like me, that race don't like me, this race. But listen, the biggest concern is how much Freezy like Freezy. Yep. How do Freezy feel about himself? Yep. And so this is why you guys get so triggered. And this is why, and I was telling them, if you ask me, this is not a gay issue. It's not a fucking gay issue, man. But y'all want to just wrap all of this shit up into your agenda. And I think that's just unfair. Because there's so many broader issues we can tackle using you guys as a platform.
That's why I have no quorums on saying those particular people are horrible. That don't speak on the community. I'm talking about them. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. If you ignore logic, you can't even debunk it with anything that's logical. And you just say, nah, that's not it, and laugh. Freezy, I seen you come up with about 3 or 4 different points. They were laughing at you. They were sitting back. You didn't even get 2 words out your mouth, and they started laughing. I'm talking about the whole panel just started laughing. And he's like, I'm trying to be serious, man. And y'all out here, the thing was,
that's why I was trying to be serious.
No, but this is the thing. That self-control you got, bro, I commend you on it, because what you did, man, your patience exposed them.
Thank you, man.
That's why right now
that means a lot.
That panel is not up. They don't have it posted. The one that they did that Tuesday when they were talking about us on Tuesday, guess what? That's not us. When they're talking, if you ever notice on their panel, the majority of people on their panel don't even show their face. 90% of them don't even show their face.
I ain't never think about
really
that.
telling. You was the only one at one point that showed your face. You had another 8 people that was on the panel, and not one of them had their face up. That's very telling. At the end of the day, they're trolls. Those particular ones. What we trying to do, bro, it gets us sidetracked. It gets us sidetracked.
Sometimes
go to bed, man.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, but sometimes you can't just throw your pearls to the swine.
You can't. And
You
that's
can't.
what it feels. Don't it feel bad when you leave? Don't it feel? Ain't it like a dark feeling that you got? It's like because nothing that you did had any purpose behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's what they mean by throwing your pearls towards the swine, against the swine. That's what it is. You're wasting your time because they ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just a waste of time. It's like a wise person trying to advise a fool. A fool doesn't
Right.
listen to a wise person, so why are you attempting it?
Right.
Hey,
or arguing with a fool. You can't even tell. A person just walk in. They can't even tell who the fool is. Arguing with a fool.
JC,
Yo.
before we get up out of here, I want to. I know JT done watched it already, but I really want to encourage y'all to watch my last video. On my channel. There's a man that he just got exonerated from 400-year sentence.
Yeah.
And I'm encouraging everybody to watch the video because I just feel like people just need to hear this man's story. Yeah. And even if you're ghost watching in the chat, this is not even a selfish plug. I just really care about the story. I just You understand what I'm saying? I really want people to hear this man's story because I ain't gonna lie, man. When I covered the story, man, I was teary-eyed, man. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, JT, I wasn't as loud on the mic as I usually am. Right, my voice was real melancholy. It's because I was kind of emotional about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all check out that video. That's all I want to say, JC.
When I pulled that story up, bro, that it had me the same way, man. It took me a minute to because I was reading. It's a lot of articles that have that story on it now. And I gotta say, dog, probably thanks to you too, bro, because it was a lot of people. You getting some traction on that video. You getting some traction on that video, and I think it's just gonna be, man. Sometimes it just takes a minute for our videos to get up, to get that traction.
All right, guys. Hey, y'all have a great night. This was a great combo, man.
Hey, man, salute to
all
you, bro.
guys, man. See y'all next time.
Most definitely.
Let me put the link in the chat for Dr. Let me put the link in the chat for Dr. to come before I get up out of here, JC. Let me put the link.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Let me see.
Dude, how much Bob? I mean, whatever they give him, I mean, he lost so many years.
Yeah, man. That's just, and so many, like they were saying, so many people in his family passed away. He lost 30 some years, man.
34 years.
34 years, man. So you know how many
crime that he didn't commit.
Yeah, I mean, this is what life does, man. It shows us something, man. This is why I always say that we are built to be resilient. We are built to be resilient, man. And you got to believe in something, because I can't see. You got to believe in something bigger than you. That's the only way that you can be resilient. If you think that it ends with you, you can always be destroyed. Nah, there's no ending. I had somebody ask before, where does God begin and where does you end? There's no end or beginning right now. It's all consecutive, so, and if a person can believe that, man, they can believe that all things are possible then. All good and bad.
Facts.
So yeah, man.
Appreciate you, JC. Appreciate you, JT.
I appreciate you, Freezy.
Sir.
For sure. And Black David, you know what it is. That's my dog right there.
Black David.
Black David.
Number one.
I'm not gonna tough skin. Come from Brooklyn. We made to be tough. So.
Oh man, bro.
I'm gonna get black men one way or the other, but I'm gonna do it my way. And when I'm gonna do it, it'll be worse than coming to American movies.
Hey man, before I get up out of here, man, I want to say, man, I am so glad to be in this brotherhood with y'all, man. I'm glad that I met y'all. I can't remember how the hell this shit even started, man. But
that's real.
Yeah, I'm new to here with y'all, with you guys, and man, thank you for welcoming
You from
me in.
Lapeef Network. They
yeah,
hit a
so,
jump
hey
start.
man, I be seeing you on because Trigger Mike, he be over this way sometimes too, man. I'm glad, and I'm proud of that brother for going out there, stepping out, and doing what he do too. I be watching.
Trigger Mike is dope.
Yeah, I like
I've been showing
the
up a few times
conversations
in the afternoon because you have some great
they get
topics.
me to thinking too, man. And the way that the conversations are, let me tell you something, bro. We are out here right now, and anybody that's a content creator, anybody that's out here that's actually having these conversations, whether it's relationships with a woman or a man or whatever, or kids or whatever, man, we gotta have these conversations. No matter how minute they sound, we have to be able to have these conversations. And the more of us get into these conversations with each other, the more we can learn. If somebody just trying to get talking points or whatever, man, they're not going to learn anything. But when you can get out here and just have conversations with a multitude of people here, man, this is the new thing right now, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, JT, they got a new elder over there.
Conversations that people
JT.
never had, people were never having. You know what I'm saying? They were having it in small little groups or whatever. But now these conversations that we having, and man, it's been about almost 10 years, since I've been in the YouTube space. And I'm telling you right now, these conversations are getting better and better and better and better. And hopefully, man, when this shit start hitting the fan, we'll be able to combat it with applying a lot of these things that we learn with one another, bro. I'm gonna end that right there, bro.
I noticed Tommy Sotomayor, he done jumped in the pool. He done jumped almost like in the Lapeef sector. Almost.
Well, he's always been watching those guys, man. The thing is that Tommy's channels was getting messing around with them motherfuckers, messing around with them other people. Out there trying to have that conversation with them. And that's why I kept telling y'all, I said, man, look at these followers, dog. This motherfucker got almost 50,000 followers, man, and it's just gonna keep growing. And once you get on their bad side, bro, these are bullies. These motherfuckers are flagging the shit out of Tommy shit. They was flagging the shit out of this shit, man. So now he's on Rumble now. He's been on Rumble for a minute now. Yeah. So now he had the video with Lucky.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's talked to Anton a couple of times, man. And I'm just at a point right now, man. My mind is starting to be a lot more open. That's why I like looking at a lot of these panels. I don't go on. I just look at them, man. I got an 8-hour job, so I love.
I'll just say that Sugar Mike's show are more interesting to me because one, he's my countryman, but two, the topic he's picking is a very strategic reason why he picked those certain topics. Because for one, there are subjects that people either glance over and not dig in and kind of get a full clarity behind it. And when they had a Kenny, all of a sudden everybody want to be adopted by him all of a sudden. You have that. He had that old school African.
Yeah, he's dope. He has really good insights, man.
I like when people don't think like I think, bro, because I get a chance to listen to him and hear him out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm cool because he reminded me of my uncle back then. My uncle think the same way he think. And what I was trying to tell people, I'll let you know my culture. We don't do talking, but we talk from experience, from tradition.
Yeah.
That is passed down from generation. That's why there's no gap in between. God forbid an elder who's 55 still want to talk to us. From the 20 to the 40, we'll keep our mouth shut and listen to the guy. We will not interrupt him. Because you know why? You don't know how much wealth or wisdom you will pass down on to that. You be like, it was just jump to the next level.
Yeah.
But I was telling people, you cannot compare your life within your community with other people who have no gap in between. Sometimes you can learn from them. Because I look at the Jewish community, there's no gap within themselves. If someone super elderly come in, everybody clean away, everybody try to respect. And it's similar to my culture. I'm like, we do the same thing. We don't disrespect the elders, no matter what. So that needs to be brought back to the African community. I mean, African American, it needs to be brought back because when you have too much gap, you had nothing but too much disrespect going back and forth. Yeah. I remember when they're trying to build the gap between the age group when JT and they were doing it. I saw the friction because there was no in between want to hold it together. They were breaking apart from multiple areas. And that is hard to put back. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That takes a lot of work. It's not a one-time thing. We have to be on it, piece by piece. It's like say we're building a whole bridge all over again. So you're doing from sector by sector by sector, you get everything working properly. The reason why African community based on their tribe is always that intact because the agenda they're trying to achieve at the community. We cannot lose that for nobody else because you know why? The younger generation come right behind us, they need that support.
Yes, sir.
And that was their mindset.
Yeah,
Well, you from DR. You from DR, so you understand that very well. You understand tightly commit what it does for not only for you, but also does for your children. It keep that level of the identity. Thank you.
The identity. Yeah.
You don't lose your identity when you have a strong lit community. When everything is broken apart, every time they find themselves.
Yes, sir.
I think we need read my Bible.
But real talk, we need. I think in these spaces, we just need more honest conversations because I think there's a lot of people trying to live vicariously through other people without having no experience whatsoever at all.
Yes, sir.
You know, so it's like just gotta be honest, bro. I think with more honesty and I think we can actually get further instead of just trying to regurgitate everything what everybody's talking about. It's like, bro.
There's somebody somebody challenge you on it. You like that's all I had. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's all I had, bro. Like,
point. That's all I got.
Like, yo, that's it.
I ran out of bullets. That's it. That's all I
had. I got nothing else in the mag.
Right. I didn't think you were going to ask me that.
Yeah.
It was a very, very.
It wasn't supposed to go that far.
Sometimes it's alright to say, you know what, that's a damn good question. I don't know.
Right. I don't know is a powerful thing, ain't it?
Yeah. Like there's nothing.
I don't know.
This show tonight shows something about a lot of us all on the panel because everybody have a different walk of life, different level of experience. It doesn't mean your experience is wrong.
Yep.
You can show a well of wisdom that we can see things from a different angle. It's why it's good to have really authentic conversation without all the dust or talking. But I don't do talking. I base on life experience because life will teach you so much more than you can imagine. I think with J2 talking about all these other panels, everybody can do talking about. I don't really care too much talking about. Where am I here? Here? I'm the same way offline. I don't need to pretend to be somebody else.
But it's a dope thing when you can go and add something, bro, and nobody had they never thought of it that way. That's why I like being on panels where if I come with a different way of thinking, it makes for better conversation. Yeah. So you can have your talking points or whatever. I mean, the thing is that we supposed to be able to when the time shows that we just challenge it. You know what I'm saying? It's not an argument or anything.
And look at Taru and Mandrell. They had heavy. Taru Jen was so head on lock that I was like, wow, there's too much. Only because it sounds more on that particular point he didn't give out there in detail. You find out it's so much you can learn from that.
Yeah, that's why I like having the conversations, bro. That's
the conversations, okay.
But I gotta get out of here, fellas.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. It's time to shut down the barbershop.
Yeah. Hey, God bless you guys, man.
Ain't nobody get a cut.
I got my cut already today.
Right, I already done did it. I came to the barbershop with a fresh cut. That's
it. I'm trying to grow my house. You can see I'm doing something. And I'm a granddad already. Imagine that. I'm 44, but I'm still a granddad. Before most of these guys out here.
I'm trying to.
Hey, brothers, we definitely got to hook up again, man. Yeah, hey, Fritz, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow, man. I'm gonna put.
All right, everybody.
This is Black Men on Filter Network.
Everybody that was
shutting down the barbershop until next weekend.
Yo, peace out.
Okay.